In this hall, Su Qian'an and the bodies of the fallen soldiers are placed in the center of the hall. Song Tingfeng's blood-soaked filial duty is as if he's keeping vigil for you. See you in the next life, brother. Even the usually silent Zhu Guangxiao spoke up. In the end, it's just the two of us again. The candle burned down to its last, its wax dripping little by little, solidifying in the sorrowful atmosphere. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao, until the sound of footsteps came from outside the station. A pair of night watchmen entered the hall, led by Yang Yin. But his disheveled appearance suggested he'd just been through a fierce battle. Behind him followed Li Yuchen, who had just met with Duke Wei's seal. He now seemed like a walking corpse. Li Yuchen looked around the hall, at Su Qian'an's body covered in white cloth. Step by slow step, he approached Su Qian'an, walking slowly. Every step along those short few meters felt like thorns, piercing painfully with each step. Li Yuchen reached out and suddenly lifted the white cloth, his eyes widening slightly. His breathing quickened. He saw Su Qian'an's body, clearly saw it. The illusion he had clung to broke apart. Everything was real. Li Yuchen wavered and fell to the ground unsteadily. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao hurried to help him. Li Yuchen lowered his head, gazing at Su Qian'an's face and said, I heard Ning Yin died in battle, but I don't know the details of how it happened. Can you two tell me what happened? It didn't take long. Song Tingfeng recounted the events to Li Yuchen, but as he finished, both Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao grew worried. Because his calmness was too unnerving, suppressing emotions for too long could break one down. Li Yuchen simply nodded slowly after hearing it all. He truly was the best man I ever trained. A fine fellow, never brought shame to me. He always acted in ways that pleased me. Just like back when he cut down that little scoundrel from the Zhong clan. He never coveted money. In this respect, he was better than you two. You should learn from him. The only flaw was that his cultivation was too lackadaisical, and also that he would often sneak off to the brothel when on break to listen to music and hum along. Li Yuchen rambled on about trivial matters, reminiscing about past times, until suddenly, he erupted in a furious outburst. Who in the world? Who laid out his clothes? Who in the world laid out his clothes? The sword isn't symmetrical. He cursed endlessly, unaware that tears had covered his face. None of the nearby watchmen dared comfort him. They could only watch as he held Su Qian'an's face, his shoulders trembling nonstop. Li Miaojin returned to her residence in Baidi City and sat quietly in her study for a long time. She tried several times to pick up the mirror and inform everyone about number 3's death, but in the end, she sighed and let it go. Consider it as preserving his dignity one last time, she thought. But she still picked up the mirror and sent a message to the Taoist elder. I have something to tell you privately. The sudden midnight message startled the members of the Heaven and Earth Society, who were already annoyed by the disturbance. But the elder replied leisurely, I've blocked the fortuitous man. Li Miaojin said, Elder, the Yunzhou situation has settled down. The elder smiled with relief and replied, That's good to hear. Li Miaojin then added, I've already figured out. Number 3 was Su Qian'an. The elder chuckled, lightly replying, That's good to know. But the elder's smile instantly vanished and turned to sheer horror when he saw Li Miaojin's next message. Su Qian'an has died in battle. Li Miaojin continued, I'll find a way to retrieve the fragment of the Earth Book. When spring comes next year, I'll leave Yunzhou and go to the capital. The elder hastily asked, Are you sure? Su Qian'an really fell in battle. How is that possible? That's absolutely impossible. Li Miaojin raised her brow. Why would you say that, elder? Elder Jinlian replied, Su Qian'an is a man of great fortune. He's not someone with a short life. Li Miaojin felt irritated. She thought he'd reveal some secret trick Su Qian'an used to ensure his survival. But that was it. She replied flatly, But he's really dead. I handled his body myself. Elder Jinlian asked, Did his primordial spirit dissipate? Li Miaojin replied, When I arrived, he was already dead. And he wasn't a high-level cultivator. His primordial spirit wasn't strong. Under the impact of the hostile energy and blood energy, it likely dissipated on the spot. After sending that message, she thought to herself, as a saintess of the heavenly sect, how could I not be able to tell whether a body is still alive or not? Elder Jinlian looked at the jade mirror, without replying for a long time. After a few minutes he said, Understood. Don't worry about the Earthbook fragment. I will personally verify whether Su Qian'an is dead or alive. Li Miaojin raised her brows. Elder Jinlian clearly didn't believe her judgment, but the message had been delivered. Whether he believed it or not was up to him. She ended the screen blocking number 1 and immediately transmitted to number 2. Is the Yunzhou case over? Li Miaojin replied, If you want to know the details, you'll need to trade equivalent information. Number 1 agreed without hesitation. Only then did Li Miaojin provide the information. The real colluder with the godless cult, the one supporting the mountain bandits, was none other than the viceroy of Songzhou's administration. When the plot was exposed, he sealed off Baidi City, rallied rebel troops, and attempted to assassinate Inspector Zhang. Although he failed, The watchmen suffered heavy losses. And then there's Su Qianan, whom we've often discussed. He has also fallen. Su Qianan has fallen. This statement exploded like a boy setting off firecrackers, reverberating through the ranks of the Heaven and Earth Society. The most intense reaction came from number 6 Hung Yuan, followed by number 4. But number 4 merely mourned the loss of talent. Meanwhile, the least responsive, number 1, showed a faint dullness in his gaze. Li Miaojin continued, after spring arrives, I'm going to the capital. Number 1, I need to know all the intelligence on Ranzong's younger disciples. Number 11 never responded again. Everyone else quietly went offline. Now Yunzhou was a mess. The officialdom of Baidi City in turmoil, people on edge. Zhang Xuanfu, the court-appointed inspector, couldn't leave. He documented the Yunzhou case in a report and sent it to the court. Then he stayed to oversee the situation, awaiting court orders. Once a new appointee arrived in Yunzhou, only then could he return to the capital. Zhang Luzong and Yang Yan remained in Yunzhou to eliminate bandits and protect Zhang Xuanfu. Li Yuchen and the other two decided to stay in Yunzhou as well, joining the campaign against the bandits to channel their pent-up grief. Deep inside, they dared not bring Su Qian's body back to the capital. They feared facing his family. Su Qian, along with 3 silver gongs and a bronze gong who had fallen, was scheduled to be transported to the capital that day. With the cold winter weather, their bodies wouldn't decay quickly, but they couldn't be left in Yunzhou indefinitely. Zhang Xuanfu prepared coffins for the 4 fallen watchmen, carefully placing each one inside. He stood before them, bowing, for a long time without rising. As the gate closure approached, Zhang Xuanfu placed 4 letters from the capital on Su Qian's chest. The atmosphere was stifling. The overwhelming grief threatened to crush everyone. Zhang Xuanfu let out a long sigh. Finally, he closed his eyes, and the word splendid honor tumbled reluctantly from his lips. February 2nd is Spring Day. In this world, there is no Lunar New Year. There is a holiday similar to it, called Spring Day. On this day, the emperor leads the civil and military officials in a ceremony to worship the heavens, praying for favorable weather and a peaceful nation. It is the most important day in Dafeng, and so, every household also prepares offerings, slaughtering lambs and cattle to worship the heavens. Even the busiest people return home to reunite with their families. Despite the lingering chill of spring, thin ice floats on the canal. A northbound ship moves slowly, carrying its passengers toward home. But on this ordinary day, in an unnoticed, unremarkable corner of the ship, lay a cargo hold containing 5 coffins. Suddenly, a strong, rhythmic heartbeat echoed from one of them. Next came the sound of breathing, all of it originating from the central coffin, which held Su Qian's corpse. On this unremarkable spring day, Su Qian woke up. His mind, however, was still clouded. He couldn't recall who he was, or where he was. He heard a bugle call and a rattling sound, followed by other noises. Overwhelming shouts of battle, the chaotic pounding of hooves, and the roar of explosions, the clash of blades ringing clear. The sounds merged together, forming a vivid picture in Su Qian's mind. It was a battlefield, one that held not only humans, but also enormous beasts towering 2 stories high, serpents dozens of meters long, and mighty warriors pulling mountains as they roared. Su Qian stared blankly, wondering, what kind of battlefield is this? It's absurdly over the top. So many people have died here. His gaze swept over the battlefield, over the massive army of the dead, and finally settled on a figure in green robes, atop a beast, silently overlooking the fierce battlefield below. That was Duke Wei. A shock ran through Su Qian's heart. Suddenly, he remembered who he was. At that very moment, Su Qian opened his eyes, but all he saw was darkness. What followed was a stifling heat, and his breathing became somewhat labored. He didn't immediately get up. Instead, he focused his senses. Then he saw the dark cargo hold, saw the 5 neatly arranged coffins, saw the ship slowly moving forward, and saw the rippling canal waters. This was the keen sense he had gained after entering the spirit-refining realm. His mental power could, to some extent, replace his eyes. Su Qian felt a bit smug, wondering how other spirit-refining cultivators were doing. But he thought that even if he ever went blind, he wouldn't mind at all. But in the next moment, Su Qian frowned deeply. The dream he just had didn't feel right. It shouldn't have been just a dream. Dreams aren't that vivid. What were those armies of the dead? Those Buddhist monks? I've never encountered them before. So why did I dream about them? And why was Duke Wei in the dream? He looked so young. At least his hair wasn't white. My father was so handsome when he was young. Just as handsome as I am. So many forces clashing. With Duke Wei's appearance and his deeds, Su Qian immediately had a guess. The Battle of Shanhaiguan. But why would I dream about the Battle of Shanhaiguan? How did my weakling second uncle survive in a situation like that? He probably pretended to be dead in a pile of corpses. Su Qian thought to himself. He began pushing open the coffin lid. But before he could take a breath of fresh air, a proud voice spoke near his ear. You're awake? Su Qian was startled, and then noticed a figure in white, standing not far in front of him. back turned. Su Qian's heart filled with irritation. Yang Qianhuan is probably the only man I can recognize just from his back. After a moment's thought, he said, "Where are we right now?" Yang's tone was quite light. "On our way back to the capital," he replied. "Oh, no, on the water." Su Qian's face showed a hint of relief. "The Yunzhou case is over?" He exhaled a long breath. "Finally, this damn case is finished. I don't have to work myself to death anymore. I died once, but I wonder if Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao felt sad for me, or maybe more upset, that their 5 free meals are gone. And then, I still didn't manage to trick Su Su into coming home, to be my paper wife. Li Miaojin must be itching to kill me now. Good thing I died first, or that would have been awkward. Wait, why are you here on this ship?" Yang Qianhuan actually turned around, but he was wearing a mask. After a moment, he said, "I'm on a mission from my master, to handle affairs in Yunzhou. Now that it's done, I'm heading back. The watchman happened to be returning your bodies to the capital, so I slipped on board." Su Qian eyed his mask, feeling irked. Was he so worried about being on the same boat as me, that he had to put on a mask? Yang Qianhuan continued, "Later, I noticed that your knife wounds and sword holes were healing in a strange way. I figured you weren't dead, so I waited 10 days, and sure enough, you came back to life." Yang Qianhuan's tone was casual, but his internal turmoil was far more dramatic than his words let on. When he first heard the news of Su Qian's death, his heart sank. Back in the capital, "My master will definitely lock me up at the bottom of the star-picking tower, where I'll never see daylight again," he thought. In a panic, he nearly defected from his sect. He trailed the ship carrying Su Qian's coffin, opened it up and, unexpectedly, a bright path opened after the dark valley. The clouds parted to reveal clear skies. The wounds on this kid's body strangely healed. His heartbeat gradually returned. It was as if his extreme misfortune had turned into good luck. Thus, Yang Qianhuan happily kept vigil by the coffin. So busy, he didn't even have time to go to the bathroom. Of course, Su Qian could never find out about this. Su Qian, meanwhile, looked at him suspiciously. Did he open my coffin? Otherwise, how would he know my wounds healed? I bet he's hiding some ulterior motive. Su Qian asked, "What did the witness lord send you to Yunzhou for?" Just then, Yang Qianhuan simultaneously asked, "How did you come back from the dead?" Both of them spoke at the same time, then looked at each other in silence. A few seconds passed. Feeling awkward, they both changed the subject at the same time. Su Qian, "Nice weather today." Yang Qianhuan, "It's a windy day." Their odd synchronization made the cabin atmosphere suddenly freeze. The conversation lapsed into silence again. Just as Su Qian was about to steer the conversation elsewhere, thinking of another topic to chat about, he suddenly noticed he was holding 4 letters. The coffins were stored at the bottom of the ship. Only faint light filtered through the cracks in the deck above. Su Qian casually opened an envelope and began reading it in the dim light. This one was sent by his straightforward sister Su Lingyue. The letter said, "Big brother, your letter arrived, and everyone at home is thrilled. Even Aunt Lin is very happy, especially Mother. She never expected you would write to her. She was so pleased she kept tapping the table. Knowing that all is well with you out there gives me peace of mind." Su Qian couldn't help but grin. "Aunt? She's probably slapping the table and cursing my late mother." Not long after you left, Lin Yin was forced to start studying at the family school. It was all arranged by second brother. Now Lin Yin can already recite the first 9 characters of the 3-character classic. Father and mother nearly burst into tears of joy when they heard. Su Qian also felt his heart swell with pride. Little Lin Yin could recite 9 characters. That's no small feat. Su Qian continued reading, but it seemed Lin Yin had been bullied. The jade bracelet mother had bought him for 10 silver taels vanished a few days ago. There were faint bruises on his wrist, evidence of someone forcibly taking it. When Lin Yin was asked, he said nothing. He didn't seem to care. Maybe in his mind, nothing is more important than food. As spring approaches, father comes home very late every day, or he's often staying at the barracks, leaving him no time to handle matters at home. Mother didn't dare tell father. She tried questioning the schoolteacher, but the teacher claimed ignorance, suggesting that Lin Yin might have lost it himself. Mother was trembling with anger, but there was nothing she could do. If you had been home, this wouldn't have happened, would it? If second brother were here, he'd scold that teacher until he was utterly humiliated. But second brother's been in a foul mood lately. Father said he froze out in the cold wind for half the night, and when he came home the next day for supplies, he wouldn't even speak to us. Second brother is so petty. It's not big brother's fault he forgot to write to him. Big brother is very busy too, you know? Su Qian chuckled as he read this, trying not to laugh out loud. Second brother is still your brother. You're siding with me over him. You're even complaining about him to me now. But please keep it up. Imagining second brother shivering outside the door, Su Qian couldn't hold back his laughter. Too bad I couldn't see second brother's pitiful state. Oh, and mother said that once spring comes, she'll find me a husband. Mother is so annoying. Why doesn't she marry herself? Lin Yin misses you a lot. He keeps asking for big brother, and I miss you too. Su Qian smiled contentedly. What nonsense is that? How could Aunt ever remarry? She was born a member of the Su family, and she'll remain one even after death. Actually, Big Brother misses you all too. Just as Su Qian was basking in the joy of it all, felt someone's eyes on him from behind. But when he turned around, he saw Yang Qianhuan still standing silently, facing away from him like a statue. Feeling a bit guilty, Yang Qianhuan asked, "Why are you looking at me? What else would I be looking at in this ship?" Yang Qianhuan lowered his head and began opening another letter. This one was from Fuxiang. "My dear Su Lang, it has been 2 months since we parted. My longing for you burns ever brighter, like oil on a blazing fire. All is well at the fragrant teaching, though I often feel drowsy. When I wake, I wander about, picking plum blossoms. I've brewed a pot of plum wine to share when the rebels are defeated. Occasionally, I'll have a drink with guests, listening to their grand discussions. Truthfully, I'm hoping to hear news of you. But Yunzhou and the capital are worlds apart, and news travels slowly. Those so-called scholars, most of them are useless. They're nowhere near as talented as you, Su Lang. Meeting you was the greatest blessing the heavens ever granted me. A little while ago, one of the maids brought back news. I heard you composed a new poem in Qinzhou, which the Ziyang residents treasures deeply. They engraved it on a monument to inspire the world. Knowing this fills me with pride. Su Lang, I think of you every night. I even keep my nails neatly trimmed." Su Qian chuckled. "If you miss me, just miss me. Don't go overboard." He carefully folded the letter and put it back in the envelope. There were still 2 letters left. Thinking about his reserves, he recalled Chu Kaiwei, Huiqing, and Linen. But that made 3 people. Why were there only 2 replies? Su Qian felt a bit annoyed. Who didn't write me back? Is my reserve nurturing not good enough? Or perhaps my harpoon wasn't sharp enough? He randomly picked a letter and began reading. This one was from Linen. "Dog servant. When will the Yunzhou case be over? It's not that I miss you. It's just that with spring approaching, many guards have gone home for tomb sweeping, and I have very few reliable servants left." Su Qian nodded with satisfaction. Linen still remembered to write back. "Not bad, not bad." He kept reading. "The 5-in-a-row game you invented has really taken off in my hands. Everyone praises me as brilliant and clever. Even that annoying Huiqing is secretly impressed and deeply convinced." Huiqing admitted defeat, though of course she'd never admit it publicly. "I'm just telling you offhand. Don't take it to heart. Huiqing is still a princess, so show her a bit of respect. But I won't take advantage of you. With spring approaching, father has given me gold, silver, jade ornaments, and silk. When you come back, pick a few from my storage." Su Qian, initially feeling a bit annoyed, suddenly broke into a grin. "This silly girl Linen. I once told her that second uncle went into debt to support my martial arts training, and our family was struggling. She actually believed me, and found a way to send me silver. Keep it up, Linen. Oh, by the way, what's this fun thing about? Isn't that something you came up with? Why is everyone saying Chu Kaiwei of the Skywatch invented it? I'm so mad I could die. I went to the Skywatch to cause a scene. Their white robes didn't dare touch me, so they went crying to father. Father scolded me harshly. When you return, we'll go settle the score together." Su Qian felt a little touched. Who knew Linen would stand up for me like that? But the fund was actually Tsaiwei's invention. I only gave her the idea. He put Linen's letter back into the envelope. Taking a deep breath, he opened the final letter. Su Qian felt a flicker of irritation. "Huiqing and Kaiwei. Which of you is the traitor? Now we'll find out." Su Coppergong. Yunzhou is a complex environment long plagued by banditry. The Western faction and the Wushan sect have conspired in secret for years, surely building significant forces there. Proceed with utmost caution. Even with Jiang Luozhong's support, the situation isn't entirely stable. If you confirm your target, strike swiftly and decisively. Don't give them time to respond. I suspect Duke Wei has set up a secret plan, but he likely won't meet you directly. Perhaps Zhang Xuanfu knows, or perhaps he doesn't. You may be a skilled investigator, but your strength is limited. Don't act alone. Su Qian's feelings were mixed. The letter was from Huiqing, which meant that wide-eyed innocent girl, the short-sighted flirt, had let him down. He'd fallen deeply for her, adding her to his roster of admirers, only to be met with this indifference. But he had to admit, Huiqing was scary. Her intellect was simply too high, and it wasn't just intelligence. It was her analysis of the situation, her grasp of human nature. She could even discern Duke Wei's thoughts. Thinking about it, Su Qian shivered. Oh no, if I ever cheat, won't she catch me easily? Apparently, Princess Huiqing was half a student of Duke Wei. With her skills, it's no wonder. Su Qian squinted and kept reading. Not long ago, Kaiwei came to dine with me. During our chat, she mentioned you. She said she's been fretting over how to reply, since she dislikes reading, and worries about writing poorly and being laughed at. She also mentioned that Su Ningyan was very thoughtful, sending her a red lotus petal from Qinzhou, saying she was as radiant as the lotus itself. When Kaiwei told me this, with a smile in her eyes, I told Kaiwei I'd write the reply for her. She agreed happily. However, Sir Su, you're quite the charming one, sending one flower to 2 people, using different words each time. Your descriptions are spot on. Such literary talent. This princess admires it. Su Qian nearly jumped out of his seat. Damn it, I forgot Chu Kaiwei is an innocent girl, and she's close to Huiqing. She'd have no qualms sharing this kind of thing with her best friend. Huiqing already had a bias against me. She didn't even see me off when I left the capital. Now, with Caiwei's blunder, she's probably labeled me a scoundrel. Nearby, Yang Qinhuan noticed Su Qian's odd reaction. What's up? He asked casually. Su Qian flushed, red with embarrassment. Nothing, just a slip-up. Well, I'm Su Qian, a man of reputation, but Kaiwei, how could you do this to me? Then again, I'm already dead, so it's fine. Luckily, Linen and Fuxiang and the other younger women didn't see this. Even though Linen is her sister, the two are like fire and water. No way would Linen share such personal matters. It's even less likely that she'd brag about it, and Linen might be innocent. But as a princess born into the royal family, she's not so foolish as to show this letter around. Thankfully, I knew Chu Kaiwei was a simpleton, so I didn't flirt with her. All I wrote about was the local delicacies along the way. Perhaps that's why Huiqing is upset, but she still wrote me this letter, even though she's unhappy. After all, I wrote her a love letter, and wrote Kaiwei a casual one. Su Qian chuckled to himself. Who would have thought? Huiqing, you think I'm on the second floor, but I'm in the stratosphere. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yang Qinhuan asked, who wrote the letter? With an unflinching face, Su Qian replied, a letter from a friend in the capital. Yang Qinhuan pressed, was it from a sweetheart? Su Qian immediately became alert. Did you peek at my letters? Yang Qinhuan smirked, then quickly assumed a righteous expression. Yang Qinhuan, would never stoop so low. Su Qian decided to believe him. Relaxing, he said, by the way, your junior sister Kaiwei is really clueless. At her age, she should have feelings for someone, but she's totally unmoved. I write her letters and she's still. Yang Qinhuan nodded in agreement. Kaiwei does mature slowly. She probably saw it as just a friendly exchange of letters, which is why she told Princess Huiqing. It's not that she has no feelings for you. At least she considers you a very important friend. Su Qian blushed deeply. His gaze turned sharp. How the hell do you know she told Huiqing? Yang Qinhuan's next words stuck in his throat. After a long pause, he realized he'd been caught. In that moment, he understood the embarrassment Su Qian had felt earlier. Su Qian, filled with both shame and anger, exclaimed, you not only peeked at my letter, you glued it back together. Forget it. Since you helped me catch Liang Yuping, I'll let it go. But don't let this go public. Faced with the situation, Yang Qinhuan could only agree. The matter was seemingly resolved. But then Yang Qinhuan hesitated, and with some doubt said, I didn't help you catch Liang Yuping. The words barely left his lips when Su Qian felt a chill run down his neck. He shuddered involuntarily, his voice trembling slightly. What did you say? The sun hung high in the sky, and Nangong Qianro arrived outside the palace complex in his carriage. After parking the carriage, he and his companion entered the complex and headed towards the Imperial Library. Nangong Qianro asked, Godfather, I heard there was an urgent dispatch this morning. Yuan nodded gravely. An 800-mile express must mean a major event, but I don't know which province it's from. What a turbulent time. He sighed softly. How is the progress on the West armor I asked you to prepare? Nangong Qianro replied sourly. The materials have been gathered, and it's just waiting to be refined by the Skywatch. The West armor was a gift Wei Yuan intended for Su Qian. It was impervious to blades, bullets, and fire. If further enhanced by Skywatch's alchemists and artifact craftsmen, it would become a defensive artifact, nearly impossible to penetrate. Even a first-rank martial artist would struggle to breach it. Nangong Qianro knew Wei Yuan's intent to cover Su Qian's final vulnerability, shielding this budding tree until it grew strong. As they approached the Imperial Library, Nangong Qianro was stopped by the Imperial Guards. Wei Yuan proceeded alone. Crossing the threshold, Wei Yuan noticed all the officials in the room were watching him with an indiscernible gaze. Even Emperor Yuanjing looked at him, but the old emperor's expression betrayed nothing. Wei Yuan had stood firm in the political arena for decades. From the atmosphere alone, he could sense that this meeting was likely connected to him. Spring had just ended, and in a few days, the inspection results would be out. During this time, reports from provincial officials had flooded in, waiting for the emperor's final approval. Meanwhile, the capital's inspection results were gradually taking shape under the Minister of Personnel's guidance. The process of compiling this list had involved countless underhanded dealings. Both the imperial officials and the emperor knew it well. There was no way this list would be scrapped at the last minute. Wei Yuan felt his mood sink. If it wasn't about the inspections, then what major issue could involve him? His thoughts raced. The word Yunzhou surfaced in Wei Yuan's mind. An 800-mile express report had come from Yunzhou. After waiting a quarter of an hour, the ministers eligible to attend the small court assembly arrived one by one. They filled the hall beneath Emperor Yuanjing's gaze. Earlier this morning, an 800-mile express document had arrived from Yunzhou. The Yunzhou case had reached a conclusion. The rebels of the Wushan sect, supported by bandits, were supplied with military resources by Yunzhou's provincial chief, Song Changfu. Emperor Yuanjing's words were like a bomb dropped into the court, causing an uproar among the ministers. The emperor's chief eunuch. Before the room quieted, Emperor Yuanjing ordered, "Let the ministers hear it clearly." The grand eunuch, dressed in a brocade robe, glanced at the attendant in the corner and gave him a slight nod. The attendant unrolled the document and began reading aloud. Report. Official investigation results. Yunzhou case concluded as of January 24th. Rebel leader Song Changfu, along with Yang Yu, Chen Ming, and 34 others, have been executed, with Yunzhou pacified. This significant case has concluded. This is a result of the court's diligent efforts and His Majesty's virtuous guidance and divine insight. Golden Gong Jiang Luzhong and his unit maintained city security, diligently performing their duties. Golden Gong Yang Yen risked his life, leading troops to decisively crush the rebel forces. He is commended for his bravery, preventing the rebels from massacring the Yunzhou populace. His merits are unparalleled. Silver Gong Xiaobin, along with Tang Shanhong and Li Yun, sacrificed their lives to protect their comrades from the Wuxin sect's Meng Wu. They died without regret. Their loyalty and valor are deeply mourned by their colleagues. Copper Gong Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao made significant contributions during the investigation, helping Su Qian find critical evidence. To protect the evidence, they risked their lives, depleting their strength. During the assault on the rebel factions, they fought fearlessly on the front lines. Their loyalty to the country is deeply moving. Wei Yuan listened silently, even as he heard the news of the 3 Silver Gong's deaths. The seasoned statesman, known for his unshakable composure, remained expressionless, revealing no emotions. It wasn't until the news of Su Qian was read aloud. Copper Gong Su Qian, during his southern mission, exposed the iron mine smuggling case. Details of that matter have been previously reported and need not be elaborated here. However, in the Yunzhou case, Su Qian single-handedly deciphered numerous clues, uncovered evidence, and detected Song Changfu's conspiracy, which turned the case around. Thanks to his efforts, loyal officials were not wrongly accused. When the plot was exposed, Song Changfu, driven to desperation, rallied rebel forces and sealed the city gates. He sought to kill his opponents at the provincial office, facing a dire situation. Su Qian fought the rebels alone, killing over 200 and, in the end, he perished heroically. The words hung heavily in the air. Zhang Xionying's memorial petition. At this moment, Emperor Yuanjing looked at Wei Yuan. Zhang Xionying's report suggests, "What do you think of this, Minister Wei?" But Wei Yuan stood as still as a statue, lost in thought and oblivious to the court. The figure praised as one of the most powerful officials in the last 500 years, the hero of the Shanhaiguan campaign, the military commander who subdued foreign nations, the overseer of all civil officials. Wei Yuan, steeped in legend and controversy, stood daydreaming in the middle of court. Emperor Yuanjing had to call his name 3 times, each time louder than the last, before Wei Yuan finally snapped out of it. Startled, he jerked slightly. It seemed as if he had been scared. Emperor Yuanjing smirked. "Minister Wei, you seem unwell." Zhang Xionying's swift suppression of the Yunzhou rebellion is also your achievement. Why aren't you pleased? Wei Yuan remained silent. Their loyalty to the country is deeply moving. Wei Yuan listened silently, even as he heard the news of the 3 Silver Gong's deaths. The seasoned statesman, known for his unshakable composure, remained expressionless, revealing no emotions. It wasn't until the news of Su Qian was read aloud. Copper Gong Su Qian, during his southern mission, exposed the iron mine smuggling case. Details of that matter have been previously reported and need not be elaborated here. However, in the Yunzhou case, Su Qian single-handedly deciphered numerous clues, uncovered evidence, and detected Song Changfu's conspiracy, which turned the case around. Thanks to his efforts, loyal officials were not wrongly accused. When the plot was exposed, Song Changfu, driven to desperation, rallied rebel forces and sealed the city gates. He sought to kill his opponents at the provincial office, facing a dire situation. Su Qian fought the rebels alone, killing over 200 and, in the end, he perished heroically. The words hung heavily in the air. Zhang Xionying's memorial petition. At this moment, Emperor Yuanjing looked at Wei Yuan. Zhang Xionying's report suggests, "What do you think of this, Minister Wei?" But Wei Yuan stood as still as a statue, lost in thought and oblivious to the court. The figure praised as one of the most powerful officials in the last 500 years, the hero of the Shanhaiguan campaign, the military commander who subdued foreign nations, the overseer of all civil officials. Wei Yuan, steeped in legend and controversy, stood daydreaming in the middle of court. Emperor Yuanjing had to call his name 3 times, each time louder than the last, before Wei Yuan finally snapped out of it. Startled, he jerked slightly. It seemed as if he had been scared. Emperor Yuanjing smirked. "Minister Wei, you seem unwell." Zhang Xionying's swift suppression of the Yunzhou rebellion is also your achievement. Why aren't you pleased? Wei Yuan remained silent. In conclusion, it all boils down to one thing. Su Qian is not worthy. Emperor Yuanjing was about to close the matter, intending to reject Zhang Xiongying's proposal, when he suddenly saw Wei Yuan step forward. But instead of facing the emperor, he turned toward the assembly of court officials. Wei Yuan strode directly toward Lu Bu Shilang, raised his hand, and delivered a resounding slap to his face. The crisp sound echoed through the imperial study, drowning out the court officials' heated arguments. Every head turned in shock, and even Emperor Yuanjing froze for a moment. Just as the emperor was about to intervene, another slap rang out. This time it was the Dali Temple minister. He staggered back, his hairpiece falling off, leaving him disheveled. The officials collectively gasped, now stunned into silence. The slapped officials tried to protest, their mouths opening to hurl verbal retaliation. But the moment their eyes met Wei Yuan's, they shrank back like defeated roosters. Though instances of physical altercations in court weren't unheard of, Wei Yuan's actions stood out as bizarre. What made it truly astonishing was the perpetrator. Wei Yuan, known for his composure and cunning, had lost control and lashed out in the imperial study. The news of Su Qian's death had already plunged Wei Yuan into emotional turmoil, but for these short-sighted officials to deny even a posthumous honor for Su Qian was a final insult Wei Yuan could not endure. Overcome with fury, he delivered a public beating to these foul-mouthed officials. As a eunuch, Wei Yuan had climbed to power by controlling the night watchers and the censorate. He was known for being shrewd, cunning, and ruthless, but never impulsive. If Wei Yuan had been prone to such recklessness, he would have fallen from power long ago. The court officials couldn't help but wonder if this outburst was a calculated move, deliberate ploy by Wei Yuan. Just then, the censorate minister hastily knelt and cried, "Your Majesty!" Wei Yuan struck officials in court. "This is a violation of royal law. Please order his immediate execution." The other ministers of the 6 departments put forward their objections again. They all stepped forward to debate the issue, but Wei Yuan completely ignored their proclamations. He stepped out of line and addressed the emperor, saying, "Your Majesty, the matter of the faction is not yet resolved. Although the central minister has been dealt with, their allies are still entrenched in the court and in the Sambu case. The southern minister has colluded with demonic forces, and the faction's influence still lingers. In light of this, I suggest postponing the investigation until all the facts come to light before making a final decision." The ministers were taken aback. They looked at Wei Yuan in disbelief. Since the beginning of the year, the capital's officialdom had been weathering constant power struggles, watching cautiously. By the year's end, it was all intrigue and everyone was on edge. One after another, they were exhausted. Even the most scheming plotters just wanted the ordeal to be over. Yet Wei Yuan was determined to prolong the struggle. Was he mad? Even the chancellor, Wang Zhenwen, couldn't help but glance over. Something felt off. Why would Wei Yuan let emotions dictate his actions? And where would such emotions come from? Suddenly, the emperor realized that man named Su Qian held a special place in Wei Yuan's heart. Thinking of this, he slowly said, "Such a complex and mysterious case. Su Qian's investigative skills are truly extraordinary. To lose such talent is a great loss to our court. As for Zhang Xingying's memorial, it will be set aside for now. However, assaulting a court official is a clear breach of the law. A year of disciplinary measures should serve as a warning to all. As for the investigation, there is no need to change the process." The ministers were unsurprised by the emperor's light punishment. Although disappointed, they knew such matters would never bring down a great eunuch. Wei Yuan didn't dwell on the investigation either, and kept silent on the matter. His call to postpone the investigation was just a pretext for venting his frustration. Su Qian's title was finally confirmed. Chang Luxiangzi felt uneasy and restless. The minor court assembly quickly adjourned. The ministers dispersed. Wei Yuan silently walked ahead. Nangong Shiro approached him, ready to ask about the meeting's outcome. He also intended to inquire about the urgent documents. But then, the next moment, he noticed the expressionless look on Wei Yuan's face. Though devoid of expression, one could easily read the sadness in it. Wei Yuan silently brushed past Nangong Shiro. He silently got into his carriage. On the way back, Nangong Shiro wanted to ask several times what had happened, but held back each time, because, strangely, he felt fear. At that moment, Wei Yuan, even in silence, carried an overwhelming presence. All along the road, Nangong Shiro mentally prepared himself. As they neared the office, he finally mustered the courage and asked, "Godfather, what happened?" From within the carriage came Wei Yuan's low, hoarse voice. "Su Qian was killed in action." As those words fell, Nangong Shiro's expression froze. He finally understood why his godfather was like this. All the patrolmen knew how much the godfather valued Su Qian, but only the godfather's adopted children knew how much he truly cared. It wasn't just respect. He placed immense hope in Su Qian, like a craftsman discovering a flawless jade, cherishing it beyond measure, eager to sculpt it into a masterpiece unparalleled. When the day came, it would shock the world. Although never spoken aloud, Nangong Shiro knew in his heart that the godfather's expectations and regard surpassed what he felt for any other adopted child, many times over. He thought he'd secretly feel a bit happy. Su Qian's existence made him deeply unbalanced in his heart. He had thought countless times how nice it would have been if that guy had never appeared. But now, hearing the news of Su Qian's death, Nangong Shiro didn't feel a trace of happiness. Instead, he felt lost. His heart seemed empty. If even he felt this way, one could imagine the godfather's grief. Back at the yamen, Nangong Shiro followed Wei Yuan's steps to the watchtower. The afternoon sunlights. Wei Yuan stood as usual, gazing into the distance. It was as if nothing had happened. He was still the same composed and inscrutable eunuch. The sun gradually set. The evening glow turned a warm orange-red, tinging the western clouds. He had stood there, remaining silent, for over 2 hours. Wei Yuan finally called out, "Shiro." Nangong Shiro stepped forward. His delicate, beautiful face was filled with concern. Wei Yuan instructed him to summon all the officers. Within the yamen, Nangong Shiro withdrew. Soon, he returned with 6 senior officers. Wei Yuan sat silently in the tea room center, observing the officers without a word. He slightly raised his hand and calmly said, "Order that all ongoing investigations in the northeastern regions focus on obtaining the Wushan sect's southwestern border defense layout at any cost." The officers were shocked, their faces full of disbelief. Wei Yuan added, "After the autumn harvest, I will confront the Wushan sect." The officers exchanged cautious glances. It was then that they noticed something different about this great eunuch. In the past, Lord Wei always carried an air of supreme control, befitting his rank and status. But today, he seemed different. The weariness in his eyes now burned with a fierce determination. It was a resolute resolve they had only seen during the Shanghai Pass campaign. The officers all lowered their heads. They respectfully responded, "We will obey your command." The officers left the hall, and one of them frowned, saying, "It's unlikely the court will willingly start a war." Nangong Shiro sneered, "The court may not initiate a war, but the Wushan sect and the northeastern nations might. All we have to do is leak secret intelligence through hidden channels, and the Wushan sect won't be able to resist taking the bait. Once the border is disturbed, the emperor and the court officials will no longer be able to turn a blind eye. If my godfather wants to fight the Wushan sect, it's just a matter of his willingness, not the emperor's preferences." Zhang Kaidai glanced at Nangong Shiro. "Something happened in court today?" Lord Wei seemed unusual. Nangong Shiro sighed. "This morning, an urgent dispatch came from 800 miles away. It was a report from Yunzhou by Zhang Xingying. As we suspected, Yunzhou has indeed rebelled." He paused for a moment, his eyes scanning the group of officers, his voice lowering. "Su Qian has died in the line of duty." The officers suddenly looked up toward the hall. It seemed they finally understood. The root cause of all this lay in this slow-moving ship. At that moment, Su Qian was still drifting on the water, but a chilling dread welled up inside him. He felt a shiver down his spine. He blurted out, "Liang Yuping, are you sure you're not the one who released him?" Emperor Dandanbao replied, "Since when have I ever told a lie?" Su Qian, his face dark, retorted, "Get lost. Just a moment ago, you lied about not peeking at the letter." Meanwhile, Yang Qinwan's thoughts were complex. "My teacher's task for me is to secretly look after Su Qian. I don't know why the teacher gave such an order, but I've always followed the rules. I've always been reliable. If I agreed to look after Su Qian, I won't do anything unnecessary. After all, the Yunzhou case has nothing to do with me. Whether or not the case is solved is up to the Inspector General. If Su Qian hadn't walked right into it, I wouldn't have had to step in for help, and that's how I exposed myself." But Su Qian paid no mind. That overly dramatic schemer, Liang Yuping, wasn't captured by him. If that's the case, the entire case would have to be reconsidered. What if the mastermind wasn't Song Changfu, but someone else, such as Yang Chuanen? At first, the Yunzhou case was just a case. Zhou Ming discovered that Yang Chuanen was embezzling military supplies and supporting bandits. Then, by chance, I stumbled upon collusion between the 7 factions and the Wushan sect, which led to the Inspector General's investigation. Could the truth of this case be as follows? Yang Chuanen realized his plot had been exposed by the Night Watchers. So, he had Mengwu kill Zhou Ming to silence him, broke the code to retrieve the evidence, and then staged a ruse. The key turning point is Liang Yuping. He first arranged for Liang Yuping to wait for me at the butcher shop, then used Li Miaozhen to reveal Liang Yuping's identity, to catch my attention. Next, he had someone deliver Liang Yuping to Zhang Xuanfu's hands. Using this twist, he made us believe that Song Changfu was the mastermind, allowing himself to slip away. However, Liang Yuping was indeed cloaked with an aura-blocking spell at the time. The 4 Sky Swords' aura-blocking ability made it impossible to tell if he was lying. Su Qian thought it over for a long time, and ultimately rejected this hypothesis. His reasoning was threefold. First, it was unnecessarily complicated. Putting so much effort into convoluting the case would only reveal more flaws. The simpler the case, the harder it is to solve. All Yang Chuanan needed to do was destroy the evidence. Even if everyone believed he was guilty, without evidence, Zhang Xuanfu couldn't move against a second-rank commander. That would have been the safest approach. Second, the reason we trusted Liang Yoping's words so much, the one who intervened was Yang Qianhuan. At the time, Zhang Xuanfu's response was to first arrest Song Changfu and then confront Liang Yuping. As a result, Song Changfu committed suicide out of guilt. Immediately afterward, Yunzhou's troops revolted. The sequence of events happened too quickly, leaving no time to verify the truth of the case. Only when Yang Qianhuan appeared did everyone realize that the mysterious magician was actually Yang Qianhuan. This finally explained why Liang Yuping turned himself in. However, after Yang Qianhuan helped Zhang Luzhong kill Meng Wu, he left immediately, leaving the follow-up investigation at a standstill. However, Yang Chuanan could not have known that Yang Qianhuan had come to Yunzhou. So, this magician who appeared out of nowhere remains an unexplained factor, even though he could have used the subsequent rebellion to eliminate Zhang Xuanfu. But if he could already eliminate Zhang Xuanfu and others, why make things so convoluted? On the other hand, Meng Wu's explanation makes more sense. The reason for enduring all this was to push Yang Chuanan forward as a scapegoat. Only when the situation became exposed was the final plan, the murders, put into action. One last point though, if Yang Chuanan was the mastermind, then the defectors who followed him would have long since turned him in. Would the defectors in Linzhou's officialdom not know who their leader was? This was rebellion, not some gangland operation. The true mastermind must be Song Changfu. But still, who was that mysterious magician? How did a rogue magician reach such a high level? Keep in mind, the magician system has only existed for about 600 years. It's not like the warrior or other systems, which have been around for much longer. There aren't many rogue practitioners. Even in the established traditions like Confucianism, methods of cultivation are tightly controlled. Only martial artists with no sect can thrive everywhere. This is another reason why the major schools look down on martial artists. And that unknown magician, why did he help me? What was his motive? A sudden thought struck. Su Qian remembered something. The magician from the tax silver case. The one who created fake silver. Could he be the same magician in the Yunzhou case? Or part of the same group? If so, the idea that he helped me can be ruled out. That bunch nearly got me exiled 1,000 miles away, and almost had my second uncle executed. Su Qian felt a headache coming on, his mind ringing with a single phrase. The 4 heavenly swords aren't that simple. He coughed, looked over at Yang Shixiang and said, I have something to ask, senior brother Yang. It's about that unnamed magician. Without turning around, Yang Shixiang replied, tell me about it. Su Qian explained the existence of the unknown magician in detail, then asked, does the 4 heavenly swords hide some secret? Yang Shixiang turned around, shocked. Su Qian laughed shamelessly. After all, Miss Kaiwei is bound to marry me, right? Yang Shixiang let out a derisive sneer. The 4 heavenly swords do have secrets. For example, our teacher never talks about our grandmaster, but I know for a fact that our teacher once. Hearing that, every hair on Su Qian's body stood on end. He recalled what he'd learned while investigating Sang Buai, information about the first generation of supervisors. The first generation supported the royal family 500 years ago. After the martial emperor seized the throne, the supervisor role turned into what it is today. Information about the first generation was wiped from history, completely erased. Even Princess Huiqing, a scholar skilled at reconstructing history, couldn't find any trace of it. This led to a breakthrough. Su Qian sucked in a cold breath. So the first-generation supervisor really did what was just speculation before, is now confirmed. Su Qian considered the implications. If what senior brother Yang implied is true, the magician in Yunzhou is connected to the first-generation supervisor. When Su Qian asked about it, Yang Qianhuan shivered and shook his head. I don't know about that. Don't ask so much. You don't understand the magician system. Even a man as extraordinary as I am doesn't know what a first or second-rank magician is called. Su Qian fell into deep thought. That must mean knowing information about the first and second ranks means knowing many secrets of the magician system, secrets that can't be revealed to outsiders. Unwilling to give up, Su Qian probed, do you know which rank a magician needs to be to cloak someone's aura? Can you do it, senior brother Yang? Yang Qianhuan nodded, saying that I can tell you. If it's cloaking just someone's aura, most magicians can do it. But to cloak another person's aura, it requires at least 6th rank. And if it's really as you say, that Liang Yoping's aura was cloaked even from the divinations and curses of a 4th-rank magician, then only 1 rank in the magician system could manage that. Liang Yoping's aura wasn't just cloaked, his very fate was hidden. Only a 3rd-rank magician, a heavenly mechanic, could achieve that. Su Qian's mind was blown. A third-rank magician. So the magician in the Yunzhou case was third rank. Damn it. If I'd known this critical information sooner, I would have acted as though I knew nothing. If you see through a third-rank magician's plan, you'd better keep it to yourself. This isn't a simple lock to pick. It's the way an adult mind works. We must give each other some face. Yang Qianhuan mulled it over, then threatened. Remember to keep this confidential. Don't spread it around, especially not about our teacher's affairs. Of course, I'm not afraid of our teacher. I just think that at his age, he shouldn't ruin his reputation. I need to leave him some dignity. Su Qian rolled his eyes. The more you explain, the guiltier you look. And it's not like I dare to talk nonsense about this. The supervisor could crush me with a finger. Su Qian nodded and agreed. I think the supervisor deserves some respect too. Yang Qianhuan smiled. You really are an interesting man, just like me. Su Qian ignored the boast. The Four Heavenly Swords history isn't that long. It's easy to investigate. Unlike the Taoist patriarch or Confucian sage, one being thousands of years old, and the other practically erased from history, he decided to secretly investigate the Four Heavenly Swords when he returned to the capital. And maybe look into Su Su's background as well. Not to invade her privacy, of course. As he thought of this, Su Qian's stomach suddenly let out a series of protest noises. He was hungry. Just as he was about to go find something to eat, to soothe his hunger, Yang Qianhuan asked, how are you going to explain your resurrection? Su Qian froze. Right. How do I explain coming back to life? Especially to the capital's big shots. They're not easily fooled. Su Qian gave up on going out to eat. He silently walked to the central coffin. He couldn't quite understand what was happening. He was just about to ask, when Su Qian quietly turned around. I won't show myself for now. When I get to the capital, I'll consult my father, senior brother Yang. I'll leave the food arrangements to you. Yang Qianhuan nodded, indicating no problem, and then asked curiously, weren't you orphaned as a child, raised by your second uncle? Where's this dad coming from? Su Qian laughed mischievously, and pointed at himself, joking, actually, I'm Wei Yuan's illegitimate son. Yang Qianhuan was utterly shocked, his demeanor changing like a cat startled out of its wits. What? Su Qian is Wei Yuan's illegitimate son? Wei Yuan has an illegitimate son. Meanwhile, at the Su estate in the inner city of the capital, Nangong Shiro, accompanied by two lower-ranking officers, knocked on the estate's main gate. Actually, the side gate was already open, but as a higher-ranked officer, he naturally used the main entrance. The gatekeeper, Old Zhang, opened the door. Seeing the three officers, he quickly bowed and asked, what brings you here, sirs? Then he snuck a few glances at Nangong Shiro. This woman, with a golden gong embroidered on her chest, clearly held a rank higher than that of the estate's master. Nangong Shiro coldly said, by the authority of the 100 households, is Su Pingji at home? He didn't continue but instead looked at the box held by the silver gong behind him. He was there to deliver a consolation payment to Su Qian's family, a total of 300 taels, standard compensation for a copper gong. Rules are rules, but Nangong Shiro knew that the future benefits the Su family would gain would be incalculable. For example, Su Qian's second uncle, a captain of the guard, might soon see his rank rise, and his cousin, a student from Yunlu Academy who was preparing for the spring exams, Su Xinyan, would likely not be assigned to some remote, insignificant post. The gatekeeper, Old Zhang, respectfully guided the three officers inside. Yes, the master and madam are currently having their meal in the back hall. Sirs, please wait in the front hall while I fetch the master. Nangong Shiro softened her tone a little. No need to waste time. I'll go myself. Under Old Zhang's guidance, they walked through the front hall to the rear courtyard. From a distance, they saw a youth and a beautiful, elegant young woman. They briefly glanced at each other. The young woman stopped in her tracks, her gaze scrutinizing the three officers. Old Zhang quickly explained, these lords are here to see the master. Su Lingyuan nodded politely, then turned her attention away, pulling her younger sibling aside. Although the little one was being pulled along, she couldn't help but curiously glance at Nangong Shiro. Then she raised her tiny hand and exclaimed, what a pretty big sister. She's as pretty as my mom. Nangong Shiro's face darkened. Pretty big sister, indeed. 100 punishments flashed through her mind, but in the end, she gave up on the urge to silence the little girl. Her restraint was hard won. The little one, however, kept calling out, pretty big sister. This made Nangong Shiro's mouth twitch uncontrollably. She thought, is this kid an idiot? Can't she see? She tilted her head slightly, pointing at her Adam's apple. The hint was obvious, but the foolish child didn't grasp her meaning at all, her eyes still twinkling as she stared at her. Nangong Shiro kept making not-so-subtle hints, frantically pointing at her Adam's apple, but the little one just replied, you're as pretty as my mom. Nangong Shiro almost spat fire, but it seemed she finally understood. To this child, being as pretty as her mother was an extremely high compliment. In the end, Nangong Shiro flicked her sleeves and left a dignified golden gong She wouldn't stoop to arguing with a child. Su Lingyue watched her go. The three figures disappeared into the main hall. For some reason, a faint unease rose in Su Lingyue's heart. Meanwhile, the little girl tilted her tiny face upward, curious. Big sister, why aren't you going? With no hidden agenda, Su Lingyue gently replied, they are colleagues of my big brother. We'll go to the ancestral hall later. She then took her younger sister by the hand and led her back. In the back hall, Su Pingji had just finished his meal. Startled, he stood up abruptly, quickly stepping forward. With a mix of confusion and anxiety, he clasped his hands in salute. Greetings, Golden Gong. Su Pingji felt a little uneasy. For a Golden Gong to visit the Su residence, such an honorable figure, even if Su Qian was doing exceptionally well in the watchman's office, it was unheard of for someone of such rank to lower themselves to visit a Copper Gong's home, unless there was an urgent matter. Realizing this, Su Pingji's expression became even more tense. A wave of unease welled up in his chest. Su Pingji, for this noble Golden Gong's visit, showed no sign of joy. Instead, his demeanor conveyed more worry than anything else. Meanwhile, a thought surfaced in his mind. This Golden Gong's appearance was so refined that, at a glance, one could mistake him for a woman, not unlike the androgynous second son. At this moment, the little girl returned with Su Lingyue, standing at the threshold. She cheerfully called out, pretty sister. Nan Gong Shiro frowned. This child was so annoying. Just wait until you start crying. But thinking of Su Qian's death, a touch of sadness rose in her heart. Her gaze shifted from Su Pingji to the beautiful woman at the dining table. The child wasn't wrong. Their mother truly was a stunning lady. Su Pingji tentatively asked, what brings you here, Golden Gong? Nan Gong Shiro withdrew her gaze, pausing for a moment before replying. Copper Gong Su Qian fell in the line of duty in Yunzhou. I'm here to deliver condolences. Nan Gong Shiro's words struck Su Pingji's ears like a thunderclap, shaking his very soul, leaving him utterly devastated. In an instant, the world lost all its color, and his mind was filled with nothing but grief. Su Lingyue, who had just entered, stood frozen in place, as if trying to convince herself she had misheard. Her aunt fared no better. Though she often complained about him, she had never truly resented him. Su Pingji was utterly distraught, murmuring Su Qian's name, and repeating the phrase, died in the line of duty. Su Qian was his nephew, his elder brother's only son, whom he had raised for 20 years. He was more than a son to him. No, even more cherished than a son. He was his brother's only heir, the sole bloodline survivor. He had raised him, hoped to see him marry, and wanted nothing more than to see him continue the family line. Now his nephew was gone. Just like that. In his dazed state, Su Pingji suddenly heard a thud. Turning back, he saw that his wife had fainted. He staggered over to support her, overwhelmed by tragedy. At this moment, it felt as though all hope had faded away. Only the little girl seemed unshaken, holding her sister's hand tighter. She then asked softly, big sister, what does died in the line of duty mean? Su Lingyue stood in silence, tears streaming down her face. Behind them, the gatekeeper old Zhang answered her question with a wail. Died in the line of duty means he's dead. Hearing the word, dead, the little girl understood everything. At 6 years old, she already knew what death meant. Nan Gong Shiro sighed internally. She placed the silver on the table and said, in 3 to 5 days, Su Qian's remains will be sent back to the capital. You should start preparing for the funeral. With that, Nan Gong Shiro turned to leave. However, the little girl broke free from her sister's grasp and ran after Nan Gong Shiro. Her small legs pumped furiously, and she stretched out her arms to block their way. Like a tiny lion, she roared, you're lying. Nan Gong Shiro ignored her and tried to walk around, but the little girl wouldn't give up, chasing after her and shouting, you're lying, you're lying. A child's logic is simple. If she could beat the liar, make them take back their words, then her big brother would come back. Nan Gong Shiro quickened her pace, leaving the Su residence with 2 fellow watchmen, but the little girl, unyielding, chased after them. In her haste, she tripped. The 2 watchmen hesitated, wanting to help the little girl up. But she just lay on the ground, crying softly, her small body trembling. She looked like a tiny, abandoned animal. Nan Gong Shiro suddenly felt a pang of regret. Perhaps she should have waited a while, until the child had gone to school, before delivering the news of Su Qian's death. She turned to the watchman on her left. Take her back. Make sure her family looks after her. Inside the Su residence, Su Pingji carried his unconscious wife back to their room. Then he returned, looking for his daughter to console her. But Su Lingyue was just sitting at the table, her eyes empty, her body motionless. Su Pingji let out a slow breath, then turned to the gatekeeper, old Zhang. Send someone to the academy. Let Erlang know what happened. Tell him to come back quickly. Old Zhang wiped his tears and nodded before leaving. There weren't many people in the household who could ride, and considering the gravity of the situation and the urgency of time, Su Pingji knew he might have to go to the academy himself, but the visitor at old Zhang's door also knew that at this moment, the master couldn't ride a horse. A round trip from the capital to Qingyun Mountain takes 2 hours. If one's riding skills aren't refined, it would take even longer. Su Xinyan returned home alone. He had left the messenger behind. He burst through the door, pale-faced, stumbling as he entered the house. He rushed into the family hall, where he saw his relatives. Su Pingji's eyes were red as he looked at him. He spoke softly, "Erlang, your elder brother. He's gone." Su Xinyan staggered, his vision turning dark. At noon, the sky grew gloomy. A cold wind raged, followed by heavy snow. In the imperial palace's garden, the crown prince had invited a few princes and 3 princesses to enjoy the snowfall at Qingjie Pavilion. The crown prince took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "It snowed last year too. I thought we wouldn't see snow again until the end of the year, but unexpectedly, it came right after spring. According to the astrologers, the heavier the snowfall before spring, the better the harvest in autumn. I wonder if it's true." Although this snow fell after spring, it still caught the tail end of the season. At this moment, the 3rd princess asked, "What's going on with Huijing lately? He's been staying in his chambers all the time. When people invite him out for drinks, he always claims to be unwell." The 4th prince shook his head quietly. "I don't know. Huijing hasn't appeared for a while. He used to occasionally meet with the royal siblings, but recently he's been shutting himself off from everyone." Although the 4th prince and Huijing were born to the same mother, Huijing's personality made it difficult even for siblings to get close to him. Linen thought proudly, "It must be my brilliance that's made him too ashamed to show his face." With the popularity of the game of Go spreading, Linen's reputation had stirred up the capital. Under the dazzling light of this princess, it's only natural that the lowly Huijing would stay home and not dare to go out. The crown prince sensed that the atmosphere was turning tense. He quickly changed the topic. "This snow is an auspicious sign. Did you hear about yesterday's report on the 800-mile victory?" The 4th prince responded. "Zhang Xingying has successfully quelled the Yunzhou rebellion." The crown prince nodded. The rebels had colluded with the Wushan cult in Yunzhou. Their intentions were treacherous. Fortunately, Zhang Xuanfu's exceptional abilities allowed him to uncover and crush their conspiracy. After a pause, the crown prince glanced at his sister Linen. In this case, Su Qian made significant contributions. He truly deserves his title as Lord of Chang'e County. Linen instinctively raised her fair chin, ready to boast proudly. "Of course, Su Qian is mine." But halfway through, she froze. Her beautiful, charming face slowly lost its smile. Her almond-shaped eyes widened slightly, but they appeared hollow. She stared blankly at the crown prince and asked, "The crown prince, what did you say?" The 4th prince sighed. "You still don't know?" Su Qian, the copper gong, sacrificed his life. Linen stood frozen in place, her expression seemingly turning to stone. At that moment, she finally understood why Huijing had been acting so strangely these past few days. He had already known everything, but why didn't he tell her sooner? These thoughts swirled silently in Linen's mind. A cup of wine slipped from someone's hand and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. It was as if her heart had shattered too. The sudden sound startled everyone. They turned their astonished gazes toward Linen. But Linen seemed unaware of her own loss of composure, sitting motionless like a wooden statue. Her delicate, fair hand clutched the crown prince's sleeve tightly. Her voice trembled with sobs as she cried, "Brother crown prince, you must be joking with Linen, right?" Her eyes glistened with tears, pleading desperately. The crown prince hesitated, his expression darkening. He gently pushed Linen's hand away. Qinsheng said, "It's true. The emperor has already made arrangements. Once the copper gong's remains are returned to the capital, a decree will be issued to honor him." He added, "Linen, remember your status. As a dignified princess of Dafeng, you shouldn't lose composure over a subordinate's sacrifice." Linen quietly withdrew her hand. It turned out that the brother who was always as warm as spring could not understand her feelings at this moment. Instead, it was the wind and snow outside that seemed to resonate with her heart. She rose silently, walking into the vast snowstorm. She no longer wished to stay here, because the people here were colder than the frost. The crown prince called after her retreating figure, but Linen could not give him a response. Her red-clad figure moved forward silently. Snowflakes fell softly onto her hair. A palace maid chased after her, opening an oil paper umbrella as she hurried to catch up. This maid, once chided by Su Qian, understood Linen's feelings the most. In her heart, she sighed. What a pity, that copper gong has fallen. Suddenly, she heard a soft sobbing. Startled, she turned, only to find Linen already in tears. The maid called out hesitantly, glancing around nervously. Fortunately, the heavy snowfall kept others away. She lowered her voice. "Your Highness, why are you crying? Is it because of him?" Linen gave no answer. Tears rolled down silently. Memories of her time with that dog servant surged uncontrollably in her mind. She didn't want to believe it. She couldn't believe it. That clever dog servant. How could he meet such a fate in Yunzhou? that wretched place. Linen raised her hand to her chest, her voice trembling as she said, I don't know. I just feel so empty inside. Meanwhile, at the Moon Pavilion, Chu Kaiwei had come to the palace early to enjoy herself. She held a cup of tea, nibbling on pastries, watching the snowfall outside with a cheerful smile. Snowing? I love snowy days. When the snow stops, I can have snowball fights with my senior brothers, and even build snowmen or snow horses. Princess Huijing, dressed in a white palace gown, was also gazing at the snowy landscape outside. Though her chambermaid chatted beside her, she paid no attention. Her hand held a scroll, but her eyes were unfocused, lost in the snow. Chu Kaiwei felt ignored. Princess Huijing, what's wrong with you? You've been so distracted these days. Huijing said faintly, Kaiwei, the letter I wrote for him, I fear it will never reach his hands. Chu Kaiwei, still munching on pastries, asked carelessly, why not? Outside, the wind and snow seemed almost supernatural, howling like a fierce ghost. Chu Kaiwei widened her eyes, waiting for Huijing's answer. Huijing met her gaze, silent and unmoving. The once sharp light in her eyes had dimmed. Her voice rasped, Su Qian, he's gone. Chu Kaiwei's bright eyes suddenly went blank, and her hand trembled. The pastry she loved fell to the ground, breaking into pieces, but she showed no reaction. At the stargazing tower of the Astronomical Bureau, Chu Kaiwei climbed the steps despondently. She reached the top, stopping behind Jianzheng. She said nothing, just sniffled in frustration. Jianzheng didn't turn around, but chuckled and took a sip of wine. Since you were little, every time your senior brothers teased you, you'd come crying to me for help. Chu Kaiwei pouted. Nobody teased me. She tried hard to hold back her tears. She was just a naive girl. Her emotions were written all over her face, and her tears wouldn't obey, pouring out all at once. She sobbed quietly for a while. Finally, she said, Su Qian is gone. I'm so sad. Jianzheng watched her silently. He didn't offer any words of comfort. He simply watched her sob quietly for a moment. Then he turned his head to look southward, as if focused on something. However, from the perspective of an ordinary person, there was nothing but wind and snow. After a while, Jianzheng withdrew his gaze, and chuckled softly. He said calmly, this is a good thing. Chu Kaiwei's sobs halted at these words, and she glared at him angrily. Finally, she stomped her foot, and cried while cursing, you old codger, you old fool. My friend is dead, and you call it a good thing. Why don't you just die too? Jianzheng was a bit annoyed. This useless disciple of his, is that how you talk to your teacher? Your teacher has lived for 500 years, and I'm not done yet. I still want another 500 years. Chu Kaiwei completely forgot her grief. All that was left was anger. She glared at him and retorted, and what you just said, is that something a teacher should say? But Jianzheng just chuckled again. As Chu Kaiwei was about to lash out once more, Jianzheng quickly said, when I say it's a good thing, then it's a good thing. Still smiling, he said, 2 years ago, I gave you a rebirth pill. Did you take it? Chu Kaiwei wiped her tears and asked in confusion, what rebirth pill? Jianzheng looked annoyed. The one I spent 60 years refining just 3 of, the rebirth pill. The Emperor Yuanjin begged me for it, but I didn't give him one. Chu Kaiwei rummaged through her pouch and took out a package. This one, it's in my bag. I forgot all about it. I never needed it. Jianzheng smiled and closed the pouch, clearly confident. He knew his foodie disciple wouldn't lie to him. Then he said meaningfully, remember? You gave that rebirth pill to Su Qian. Chu Kaiwei stared at the old man in front of her, not understanding his words. But Su Qian is already dead. How could I give it to him? Frustrated. Jianzheng sighed, clearly annoyed. But he held back and said firmly, just say you did. Chu Kaiwei shook her head. I didn't though. It's still in my bag. Jianzheng's face darkened, and he snapped, be quiet. You gave it to him. If anyone asks, that's what you'll say. And since you've only just entered the 6th rank, don't go out for a while. Chu Kaiwei stared at him with wide, innocent eyes, looking utterly confused and a bit resentful. Even though she realized this meant no more sneaking into the palace to enjoy free meals and drinks, she decided to listen and comply. Once Chu Kaiwei left, Jianzheng opened his palm. A transparent, golden pill lay quietly in his hand. He plucked a single white hair, blew gently on it. The hair floated on the wind, rising higher and higher. It suddenly transformed into a large, white bird. The bird let out a mournful cry and circled in the sky briefly. Then it swooped down and snatched the rebirth pill from Jianzheng's hand. Jianzheng watched it fly away, the smile on his lips growing wider. Back in her room, Chu Kaiwei looked into her small deerskin pouch. Why did the teacher suddenly bring up the rebirth pill, and even say it was given to Su Qian? But as she searched through the pouch, she couldn't find the pill. She was sure it had been there. Now it was gone. What should she do? Meanwhile, on a funeral ship, in a dim cabin, Yang Qianhuan sat cross-legged, his back to a coffin. Do you really trust Wei Yuan so much? He murmured. That you're willing to tell him all your secrets? Inwardly, he reflected, that Su Qian is Wei Yuan's illegitimate son. A simple thought proves it impossible. Su Qian is 20 years old, but over 20 years ago, Wei Yuan had already become a palace eunuch. Inside the coffin, Su Qian, he knew exactly what young Qianhuan was thinking. Of course, the joke about being someone's father was just a joke. Do you even understand jokes or not? At this thought, Su Qian calmly said, trust? Of course, I trust him. Lord Wei has been very kind to me. He's always been willing to support me. Saying his kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain wouldn't be an exaggeration. But honestly, I hesitate to tell him my secrets. Yang Qianhuan's curiosity was piqued. Why? He asked. Su Qian thought for a moment. How should I put it? Lord Wei's mind is so deep, you can't see through him. You never know what he's truly thinking, so you don't know how he'll react if you share a secret with him. The King of Pretenders nodded thoughtfully. That's true. Lord Wei is like my teacher. Both are terrifyingly deep things. Even I, a man who can pluck the moon and snatch the stars, can't see through them. Yang Qianhuan asked again, confused. Then why are you willing to share these inner thoughts with me? Su Qian smiled. Because, senior brother Yang has a pure heart. Aside from your love of showing off, you don't care about much else. Yang Qianhuan nodded, but he still felt something was off. It didn't sound entirely like a compliment. Then he asked, well, have you ever thought about leaving I mean, you're already dead. You could go anywhere. Su Qian sighed, but my family is still in the capital. If I could return, I'd still want to go back. I've dreamed of roaming the land with a sword, but no matter where you go, if you have a home you can always return to, you don't feel lost. If I leave the capital, I might never be able to return. Yang Qianhuan nodded slightly. That's true. When I'm away from home, just knowing that I have senior and junior brothers at the astronomical bureau, and that my teacher is still there, makes me feel at ease. I'm not truly without a home. He was merely traveling. Su Qian said he wanted to consult Wei Yuan's opinion, but it was just an excuse. In truth, Yang Qianhuan was weighing the consequences of being honest. He was fully aware of Wei Yuan's kindness. However, once he revealed everything, would Wei Yuan choose to seal the divine book again, or turn a blind eye? Without any precedent to rely on, Su Qian didn't dare to take the risk. After all, he wasn't Wei Yuan's biological son, but he couldn't bear to leave the capital, leaving him caught in a dilemma. Moreover, the monk of the divine book had once demanded his secrecy, forbidding him from revealing its existence. Su Qian couldn't predict what the monk would do if he broke his promise and told Wei Yuan. Just because someone with godlike power always seems kind and gentle, it doesn't mean you can trust them as a benevolent saint. At this moment, Su Qian asked, Brother Yang, are you married? Yang Qianhuan shook his head. No, women are a burden. I don't need one. Su Qian remarked regretfully. I see. He had been wondering whether, when the Pretender King was with his wife, he also refused to show his face. If that were the case, then the Pretender King would have only two choices. 1. Become a man who forever stands behind his wife, like the sub-sage of Yunlu Academy. Or 2. Be a warm-hearted, chivalrous man. As he thought this, a strange bird's mournful cry came from outside the ship. The sound was desolate, like a ghostly wail in the night. Yang Qianhuan froze for a moment, then suddenly sat up, startled. Su Qian frowned. What's wrong? The Pretender King had lost all his usual composure. He blurted out, that bird's cry. It's the teacher's aura. Su Qian was taken aback, but before he could ask, Yang Qianhuan had already vanished. A moment later, the mournful bird's cry ceased. Su Qian was completely puzzled. Shortly after, the figure of the white-robed sorcerer returned to the cabin. He continued to face away from Su Qian. Yang Qianhuan's voice carried a tone of confusion and uncertainty. Teacher sent me a rebirth pill. Su Qian instinctively replied, too late. Yang Qianhuan said, do you know the story of a cocoon transforming into a butterfly? Still sitting in the coffin, Su Qian scoffed. That's not a story. It's one of those cliched old tales, isn't it? As familiar as those little fables everyone knows. Brother Yang, just get to the point. Yang Qianhuan didn't seem to mind. The main ingredient of the rebirth pill is the golden silk cocoon butterfly, combined with a secret recipe. It can prolong life, renew the body, and it's not just an empty promise. After taking this pill, one will fall into a deep sleep for half an hour, like a silkworm forming a cocoon. During this time, all vitality is contained, and the person appears as if dead. Even the soul goes dormant. The body becomes like a cocoon, nurturing a new form, hence the name rebirth pill. However, this pill is more of a life-saving elixir. It's only meant to be taken when one is critically injured and near death. Su Qian's thoughts wandered, wondering if taking this pill would mean starting over as a virgin. Yang Qianhuan continued, still, it's not very practical. Would never give me the chance to take the pill. High-level martial artists, battles often end in utter destruction. Su Qian then asked, what about taking it under normal conditions? The King of Pretenders explained, it just extends your lifespan. At most, it improves your overall condition. While that's good, it doesn't justify its high production cost. My teacher only makes one batch every 60 years, and that batch contains only 3 pills. Su Qian nodded in understanding. This pill doesn't seem that useful, he thought. Why would Jianjing send it to you then? But as he spoke, he froze, as if he had just realized something. What exactly was Jianjing thinking? Yang Qianhuan, too, paused in confusion. Although he enjoyed showing off, he wasn't stupid. They both fell into silence for a while. Then, as if in unison, they said, "Could it be for me?" The strange resonance between the two men only brought an awkward silence. Yang Qianhuan's mind started racing. Teacher had sent him to Yunzhou to watch over Su Qian. Now, he'd sent the rebirth pill. But Yang Qianhuan had no use for such a thing. Even a low-ranking sorcerer like Sister Kaiwei would rarely need it. If it wasn't for Su Qian, who else could it be for? Coincidentally, Su Qian had just come back to life, and he was struggling to explain it. And now, at this exact time, a rebirth pill arrives. Su Qian's mind also began to race. This rebirth pill was clearly tailored for him, perfect for resolving his current dilemma. Brother Yang wouldn't have any need for it. But how did Jianjing know he needed it? Could he know about Su's current situation? Could he know about Su's resurrection? If Jianjing knew that, he likely also knew that the severed arm of the monk in the divine book was hidden in Su's body, and Jianjing had turned a blind eye to the demon clan's presence at the temple. He'd done nothing when the monk's arm escaped from Sangbo. Then, when the capital was attacked, the arm had gone on a killing spree, wiping out the Pingyuan Marquis' household. While there were items that concealed its aura to block Jianjing's high-level perception, impossible. The remnants of the demon clan had released the arm of the monk, then secretly sent it to Su's home, allowing it to parasitize him and nurture the arm. This implied that Su was the only one in the capital who could sustain the divine monk's arm. The biggest mystery about Su's body was his. In other words, the demon clan knew of the oddity within him, yet in all his life, Su had only fought a single reptilian creature and a gray fox. He had no deeper interactions with the demon clan. Wait, could Jianjing know about his strange condition? Jianzheng had given him the black gold saber. Through secretive methods, he had imparted the heaven and earth one-blade technique. Wow, the more I think about it, the scarier it gets. Two guesses floated up in Su Qian's mind. The first was that Jianzheng had colluded with the demon clan. The second was that but chose to stand by for some reason. I'm leaning toward the first guess, because if Jianjing didn't reveal the secret within my body to the demon clan, how else would they know I was special? I've never had close contact with the demon clan myself. If Wei Yuan's gifts made me feel grateful, made me feel safe accepting them, then Jianjing's gift. To quote a popular phrase nowadays, every gift from fate has already been secretly priced. Yang Qianhuan flicked a finger, and the rebirth pill fell into Su Qian's hands. Take it, and you can safely return to the capital. When someone asks, just say it's a pill gifted by the Astronomical Bureau. You knew your life was uncertain, so you took the rebirth pill in advance. When the effects set in, you entered a state of complete renewal, appearing dead. Zhang Xuanfu and the others thought you died in battle, but you were just in a deep sleep. Su Qian laughed. This is the best option for now. Please thank Jianjing for me. He then took out a few letters. Once I fall asleep, I'll probably sleep all the way to the capital. A smart person would never allow themselves to die a social death, at least not a second time. With that, he paused and rephrased. At least not twice. He waved, and the letters turned into scattered pieces of paper. The official ship moved along the canal, slowly heading toward the capital. In the palace, the crown prince wrapped in a large fur cloak, walked through the snowy landscape. Arriving at Consort Chen's garden, the crown prince removed his cloak and handed it to a waiting maid. Inside, the room was as warm as spring. The scent of flowers filled the air. Consort Chen asked with a smile, "Why hasn't Linen come?" The crown prince and took his seat. He began eating and drinking, served by the maids. After a moment, he casually remarked, "This wine is pretty good." Consort Chen smiled warmly. "It's 100 days spring sent by Her Majesty. This wine is nourishing and healthy. If you like it, have some more." The mother and son chatted and dined together. The atmosphere was harmonious. Because Emperor Yuanjing was obsessed with cultivating immortality, he had no interest in women. The imperial harem had long become a stagnant pond. The lonely and bored consorts couldn't even find a reason to start any palace intrigues. As a result, the crown prince and Linen frequently visited their mother. They would dine and chat with her to alleviate her loneliness. Suddenly, Consort Chen frowned. "Is Linen unwell? I sent someone to call her, but they reported back that she's shut herself in her room and won't see anyone." The crown prince sighed. "Well, mother, don't you think Linen is also of marriageable age now?" Consort Chen nodded helplessly. "His Majesty is so absorbed in his cultivation that he completely neglects your marriages. Even the Empress, as the official mother, stays withdrawn. She doesn't care about the fourth prince or Hua Qing's matters, let alone Linen." The crown prince nodded. "Mother, I think we should marry off Linen as soon as possible." Consort Chen carefully observed the crown prince and asked, "What makes you say that?" The crown prince set down his cup heavily, but didn't answer. He was certain that Linen had developed feelings for that copper gong. At her age, she was prone to romantic notions. Being a willful and spoiled girl, she was actually very pure-hearted. It made her easy prey for emotional deception, since no one dared to get close to her normally. There had been no signs of this before. But as soon as a man appeared who suited her tastes, feelings were bound to sprout, and they would grow strong. Linen's recent melancholy was proof enough. Fortunately, that copper gong was already dead. Even so, the crown prince realized Linen had reached the age where she needed to marry. Consort Chin frowned and advised, drink less. The crown prince hiccuped and got up to leave. A cold wind hit him as he stepped outside, the fresh air clearing his head, the cold wind blowing. The crown prince finally felt much more comfortable. Accompanied by his guards, he headed back. Along the way, a eunuch standing by the road spotted the crown prince's group. He quickly approached, bowed and said, "Your Highness, Consort Fu requests your presence at the snow pavilion." Linen pushed open the window, and through her teary eyes, she saw that snow had blanketed the entire courtyard. She had been reading the letter sent by that servant. Reading it had brought her to tears again. He had died in the Yunzhou Mountains. Now, he lay in a cold coffin, being transported back over thousands of miles. He would silently return to the capital. What saddened her most was that, as a princess, she couldn't even attend his funeral. Linen angrily wiped away her tears, chiding herself. "Why am I crying? It's just a servant's death. It's just a servant's death," she repeated. At that moment, a frantic shout came from outside. "Your Highness!" Linen's personal maid burst through the door. Linen quickly turned away, hastily wiping her tears. But what the maid said next left her stunned. "The crown prince has been imprisoned." It was a thunderbolt on a clear day. Linen exclaimed in shock. "What? Imprisoned? Over here?" In the Hall of Judicial Review, Emperor Yuanjing's face was grim. The Minister of Justice handed over a post-mortem report on Consort Fu. "Your Majesty, please review it." It was the verdict given by the 5 judges. A senior eunuch took the autopsy report and presented it to Emperor Yuanjing. The emperor glanced at it briefly, then asked coldly, "Was Consort Fu violated?" The Minister of Justice replied in a low voice, "The judges only conducted a preliminary examination, not wanting to disturb her remains." In the emperor's chamber, old servants brewed tea in silence. Emperor Yuanjing muttered, "That beast?" The Minister of Justice quickly reported, "The Crown Prince, Your Highness, has been confined to his quarters. Wait for the Emperor's decision." Emperor Yuanjing gave a cold snort. "Send it to the Court of Judicial Review. I want results within 3 days." The Minister of Justice was immediately flustered. "Your Majesty, the case is complex. 3 days may not be enough." Emperor Yuanjing's face darkened, his voice carrying immense authority. "You only have 3 days. The Minister of Justice gritted his teeth and suggested, "Your Majesty, under Wei Gong's oversight, there are talented individuals. Why not transfer the case to the office of the Inspector General?" The Chief Justice thought it was a great idea, and immediately stepped forward to support it. Wei Yuan calmly glanced at the 2 ministers. "Talented individuals? Which ones do you mean, Minister?" "The ones capable of handling this are already dead in Yunzhou." The Minister of Justice and the Chief Justice exchanged a look. The Copper Gong, who had solved numerous challenging cases, was gone, having perished in the Yunzhou Mountains. They had previously thought they had someone to take the blame, but now that person was gone. The Minister of Justice and the Chief Justice suddenly felt conflicted. The timeline of events involving Consort Fu was as follows. This afternoon, the Crown Prince returned from drinking with Consort Chun. Somehow, he ended up at Consort Fu's residence. Not long after, Consort Fu was found in disarray, allegedly assaulted by the Crown Prince. In her rage and despair, she leapt from a balcony, breaking through the railing and falling to her death. This incident not only implicated the royal family's reputation. If the Crown Prince was found guilty, it would affect the line of succession. The stakes were far too complex. Neither the Chief Justice nor the Ministry of Justice wanted to handle this hot potato. Emperor Yuanjing furrowed his brow. He knew Wei Yuan was referring to Su Qian, the Copper Gong who had died in Yunzhou. Before, he had always found that Copper Gong annoying and disagreeable. But now, faced with this case, Emperor Yuanjing suddenly realized how valuable that Copper Gong's skills had been. His death was a great loss. With this thought, Emperor Yuanjing slammed the table in anger, exclaiming, "Is the Great Feng really so bereft of talent? Can't we solve a case without a single Copper Gong?" The 3 ministers immediately bowed deeply. "Forgive us, Your Majesty." At that moment, a eunuch hurriedly arrived outside the royal study. Emperor Yuanjing's voice was filled with suppressed anger. "What's going on out there?" The eunuch hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, Princess Linen seeks an audience." Hearing that Linen wanted to see him, Emperor Yuanjing knew it must be about the Crown Prince. He pinched the bridge of his nose. "Send her away. I won't see her these next few days." The eunuch accepted the order and left. Outside, Linen, charming, elegant, and anxious, waited restlessly, flanked by 2 personal maids. The eunuch quietly said, "Your Highness, His Majesty won't see you. Please return." Linen bit her lip, stubbornly refusing to leave. She waited outside the royal study until the heads of the 3 judicial departments came out. The Minister of Justice sighed. "Your Highness, it's freezing cold. Please take care of your health. Don't catch a chill." The Chief Justice added, When snow starts melting, it's the coldest. Your Highness, your delicate constitution can't take this. Linen shook her head, refusing to leave. Her maids looked worried and uncertain. Wei Yuan, draping his robe closer, approached Linen. He gently said, I have a few questions for your Highness. Linen's slightly dazed eyes focused. Lord Wei, please ask. Wei Yuan gently asked, did you and the Crown Prince often visit Consort Shin? Linen nodded. My brother and I often accompanied our mother. Wei Yuan asked again, did you drink alcohol? Linen continued nodding. Yes, we did. Did you drink to excess? Wei Yuan inquired further. Linen shook her head. Not much, but my brother did overindulge a bit. Wei Yuan's tone grew more serious. In the past, did you or the Crown Prince ever visit Consort Fu's quarters? Did the Crown Prince ever roam other parts of the harem? Linen fell silent, not answering right away. Her gaze drifted to the royal study, her heart full of doubts. Were these questions from Wei Yuan really on her father's orders? She thought for a moment, then loudly declared, of course not. My brother is well aware of his status and has always acted prudently. He would never do something so treasonous. Wei Yuan asked no further questions, and instead turned and left. The Minister of Justice and the Chief Justice followed. Cold wind howled. Linen shivered, lowering her head slightly, her red dress standing out vividly against the snow-covered scenery, a beautiful yet melancholic sight. She waited for 2 hours. Emperor Yuanjing would not see her. Linen's body grew colder and colder, her legs gradually losing sensation. Her heart felt frozen as well. At that moment, she thought, if only he were still here. A familiar voice called from behind. Why are you still here? She stiffly turned her neck to look back, and saw the last person she wanted to see, Huaiqing. Huaiqing wore a beautiful white court dress, embroidered with vibrant plum blossoms. Her poised, graceful demeanor blended perfectly with the snowy landscape, like an ethereal immortal untouched by the mortal world. Though there was no mirror, Linen knew full well, she must have looked like a pitiful quail, shivering in the cold wind. Feeling wronged, Linen turned her head away. Are you here to mock me? Huaiqing's cool gaze fell on the two maids. Is this how you attend to the second princess? Take them away and have them beaten to death. The guards behind Huaiqing stepped forward at once. The two maids trembled, but dared not resist. Linen spun around in shock. Stop, she cried out. She tried to intervene, but she overestimated herself. Her frozen legs buckled, and she fell into the snow. Still, she ignored her discomfort and crawled forward inch by inch through the snow. When she could move no farther, she forced herself upright. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. Linen was anxious. Everything seemed to be falling apart. The copper gong was gone. The crown prince was in prison, and now even Huaiqing wanted to kill her people. She stubbornly lifted her chin and tried to protect what little she had left. Huaiqing, you dare to kill my people. Huaiqing stepped closer, looking down at the maids from above. If I killed father right now, he wouldn't say a word against me. I'll give you 2 choices. Either stay here, I don't care, and I'll chop them down, or leave now, and stop disgracing yourself here. Supported by her maids, she stood up. Perhaps out of defiance towards Huaiqing, she wiped away her tears, pushed the maids aside, and glared at Huaiqing. I don't believe my brother would do such a thing. Huaiqing, her expression cold, replied, what does that have to do with me? That left her speechless for a moment. Biting her lip, she stumbled forward. But after a few steps, she stopped. She didn't turn back. She just said bitterly, if he were still here, he would clear my brother's name. With that, she stumbled away in her red dress. Watching her retreating figure fade into the distance, Princess Huaiqing let out a breath. The captain of her guard, puzzled, asked, Your Highness, the second princess doesn't appreciate it. Why go through the trouble? Huaiqing sneered. Do I need her gratitude? The captain sighed. The emperor was so cruel, making her wait out here for so long. Huaiqing's eyes turned sharp. 50 strokes for saying that. The captain realized his mistake. Quickly covering his mouth, even in this cold, he broke into a cold sweat. At least there was no one around. If his words got out, it wouldn't just be 50 strokes. As the snow melted, the boat carrying the deceased watchmen's bodies finally reached the dock in the capital. 3 watchmen on board carried down the coffins containing the copper gong's remains, hired a few wagons and transported them to the watchmen's headquarters. There, the coffins were received by a department responsible for handling the remains of the fallen. A few officials pried open the coffin. A faint smell of decay spread out. Though it was freezing cold, the body was relatively well preserved. However, it had still started to decompose. The officials, used to seeing corpses, took antidotal pills and covered their noses and mouths. While confirming the identity of the body, they chatted, losing 3 silver gongs in one go. What a heavy loss. Yunzhou is already in rebellion. This is a relatively small loss, but it's a shame about Su Tongluo. Yeah, even though he was only here a few months, he was already a rising star in the office. Who didn't know that Lord Wei appreciated him? And now he's gone just like that. What do you think those courtesans at Fangxi, when they hear about Su Tongluo's death, say? Women in those places, what loyalty can you expect? But Fu Xiang was close to Su Tongluo, wasn't she? Why was Fu Xiang close to Su Tongluo? Even you know about that now? Everyone in the capital knows. Just then, one of the officials opened Su Qian's coffin, but they let out a surprised sound. After a closer inspection, they exclaimed, Su Tongluo's body is the most intact. The stench isn't even noticeable. Another official curiously said, let me try. As they spoke, they lightly scraped at Su Qian's skin. The skin split easily. Everyone jumped in fright. Such actions were highly inappropriate for a corpse. They hurriedly closed the coffin. Not long after, at the Haoqi building, a man in black entered. He reported to Lord Wei Yuan, Lord Wei, the documents from Yunzhou have arrived. The remains of the 3 silver gongs and 2 bronze gongs have been sent back to the office. Looking down to confirm the identities, Wei Yuan raised his head, but said nothing. However, the sadness in his eyes revealed everything. After a moment of silence, Wei Yuan instructed that the remains of the gongs be delivered to their families. At the Stargazing Tower's 8 trigrams platform, a white-robed figure appeared on the stage. With a clear and melodious recitation, one grasps the moon and plucks the stars. Just as the profound words continued, they abruptly choked. No matter what, the words wouldn't come out. A few seconds later, Yang Qianhuan weakly said, Teacher, I've returned. Jianzheng didn't turn around. He simply responded, I've known all along. The master and disciple stood back to back without an embrace. The Ba Wang, conqueror, continued. Su Qian has already returned safely to the capital. This trip to Yunzhou was full of peril, but ended without mishap. But what's going on with Su Qian? How can he return from the dead? And why do you care so much about him? Also, Yunzhou actually had a 3rd-rank sorcerer, and at least 3rd rank. But aside from our 4 heavenly seers, where else could such a high-ranking sorcerer come from? Jianzheng laughed. Don't worry about Su Qian. I'll handle it myself. Yang Qianhuan thought to himself, Master Kaiwei was right. You really are a conniving old man. Then Jianzheng added, as for that Yunzhou sorcerer, you don't need to concern yourself. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't understand. A long sigh from Jianzheng followed. Let Song Qing out for me. The conqueror, puzzled, asked, what did Song Qing do this time? When this came up, Jianzheng seemed unusually irritated. Suppressing his anger, he replied, he made a person. Yang Qianhuan turned around in shock, as if wondering if he heard wrong. But then he thought again. To take alchemy to such a level, Song Qing would be the first in history. However, he added, his personality flaws are too significant, stubborn, refusing to advance. Jianzheng smirked, you're not much better. Keep an eye on him for me. Don't let him do something foolish again. In a few days, your 5th junior sister will be out of retreat, with the 2nd not in the capital. Take care of the junior brothers and sisters. Yang Qianhuan was delighted, saying, 5th junior sister has completed her retreat. She, like me, successfully advanced to the 4th rank. She's now a certified master. But Jianzheng put down his wine cup and sighed deeply, saying, 4th rank formation master. She still has a long way to go. Surprised, Yang Qianhuan asked, then why release her now? Aren't you worried for her safety? Jianzheng finally smiled, a knowing smile, and replied, her opportunity to advance has arrived. At the Su Manor, meanwhile, the gate signboard was draped with white mourning banners. The red lanterns had been replaced with white ones. Once the news was received, the Su family began preparing for the funeral. However, they still did not know the exact date when Big Brother's remains would arrive, so the household had not yet changed into mourning attire. The atmosphere in the manor was somber these past days. Even second uncle, usually so cheerful, had become quiet and withdrawn. Auntie often shed tears, though not openly, usually crying alone at night. Second brother, trying to stay strong, often sat in a daze. Even though he often teased his rough older brother, they were still family. Su Lingyue, usually straightforward and lively, had become more subdued. She seemed drained and listless. Little Do Ding, since hearing the bad news, had lost her appetite and grown visibly thinner. In the first couple of days, she often calling out for Big Brother. A child's world is small. It's just a few family members. Suddenly losing one, her world was incomplete. In the morning, the Su Manor finally received Big Brother's remains. He lay in a coffin, brought back on a cart. Su Pingji heard the news and rushed out like the wind. But when he saw the coffin on the cart, he suddenly didn't dare approach. The bronze gong responsible for delivering the body glanced at him and said, Lord Su, let's go inside first. Then they began to move. Several people worked together to carry Su Qian's coffin into the Su Manor. They mainly feared that upon seeing Big Brother's remains, the family might collapse emotionally. Standing at the front gate, they began to wail in mourning. Once the coffin was delivered to the mourning hall, the undertakers didn't stay long. Lord Su, we'll take our leave now, they said. Su Pingji replied hoarsely, I won't see you out. Although his response lacked courtesy, the undertakers didn't mind. Inside the mourning hall, Shinsheng, Erlang, and the Su sisters silently gazed at the coffin. None of them spoke, as if they were waiting for something. Su Pingji knew that as the head of the family, there were certain responsibilities he had to shoulder, such as being the first to face his nephew's remains, the first to confront the overwhelming sorrow. The lid of the coffin was slowly lifted, the heavy sound of it sliding open, tore at their hearts. Inside, Su Qian lay motionless. His skin was dry and lifeless, his lips pale and colorless. Everything about him showed that he had been dead for a long time. The faint hope Su Pingji had held onto shattered completely. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, at this moment, the tide of grief that overwhelmed them engulfed the entire family. Xinsheng and Su Lingyue clung to the coffin, wailing in anguish. Su Pingji struggled to stay on his feet, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Su Erlang turned his head away, unable to look at his brother's remains. Little Do Ding leaned forward, her cries rising sharply. Meanwhile, in the spiritual world, Su Qian suddenly frowned. What the hell? Who's disturbing my sleep? He floated in an endless void, neither grounded nor airborne, with nothing to hold on to. All he could hear were chaotic cries. Suddenly, he remembered. I should be home. That crying must be Auntie's, and those two sisters of mine. Then he thought to himself, this must be the second time I've died. The first was from alcohol poisoning. I can't believe I didn't delete those stupid wife lines in that 120-line script. It's embarrassing to think about it now. As he kept thinking about it, he let out a sigh. Tomorrow the whole village will come to my house for a meal. Huiqing and Princess Linen probably can't come since they're royalty. They're unlikely to show up, but Kaiwei will definitely come. If she doesn't, I'll divorce her as soon as I wake up. But will Fu Xiang come? Oh right, he probably doesn't even know I'm dead yet. The sky grew darker. The crying in the Su manor gradually subsided, because everyone's voices were hoarse, reduced to soft sobbing. Su Lingyue, her voice raspy, said, Mother, please go back to your room and rest. Second brother and I will stay here to keep watch over big brother. Their aunt shook her head slowly. Your big brother has drifted on the river for so long. Now that he's home, I won't let him be lonely. I'm fine. I'll keep watch here. When your father left him in my care, he was just the size of my palm. I didn't know the first thing about raising a child. Your father was just a lowly soldier. We had no money. We couldn't afford a wet nurse. So I boiled goat milk for him to drink. I fumbled through each day, taking care of him. Her words, every one of them, reached Su Qian's ears. It was only now that he realized Aunt Shin truly loved him. Su Qian felt touched. His aunt kept talking. But this ungrateful brat just got more annoying as he grew up. Out of the three of you, he was the ugliest and the most troublesome. Whenever I showed even a little care for you or Erlang, he'd get jealous. He always thought I didn't love him, that he was a motherless child. Su Pingji angrily interrupted. Stop it, Aunt Shin shrieked. Why shouldn't I say it? I raised him from nothing. And now he's gone. If I'd known, I might as well have raised a rat instead. As she continued speaking, her tears fell once more. Her shoulders trembled as she sobbed, bringing tears to Su Pingji's eyes as well. His expression grew even more forlorn. At that moment, the steward, old Zhang, hurried over. Master, madam, a young lady has arrived outside. She says she wants to keep vigil for big brother. Everyone immediately stopped crying, their eyes turning in confusion to old Zhang. Old Zhang dared not delay further, hurriedly adding, she says her name is Fu Xiang. Su Pingji's face darkened. Damn it, his mistress showed up. That rascal must have gotten her pregnant. Is she here to collect a debt? Old Zhang's words naturally reached Su Qian's ears as well. He smiled bitterly to himself. Damn it, I've got Su Erlang, the paragon of virtue, and Su Pingji, the loyal husband. And then there's me. Su Pingji strode outside, intent on finding out what was going on. His aunt wiped away her tears, and asked Erlang by her side, who's this Fu Xiang? Though she added silently to herself, just by the name, it doesn't sound like she's from a respectable family. Su Erlang hesitated before answering. Fu Xiang is a courtesan from Fangxi, known to greatly admire Big Brother's talent. The straightforward Su Lingyue frowned, thinking that someone who comes at this hour to keep vigil probably had a very special relationship with her brother. Outside the Su manor, Su Pingji finally saw Fu Xiang. She wore a simple white dress, with a small white flower in her hair. Her attire was extremely plain. Seeing her, Su Pingji's irritation suddenly dissipated. Her expression was sorrowful, her eyes rimmed with red. The sadness in her demeanor couldn't possibly be feigned. Su Pingji asked, Miss Fu Xiang, why have you come so late at night? Fu Xiang curtsied lightly and replied, Lord Su, I'd like to keep vigil for Lord Su. Su Pingji frowned slightly, then said, that's inappropriate. Though the Su family isn't a scholarly household, we still have our rules and decorum. Fu Xiang has no official status or connection to the family. What right does she have to keep vigil for Big Brother? Fu Xiang spoke with a mix of humor and resignation. I dismissed my attendants from Fangxi before coming here. Now, I can't return to the inner city, and the outer city isn't safe. If you insist on driving me away, then I'll leave. Su Pingji sighed. He could see that this woman truly had deep feelings for his nephew. Reluctantly, he allowed her to enter. A few steps later, they reached the morning hall. Upon seeing Su Qian's lifeless form, Fu Xiang, who had been holding back her emotions, finally broke down. She had just learned from the Foxy stewards about Su Qian's death. She had fainted on the spot. After regaining consciousness, she cried for a long time, before deciding to pay her final respects. Hearing Fu Xiang's mournful wailing, Su Lingyue suddenly realized just how close this woman and her brother had been. Fu Xiang didn't stay long at the Su manor, leaving on her own after a short while. Su Pingji initially intended to let her stay overnight, but upon escorting her out, he noticed something. The Foxy attendants hadn't left her. It was clear that a courtesan like Fu Xiang wouldn't have been allowed to wander freely. Her earlier statements had been lies. She must have said them out of fear that the Su family wouldn't accept her presence. Seeing her leave, he felt a pang of sorrow. The next day, the Su family received many visitors. Friends, relatives, and colleagues of Su Qian came to pay their respects. Among them were Chu Kaiwei, Su Qian's co-workers, and even his former superiors, County Magistrate Zhu from Chang'an County and others. Even a few fast-hand constables came. Su Qian's grandfather's line had only 2 sons. The elder son had died in battle 20 years ago. Now, the younger son had also fallen. With this, their family line had come to an end. The Su family relatives could only sigh in regret. Magistrate Zhu, after viewing the body, lamented, "Such a promising youth gone too soon. What a pity." He wondered aloud, did Su Qian leave any last words? Other guests shared similar sentiments, their faces heavy with grief. Su Pingji slowly shook his head. None. By now, Su Qian's consciousness was gradually returning. Then, in a darkly humorous way, Su Qian thought, if possible, I'd like to experience being a Black District official just once. Suddenly, a voice filled with anger interrupted. It was Su Erlang. Kaiwei, what are you doing? Chu Kaiwei, who had just extended her hand, pulled it back. She said sheepishly, I just wanted to confirm something. After glancing at the body, Zhang opened his mouth and sighed. Such a gifted individual, gone too soon. It's no wonder Lord Wei has been in low spirits lately. Just then, a small hand suddenly reached out. Little Do Ding pointed at Nangong Chenro and shouted, bad person. His aunt immediately stepped forward to hold him back, fearing he'd start hitting Nangong again. That wouldn't look good. Nangong Chenro, not wanting to make a fuss, turned away, no longer looking at Do Ding. But she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Slowly, she clasped her hands and said, this humble servant greets Princess Huiqing. A hush fell over the morning hall. Then, one after another, people started calling out, greetings, princess. The Su family was stunned. What was going on? An imperial princess? So Big Brother knew the princess too? If he hadn't met his end, he would have surely climbed even higher. The Su family might have become a prominent clan in the capital. They could have ridden his coattails to fame and fortune. All their relatives might have prospered. Inside the coffin, So Huiqing showed up, but why didn't Biao Biao come? Oh right, he's like a caged pet, not as free as Huiqing. Ah, whatever. I've got 3 of my Lotus girls all here at once. Just don't start talking about feelings. If you do, there's no point in me waking up again. But what he feared came to pass. Chu Kaiwei said, sadly, he wrote me letters from Qinzhou, telling me about the local delicacies. When I read them, I wanted to stab him with chopsticks, but I never thought he'd actually die. Hearing this, Su Lingyue raised her head in surprise. Her sorrow turned into shock. She pointed to herself, saying, Big Brother wrote me too. Huiqing maintained a calm demeanor. I received a letter as well, she said, her tone serene. At that moment, the 3 women fell into silence, their expressions growing increasingly grim. But no one's face was darker than Su Qian's. He truly felt like dying all over again. What's the point of living, he thought. Huiqing's mind stirred, as if she'd thought of something. Her eyes glinted, and she was about to ask something when, suddenly, a piercing cat's cry broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention. One of the Su clan members cried out, Stop that cat! A cat leaping over a corpse will cause it to rise. The closest ones were Huiqing and Linen. Chu Kaiwei and the others dismissed this idea, so they didn't intervene right away. Nangong Qianro and the others, as gold gongs, were equally dismissive. Even if it does rise, they thought, we'll just slap it back down. The orange tabby leapt over Su Qian's head, letting out a sharp cry. At that instant, a voice exploded in Su Qian's mind. My love. The next moment, Su Qian's soul stirred, his spirit and body beginning to merge once again. The next thing he knew, he regained consciousness, feeling his body firmly under his control once more. His face itched slightly, so he reached up and scratched. He pulled away a patch of dried skin and flesh. Instinctively, Su Qian sat upright in the coffin, thinking, I can move. But inside and outside the morning hall, everyone froze in shock. To them, the sight was both horrifying and uncanny. Huiqing and her group were slightly better off. Though they hadn't anticipated this turn of events, they remained composed. The rest, however, were terrified. One by one, they took several steps back in fear. The Su clan members, though equally frightened, surprisingly didn't retreat. Instead, they stepped closer, eager to see more clearly. Suddenly, someone screamed, Oh my goodness! It's really a corpse rising. Su Qian was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening. The sight left everyone completely dumbfounded. One of the Su family members shouted loudly, "It's a resurrection. Lord Su really came back to life. Quick, report this to the authorities." The constable pointed at the magistrate and said, "What authorities?" Everyone here outranks the county magistrate. Su Qian didn't have a chance to explain. All he felt was an itchy sensation on his scalp. It felt as though lice were crawling around. He reached up to scratch a few times, pulling away large patches of skin and hair. To everyone else, this action looked horrifying. Combined with the peeling, dead skin, it made him appear even more terrifying. He looked like a living ghost. Su Qian's timid aunt screamed in terror, shoving Su Lingyue in front of her as a shield. Lingyue, just as frightened, shivered and cried out, "Big brother, is there something you couldn't let go of? Is that why you're back?" Su Qian's sudden movement startled everyone at the gathering. But after the initial shock and confusion, a few of them quickly realized what was going on. Some individuals, thanks to their acute senses, could clearly hear Su Qian's heartbeat. Among them was Su Pingji. Though tears still lingered in his eyes, he couldn't suppress a smile of relief. Chu Kaiwei, with her innate sensitivity, could discern the difference between the living and the dead. Recalling something her mentor had said, she pieced things together. Even though she wasn't the sharpest, she began to understand. This is the effect of the rebirth pill, she thought. No wonder the mentor had said, "I've given the rebirth pill to Su Qian." But how did he know Su Qian would revive? And how did Su Qian manage to take it? Just then, Su Qian had a sudden thought. His younger sister Lingyue had just asked if he had any last words. That reminded him of his aunt's words the night before. She'd cried and called him the ugliest. With this memory, Su Qian decided to play along. In a low, trembling voice, he said, "Auntie hasn't treated me well. I want an apology." Auntie wailed, her entire body trembling. Su Lingyue also shivered uncontrollably. Su Erlang, a Confucian 8th grade cultivator, thought his brother had truly become something unnatural. He stepped forward, placing himself between his mother and sisters, and muttered under his breath, "Don't speak." No sooner had he said this, than his father smacked him upside the head. Su Pingji, torn between joy and grief, rushed to the coffin as though it held a rare treasure. Before he could say a word, Nangong Qianro stopped him. He squinted his eyes, staring at Su Qian, who was scratching his head and face. "The body is alive," he said, "but who knows if it's still the same person?" Everyone froze in shock. The strange orange cat crossed their minds, and they realized something was off. The cat had leaped over Su Qian's body, and now he was alive again. It was hard not to wonder if it wasn't Su Qian who came back, but someone else entirely. The princess and her entourage, being well-informed and experienced, knew of soul transference spells. Even if they hadn't seen it before, they had heard of it. Su Qian, bewildered, looked at Nangong Qianro. "If I'm not me, then who am I?" Su Pingji, with a firm tone, said, "No, he's Big Brother, no question." Unwilling to consider any other possibility, he clung to the idea that Su Qian had simply come back to life. He couldn't accept any other explanation. Su Qian said, "Second uncle, it's me. I'm not dead." His voice startled Su Pingji, causing him to jump a little. "What's with your voice?" he asked. It was clear and resonant, much better than the old one. Su Pingji's heart sank, and he stared at his resurrected nephew. "How can you prove you're Su Qian?" Su Qian thought to himself, "Good thing I don't have a mother. Otherwise, I'd have to prove my mother is my mother." After a moment's thought, he said. Thinking hard, Su Qian realized he needed to say something that would prove his identity. So he gave a wry smile, looked at his uncle and said, "Qingju is sour and bitter." But uncle thought its skin had other uses. Su Pingji's face went pale, and he muttered, "Damn it, how does he know about that?" Still, Su Erlang wasn't convinced. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and asked, "Are you really Big Brother?" At this point, Su Qian's face was still a mix of old and new skin, giving him a bizarre appearance. But his gaze, deep and weary, was filled with genuine feeling as he said, "Heaven didn't create me, Su Xinyan. For all eternity, the world is shrouded in darkness." After saying this, he silently added to himself, "If no one else were around, I'd be quoting the next lines too. When no one's home, it's 3 people at Ime Pavilion." Su Erlang's face immediately turned red, embarrassed by the famous lines. Even Shen Shang, who knew these words, felt certain after hearing them recited, that his nephew had indeed come back to life. Uncle Su's heart also settled. This had to be the real Su Qian. These trivial family details were things no outsider could know. Meanwhile, Chu Kaiwei thought to herself, this line, "Heaven didn't create me, Su Xinyan, for all eternity. The world is shrouded in darkness," must not reach Brother Yang's ears. If it does, the entire Four Sky Sword sect might have to endure daily brainwashing sessions. Nangong Qianro frowned, glancing at Su Erlang disdainfully. She said, "This guy's talk is just as ridiculous as Yang Qianhuan's drivel." Zhang Kaidai also found Su Qian's scholarly airs arrogant and insufferable. As a martial man, He had little patience for haughty declarations. The princess remained silent, but her thoughtful gaze lingered on Su Qian. Su Erlang's handsome face turned bright red, his ears burning with embarrassment. To have his family hear such words was beyond mortifying. Having such a private line recited by Big Brother, in front of all these people, was beyond embarrassing. It was a shame too great for Su Erlang to bear. He wanted nothing more than to shove Big Brother aside and crawl into the coffin himself. Meanwhile, Su Linghua cheered, "It's really Big Brother." Without hesitation, she threw herself forward, wrapping her arms around his neck and sobbing uncontrollably. Little Do Ding was so excited that he jumped up and down by the coffin, stretching his arms out, hoping Big Brother would hug him too. Su Pingji, overwhelmed with emotion, hugged his daughter and nephew tightly. He clung to them, afraid that if he let go, they'd vanish again. Su Erlang, still trying to keep his composure, refused to let tears fall in front of so many people. He wasn't about to show such vulnerability. Auntie, too, was secretly overjoyed. For a moment, she's looking at Su Qian. Then, with a sharp snort, she turned her head in feigned disdain. But as soon as she did, she covered her mouth and started crying. This boy who was practically her own son, this little rascal who came back from the dead, her heart finally relaxed. Nangong Chinro glanced at the pieces of peeling skin. No, it wasn't just skin. It was chunks of dead flesh. Nangong frowned and asked, "How did you come back to life?" Su Qian was about to explain that he never truly died, when Chu Kaiwei raised her hand. Her almond-shaped eyes gleamed, and she asked, "Did you take the rebirth pill I gave you?" Su Qian was momentarily startled, but quickly recovered. He made a gesture of gratitude, saying, "Lady Kaiwei, your great kindness. Su Qian will never forget it. If only I could repay you with my life." Chu Kaiwei blushed furiously. She gave him a sharp look. Deep down, she felt a bit ashamed, since she wasn't good at lying, and had strong moral principles. Unlike Su Qian, who lied often, and wasn't particularly good at raising fish, almost drowning in the small pond several times. Huiqing's gaze sharpened slightly. When she heard the words, "repay with my life," even she didn't realize how intense her reaction was. Su Qian looked around at everyone, realizing they needed an explanation. After thinking for a moment, he said, "During the Yunzhou rebellion, we were surrounded by enemy forces. The governor, the prefect, and others were on the brink of death. Knowing the odds of survival were slim, I remembered the rebirth pill Miss Kaiwei had given me. So, I took a gamble. Even if I suffered fatal injuries, the pill would help me rebirth, giving me a new body." Nangong Chinro and the others, knowing how the rebirth pill worked, marveled at Su Qian's fortune. The rebirth pill's power required nurturing the body's own essence, creating a new form, just as a chrysalis turns into a butterfly. But there were significant drawbacks. For one, its exorbitant cost, and the conditions were extremely stringent. The pill took effect after half an hour, and the user had to die within that window. If you didn't die, the pill would force your death. If your head was chopped off, or you died outright, the pill wouldn't work. To the Su family, the fact that Big Brother came back to life seemed like a divine miracle. Miss Kaiwei had given them a life-saving elixir. Su Pingji clasped his fists and said, "Miss Kaiwei, we owe you a great debt. Big Brother owes you his life. Whatever you ask, be it climbing mountains or walking through fire, he'll do it. If he refuses, I, his uncle, will drag him there myself." Su Qian respectfully clasped his fists in return, but silently thought to himself, "She did nothing and got a free life out of me. Damn, Chu Kaiwei must be the real protagonist here." Su Pingji, in a great mood, turned to Lingyue. "Help your brother out of the coffin. A living person lying in there all day isn't right." Su Lingyue nodded, but before she helped him up, she began peeling the dried blood and flesh from his face. At that moment, Su Qian felt a cool breeze on his forehead and a sinking feeling in his chest. All my carefully nurtured locks, gone just like that. Su Qian noticed that Su Lingyue was staring at him, her expression dazed. A sinking feeling hit Su Qian. He quickly asked, "What's wrong with my face?" Lingyue's pretty face flushed, and she lowered her head in silence. The rest of the Su family was also staring at Su Qian in disbelief. Everyone looked like they'd seen a ghost. Their reaction was understandable, as the sight was truly astonishing. After shedding the dead skin, Su Qian's facial features were now flawless. His face had strong, masculine lines, with bold eyebrows and a high nose. His eyes were sharp and full of life. His lips were perfectly shaped, and everything seemed to be in just the right proportion. Zhang Kaidai gazed at Su Qian's face, murmuring, "His features haven't changed, but they're more refined, more perfect." Shun Shang's rosy lips parted slightly as she muttered, "This is the boy I raised?" Nangong Chinro scoffed. "In terms of looks, I've never met anyone who could match him." Even Chu Kaiwei, who was too young to understand romance, couldn't help stealing a few more glances. After his transformation, Su Qian looked even more striking. Huiqing Princess's gaze lingered on his face for a few seconds. Then she turned her head slightly, pretending not to see him. Little Do Ding, ever straightforward, blurted out, "Big Brother is so handsome." even though Big Brother hadn't hugged him yet. His adoration was unwavering. Uncle Su said with a hint of smugness, "I looked just as dashing in my youth." Seeing everyone's silent stares, Uncle Su coughed awkwardly. An elder among the Su clan called out from afar, "Big Brother's not dead." Uncle Su immediately went over to tell the clan members the joyful news of Su Qian's resurrection and its cause. The Su clan finally understood that it wasn't some ghastly event. Big Brother hadn't died at all. It was the divine elixir of the imperial astronomer that had brought him back. The Su clan was delighted. A family member returning from the brink of death was cause for great celebration. Moreover, they were beginning to see Su Qian's potential and connections. Naturally, they hoped he'd climb even higher. The morning hall was now filled with joy. After calming the family, Su Qian saw off the 2 golden gongs. He said goodbye to Chu Kaiwei, and he bade farewell to Princess Huiqing. Then he turned toward the bathhouse. Su Qian filled the tub with water, leaning against its edge as he looked at his reflection. So handsome. Is this what it feels like to look the part? Even though he still felt he fell short of his former self. Sliding into the cold water, he sighed contentedly. Suddenly, an orange cat pushed open the window and leapt in. Without needing to look, Su Qian knew who it was. The cat let out 2 meows. "I've heard that the rebirth pill is extraordinary," the cat said. "Seeing it firsthand today, I can say it lives up to its name. It even made someone as plain as you seem extraordinary." Su Qian felt a little hurt. "Am I really just an ordinary gong in your eyes, Taoist?" he added. "Since when did you develop the bad habit of sneaking around?" The Golden Lotus Taoist waved a paw dismissively. "Don't dwell on minor matters. From the beginning, I didn't believe you'd truly die. When I heard the news of your passing, I decided to check for myself. Sure enough, your body had no vitality, but there were faint traces of spiritual energy." Su Qian remained expressionless. Such faint traces could only be detected by Taoist cultivators. The orange cat continued, "So I helped you along, ensuring your spirit would return sooner." Su Qian bowed in gratitude. "Without you shouting so boldly, even if I did come back, it would have been meaningless." "It seems that the blessed are never forsaken," the Golden Lotus Taoist said. "Even the gods look after hall masters." "But Miaozhen said you had no spiritual fluctuations." "Truly dead." Su Qian frowned slightly. "Is that even the correct usage?" He mused aloud. "From returning to the capital from Yunzhou, I didn't have any consciousness at all. It was only last night that I vaguely regained my awareness." Golden Lotus Taoist paused. Unexpectedly, his paw touched the earth book fragment. He glanced down and remarked, "Strange that Wei Yuan didn't retrieve it." Su Qian froze, suspecting Wei Yuan might be setting a trap. The Taoist went on. "Still, for him letting you join the Heaven and Earth Society was just another move in his game. Great strategists lay deep plans. Your death might have made him somewhat disheartened. Perhaps he lost interest in meddling further. Letting the Earth Book fragment rest with you, or be whisked away doesn't matter to him anymore." Su Qian gave a dry laugh. "Taoist, you see right through me. Indeed, our understanding is unspoken. But exposing my role as a double agent in front of me like this, I'm a bit embarrassed." Feeling uneasy, he said, "By the way, can we not let Li Miaozhen know about my resurrection?" The Taoist gave him a direct look. "You must be honest." "Ah, the virtue of honesty, especially among the young." Su Qian lowered his head, feeling exasperated. "Seriously, who hasn't told tall tales online before? Back when I hung around forums, I used to pretend I had a high degree, starting every post with, 'Just got off the plane from the US. Su Qian laughed nervously a few more times. "By the way, Taoist, the rebellion in Yunzhou showed signs of a participant, a third-ranked warlock, at the very least. What do you know of the 4 heavenly swords?" He then told Golden Lotus about the mysterious warlock behind Yunzhou's chaos. Golden Lotus said, "The 4 heavenly swords have only one third-rank warlock, Sun Xuanji, but I don't think he's the one involved in Yunzhou." "Who was it, then?" Su Qian pressed. The Taoist gave him a look. "Do you really think I'd know?" Su Qian's bald head practically formed a frown. "Figures. What's the use of you?" However, he would never dare to say that aloud. "So in my heart, Taoist Master Sha has always been a wise elder, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography. But when I think of this, I add in my heart, he's still a sly old fox." Taoist Master Jilian shook his head. He corrected me, saying, "Astrologers understand astronomy, and Confucian scholars know geography. However, the imperial astronomer must know the background of that astrologer, but no one can guess what that old fox is thinking." After saying this, Taoist Master Jilian examined Su Qian. He scolded him again. Su Qian felt uncomfortable being stared at. Even though he was an orange tabby cat, he still felt exposed and awkward. Taoist Master Jilian said, "Your vitality has increased several-fold. Your spirit and energy are strong. You've made great progress compared to before. The effect of the elixir of transformation is remarkable." Taoist Master Jilian lamented, "It's just too expensive." Su Qian modestly said, Just lucky, just lucky. Reaching the realm of spiritual refinement in 3 months just goes to show how dull my aptitude is." The orange tabby turned to leave, but left a final comment. "Go find Wei Yuan. The resources for the copper-skin iron bone mirror. You could go broke and never buy them, but he can provide them. After washing up, Su Qian put on dry clothes and headed straight to the night watchman's yamen. At the top floor of Haki Building, Wei Yuan stood before a large hanging map. Silent, he had maintained this stance for over half an hour. This map provided a bird's-eye view of the northeast. It marked the headquarters of the godless cult, as well as the positions of various northeastern nations. Footsteps sounded behind him, followed by the voices of Nangong Qianro and Zhang Kaidai. Without turning, Wei Yuan said, "The body of Su Qian has been floating in the canal for over 10 days. It's not suitable to leave it there any longer. Have his family bury it soon." Nangong Qianro sighed silently. He thought to himself, "Father, from start to finish, he never once looked at Su Qian's body, and so he didn't notice Su Qian was only feigning death. I know very well, foster father is a ruler, a strategist. His heart must be hard, unfeeling. Only a cold, ruthless person can be invincible. Foster father should be an invincible man, not swayed by emotion. The watchmen in the yamen, even those outside, all expect foster father to be such a person." Nangong Qianro cleared her throat and said, "Foster father, Su Qian is still alive." As soon as she finished speaking, Wei Yuan's figure visibly faltered. He stood silently, like a withered tree. After a long pause, he abruptly turned around. The movement was so sudden, his blue robe billowed. At that moment, the expression on this great eunuch's face was complex. His eyes were full of conflicting emotions, but only for an instant. In a heartbeat, the great eunuch was composed once more. Nangong Qianro had never seen such conflicting feelings on her foster father's face, but she knew all of this was because of that brat. Inexplicably, a pang of jealousy rose in her heart. Wei Yuan slowly walked to the riverbank and sat down. In a somewhat stern tone, he asked, "What's going on?" Nangong Qianro immediately repeated Su Qian's wife's explanation, word for word. She didn't embellish it at all. Wei Yuan listened silently. As soon as she finished, he said, "Have him come see me at once." Nangong Qianro nodded. She glanced at the massive northeast map. Then she asked, "What about the disc?" She wondered if Su Qian's return from the dead meant they would still fight the cult of the godless. Wei Yuan's expression turned cold. After the autumn harvest, the plan to attack the cult remains unchanged. Nangong Qianro and Zhang Kaidai bowed and took their leave. The former decided to visit the Su residence again, while the latter planned to relax at a place called Xiangfang. The day's bizarre events had left him needing to unwind, but as soon as the two who took different paths left the yamen, they ran into Su Qian galloping in on horseback. Nangong Qianro immediately teased, "You're awfully carefree. If we didn't know, we'd think foster father had recruited another subordinate." Su Qian shot back without hesitation, "Speaking of you, you're just an old trickster." Nangong Qianro flew into a rage, mistakenly thinking Su Qian was mocking his effeminate appearance. He immediately furrowed his brows and said, "How is it you didn't die in Yunzhou?" But just as he was speaking, Su Qian's mind suddenly captured a vivid image. Nangong Qianro raised his right hand, swinging it in an attempt to slap him, but Su Qian was prepared. He tilted his head and easily dodged Nangong Qianro's slap. Su Qian drew a sharp breath. There was no time to overthink. He had already pushed his skills to the limit, showing off his moves in front of a grade 4 expert. If he didn't flee now, he'd be pinned down and beaten. Nangong Qianro stared at his back in a daze. His mind was stuck on the fact that he dodged. Although those in the realm of spiritual refinement are acutely aware of danger, easily sensing hostility and could fight blindly in a chaotic battlefield, a grade 4 practitioner, even when holding back, should have no trouble landing a blow. Before a spiritual refinement martial artist sensed and evaded the attack. How could that kid, Su Qian, dodge it? It should have been a simple matter to land that slap, and yet Su Qian was met with countless astonished stares, whether from the watchmen or others in the yamen. They all gaped at him in disbelief. Su Qian, the bronze gong. News of his death had long spread throughout the yamen, and now, seeing Su Qian, alive and full of energy, even cheerfully waving and greeting everyone, left the watchman full of questions. How could a ghost show up in broad daylight at the yamen? By the way, did he become this handsome after dying? What do we do? Could this be Su Mingyin's ghost? It's not really appropriate for us to intervene, right? Amidst the murmurs, Su Qian reached Haki Dragon Tower. "I request to see Lord Wei." "Report at once." The guards stared at him in disbelief. "Lord Su, aren't you?" Su Qian replied in a calm, sonorous voice. "I'm Su Qian's younger brother, sent by Lord Wei to take over my brother's duties." The guards immediately looked enlightened. "Oh, that makes sense. Greetings, Lord Su." Su Qian smiled faintly. "My name is Su Qian." The guards, stunned, muttered, "Why does that sound like a girl's name?" He entered Haki Tower. Upon reaching the 7th floor tea room, he finally met Lord Wei, who he hadn't seen in a long time. Wei Yuan still wore his magnificent blue robe, refined and handsome. An older gentleman with both style and charm, Su Qian thought proudly. "With my current looks, when I grow old, I'll be no less dashing than Papa Wei." He clasped his hands and said aloud, Subordinate greets Lord Wei. Wei Yuan seemed a bit lost. He stared straight at Su Qian, the man who had come back from the dead. Though initially, he suspected Su Qian's body might have been possessed, seeing him in person dispelled that notion. For the first time ever, Wei Yuan personally poured him a cup of hot tea. Warmly, he said, "Let's sit down and talk about Yunzhou." Su Qian pondered for a moment, then recounted the events in Yunzhou, in great detail without hiding anything. He even mentioned Li Miaozhen, the number 2 heaven sect saintess, keeping only the divine monk's significant role undisclosed. Otherwise, he held nothing back. He mainly felt that Lord Wei was too intelligent. Hiding too much would arouse. Moreover, Lord Wei truly valued him, and was willing to nurture him. In turn, he felt obligated to repay that trust. He trusted Lord Wei. Wei Yuan nodded, without speaking immediately. His thoughts remained a mystery. With that, he drained the tea in his cup. In a calm tone, he said, "Yang Qianhuan has been following you all along." Su Qian was slightly startled. He immediately sensed what that meant and asked, "Why would senior brother Yang?" Wei Yuan's expression was inscrutable. "He wouldn't follow you for no reason. Based on what I know about him, apart from enjoying some eccentric activities, he's usually indifferent. But what if it's Jianjing's will?" Su Qian studied Wei Yuan carefully, thinking to himself, "If Jianjing knows my secret, it would make sense for him to act." However, the brilliantly cunning Wei Yuan, could he have picked up on something as well? Wei Yuan did not dwell on the topic. He continued, "As for that third-grade astrologer, let's consider him third-grade for now. I don't believe he is Sun Xuanji of the 4 heavenly sorts. But this matter reminds me of something else." Su Qian's spirit lifted. "Please enlighten me, my lord." He also breathed a sigh of that sly old fox Taoist Jinlian always speaks in riddles, but Lord Wei holds almost nothing back from me. Wei Yuan said, "You are acquainted with Chu Kaiwei of Sixianjian, and you also know Song Qing. Do you know who they really are?" Su Qian hesitantly replied, "Jianjing's personal disciple." Wei Yuan nodded. "The white-clothed practitioners of Sixianjian, not all of them are Jianjing's direct disciples. Just as the Confucian scholars of Yunlu Academy often lecture publicly, but their true disciples are few. Yang Qianhuan is Jianjing's 3rd disciple. Song Qing is the 4th. Chu Kaiwei is the 6th. The white-clothed practitioners call her junior sister." Su Qian didn't quite grasp it. "What's the problem with that?" Wei Yuan said softly. "Jianjing only has 5 direct disciples." Su Qian's pupils shrank. He finally understood Wei Yuan's meaning. Jianjing has only 5 disciples, but Chu Kaiwei is said to be the 6th. Then where is the other one? Where did that one go? Su Qian's mind raced. Yang Qianhuan is the 3rd disciple, Song Qing is the 4th, and Chu Kaiwei is the 6th. But as for Sun Xuanji, who knows which number she is? Wei Yuan seemed to guess what Su Qian was thinking, and calmly said, "Sun Xuanji is the 2nd disciple." Su Qian asked, "Then what about the 1st and 5th disciples?" For a moment, neither of them spoke further, and the tea room fell into a brief silence. Not until the tea had been finished did Wei Yuan continue, "You woke up at the wrong time." Su Qian clearly didn't understand. "My lord, what do you mean by that?" Wei Yuan replied helplessly, "Minister Zhang Xianying submitted a petition asking the court to posthumously honor you. After discussing it, His Majesty and the ministers agreed. They conferred on you the title of Prince of Changel. The imperial decree was to be issued in a few days. But now that you're alive again, the cabinet will likely reject the decree, and His Majesty will probably agree." Su Qian said nonchalantly. "So what? As long as I still get the reward money, I'm happy." He thought to himself, the title Prince of Changel sounds fancy, but it's probably just a lesser title. No, more like a son's title. Someone who doesn't know better might think I'm their son. Wei Yuan shot him a glare. Silver is just a material thing. The symbolic meaning of a title is beyond comparison. Even if you become a silver gong, with power and influence, your status would still not be truly distinguished. Only a title could completely remove you from commoner status. It would make you a member of the aristocracy. If you're ennobled, your family will no longer be ordinary but noble. In the future, when you marry, a commoner woman would not be eligible to wed you. Only the daughters of great families would be a match for you. Su Qian, full of anticipation, asked, "Could I marry a princess then?" Wei Yuan choked for a moment before replying calmly, "In theory, yes. Yet for some reason, His Majesty doesn't like you. If he's unwilling, no one can do anything about it. Fortunately, you're not without your merits. There's still room to maneuver." 10 days ago, something major happened in the palace. Concubine Fei met an untimely death. She fell from the pavilion in disarray. At the time, only the crown prince was present. Was it simply drunkenness? This case is extremely tricky. It involves the royal family's reputation and other complications. The crown prince's involvement means the 3 judicial offices don't want to get involved. They'll undoubtedly be passive about it. Su Qian's eyes widened. Good heavens! The crown prince defiled the emperor's consort? At that thought, he quickly shook his head and said, "Lord Wei, aren't you setting me up? How can I get involved in the royal family scandals?" Wei Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "It's no big deal. This is already known by the entire court. One more person knowing won't hurt." If you can solve it, great. If not, just say it's beyond your capability. At worst, you'll be penalized slightly. Even if His Majesty doesn't like you, without a major offense, it's not up to him alone to revoke your title. The noble families won't agree to it. Su Qian suddenly realized. So, Lord Wei's suggestion is, if the emperor withdraws the decree granting me a title, I just pretend I'm dead and refuse to cooperate. First, coax His Majesty into officially granting me the title, then back out under the excuse of incapability. At worst, I'll face some punishment, but I'll have a title for free. Su Qian looked at Wei Yuan with starry, Papa, you're truly a genius. Suddenly recalling something, Su Qian asked, the crown prince is Princess Linen's elder brother, right? He could already imagine. The young nightclub queen must be both heartbroken and helpless right now. Wei Yuan scrutinized him. You don't have any entanglements with Princess Linen, do you? Su Qian quickly shook his head. No. The next day in the imperial study, the emperor of Yuanjing flung a few folded memorials harshly at the three ministers. The 3-day deadline has passed, and your response is just this. It's a complex case. There are many doubts. Requesting more time for investigation, the Minister of Justice responded apologetically, Your Majesty, this case is fraught with doubts, shrouded in fog. I have already done my utmost. Please grant a few more days. The Chief Justice of the Dali Court chimed in. My abilities are insufficient. I request to retire. The Emperor of Yuanjing was stunned. Then a surge of anger ignited within him. He waved his large hand, sweeping all the memorials, inkstones, and paper onto the floor. His entire body trembled with rage. I was about to have you all executed. The two ministers immediately knelt. Your Majesty, our deaths are not worth mentioning. Please take care of yourself. This case must still be dealt with, but the factions' opinions have yet to align. Some factions are considering which prince will become heir. If the crown prince is deposed, the crown prince's faction is focused on clearing his name. Everyone has different goals, but there is one consensus. To drag this out for now, concubine Fei's death is not the key issue. The real issue is the struggle that this case implicates. It will be a bloody, chaotic power struggle. All factions need time to deliberate, to strategize, to choose sides and make arrangements. In such a situation where the entire court is unified, even the Emperor of Yuanjing can only rage impotently, unless he doesn't care about the truth and deposes the crown prince on the spot, but that would likely be blocked by the cabinet. Wang Shoufu stepped forward. Your Majesty, please calm yourself. I have a report to make. It is known to me that the bronze gong from the watchman's yamen, Su Qian, did not die in service. Yesterday, he inexplicably came back to life, and the matter of granting him a title, how exactly is that supposed to work? The Emperor of Yuanjing paused for a moment, then turned to Wei Yuan. Minister Wei, is what the Shoufu has said true? Wei Yuan stepped forward and responded indeed. Immediately a censor stepped out and exclaimed loudly, Zhang Xingying has misreported the case, deceiving His Majesty. Please punish him. The Emperor of Yuanjing ignored him, continuing to look at Wei Yuan as he asked, Why did this happen? Wei Yuan explained, Su Qian did not die. Before the desperate battle with the rebels, he consumed the elixir of transformation from Sishianjian. After enduring his tribulations, he entered a state of suspended animation, and only awoke yesterday. Zhang Xingying mistakenly believed Su Qian to have died in service. This is not a fault of his due diligence. The first reaction among the officials was a feeling of distaste, like swallowing a fly. Back when he sought this medicine from Jianzhang refused to give it, claiming it was no longer available. But now, a mere bronze gong actually got to consume the elixir he couldn't obtain. The Emperor of Yuanjing's voice grew colder. How did he acquire this elixir? Wei Yuan remained calm and replied, It was a gift from Chu Kaiwei of Sishianjian. The Emperor of Yuanjing was silent for a few seconds, then slowly nodded and said, The conferment of the title is rescinded. Have that bronze gong, Su Qian, report to Jianzhang. Wei Yuan nodded without expression. This decision was promptly relayed. Su Qian, notified in advance, arrived at the palace in haste, and was allowed inside by the guards after verifying his identity. Hurrying to meet Wei Yuan, Su Qian asked, Lord Wei, the decree was really rescinded? He thought to himself, it actually got withdrawn. It's been 3 days since the news went out, and they're still taking it back? Following Wei Yuan to the imperial study, Su Qian found that the Emperor of Yuanjing wasn't there. A eunuch informed them that the Emperor had gone to Linbao Pass to meditate with the state preceptor and wouldn't return until the afternoon. An hour later, the Emperor of Yuanjing concluded his meditation session and opened his eyes, looking refreshed, before letting out a sigh. When will the state preceptor form his golden core? The beautiful Luo Yuheng, eyes closed, replied in a melodic voice, When will your Majesty put aside state affairs and devote himself to cultivation? The golden core is just around the corner. The Emperor of Yuanjing gazed at the stunning Taoist before him. Her features were enchanting, with a beauty that could steal hearts. He sighed again. In truth, just a dual cultivation session would suffice to advance further. But even as an emperor, I cannot compel a person of Rindao. Not to mention she is a second-grade expert. Even if force could be used, Dual cultivation requires both parties to harmonize their techniques. It cannot be forced. The emperor dismissed such thoughts, then asked, when can the state preceptor reach the first grade? Luo Yuheng did not answer. She only shook her head slowly. The emperor of Yuanjing sighed helplessly. Jianjing's intentions grow harder to understand. Back then, when I asked him for the elixir of transformation, he refused. And yet now I learn. A mere bronze gong was allowed to consume that wondrous elixir. Luo Yuheng opened her eyes and asked curiously, bronze gong? The emperor of Yuanjing rose slowly. He's of no importance. I'll return to the palace now. I'll come again tomorrow to meditate with you, state preceptor. He then made his way back to the palace and learned that Su Qian was already waiting in the imperial study. Su Qian greeted him loudly. Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty. The emperor of Yuanjing did not even glance at him, but went straight to the jade table and sat down. He said bluntly, a few days ago, concubine Fei fell from the pavilion and died. This case has deeper implications. I'm giving you 3 days to get to the bottom of it. His eyes grew sharper as he said this. He stared at Su Qian and added, otherwise, severe punishment awaits. Hearing this, Su Qian was enraged. If it weren't for the fact that the old man was the emperor, he would have had a good fight with him right then and there. At that thought, Su Qian exclaimed, then grant me death, your majesty. The emperor of Yuanjing was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a response from Su Qian. His voice grew even colder. Su Qian, do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Su Qian quickly dropped his defiant tone and said, forgive me, your majesty, your humble servant, while in Yunzhou, protected the governor, and in battles against the rebels, killed over 200 enemies. I devoted my utmost effort in Yunzhou, and resolved the case of Special Envoy Song, colluding with the cult of no gods, clearing Commander Yang Chuan's name. These achievements are nothing to boast about, but I would never bring them up to claim credit. As for the Sangbo case and the Princess Pingyang case, I have long forgotten them, and will never mention them again. However, I have suffered great damage to my vitality, and since waking, I have frequent headaches. I am truly unable to assist your majesty. The emperor of Yuanjing stared at him, unable to respond harshly for a moment. This little bronze gong purposely brought up a string of cases to highlight his achievements, solidifying his position as a meritorious official, and then used his poor health as an excuse to withdraw. He's already mastered the art of bureaucratic language. Wei Yuan immediately said, your majesty, Su Qian is just a bronze gong. Even if he is capable, his vitality and spirit have been greatly depleted. His life or death is not of great concern, but if the case is delayed, concubine Fei may not be able to clear her name. He paused, then turned to Su Qian and said, return and recover well. His majesty won't deploy you in a difficult situation. The emperor of Yuanjing's face darkened. The emperor not deploying his soldiers? That's obviously a dig at me. After a moment's thought, he said, Su Qian, go to Sixianjian. There are plenty of nourishing recipes, and Lingbao Temple isn't short of elixirs. If you're unwell, I can grant you some. Your achievements in Yunzhou are noted. Once conferred as a viscount, the emperor's benevolence is boundless. Do not let it go to waste. Hearing how easily he'd gotten off, Su Qian grinned and replied, thank you, your majesty. The Dragon Gate Emperor is wise and mighty. The emperor of Yuanjing nodded faintly. I want the truth of the case as soon as possible. Su Qian cheerfully exclaimed, I will do my utmost to serve, until my dying breath. Seeing the bronze gong act so humbly, the emperor of Yuanjing felt somewhat satisfied. He casually dismissed them. Su Qian and Wei Yuan walked side by side out of the imperial study, crossing the spacious square. Wei Yuan squinted and asked with a smile. Su Qian promptly replied, I've learned it now. Wei Yuan's lesson was simple. The emperor is still human. Even emperors have weaknesses, constraints, and rules. They can't act entirely at will. Similarly, emperors aren't omnipotent. They have needs. As long as you have what they need, there's room for maneuver. For example, in this case, the 3 judicial offices have been stalling. They're delaying the investigation. What can the emperor do about it? At most, he can punish them, but he can't actually remove them from office or have them executed. Under these circumstances, someone like me, who has already offended many officials, becomes the perfect candidate to investigate the case. Since the emperor wants to use you, it's reasonable to negotiate some benefits. Once you become a viscount, you can make a show of trying, but if you ultimately fail due to lack of ability, it's still justifiable. After all, I'm no immortal, of course. When that happens, the emperor of Yuanjing's anger will be expected, but as long as I'm already a viscount, the worst that could happen is a punishment, maybe a flogging or a fine. Even a demotion wouldn't matter much, but a title isn't something that can be easily taken away. A title is the court's way of winning hearts, only granted to those who have achieved great deeds. The conditions for revoking a title are stringent. It's not something the emperor can revoke at a whim. Otherwise, the title would become meaningless. How would it command respect? As for whether the emperor of Yuanjing would go back on his word, a dignified emperor would not stoop so low. Even if he did, I could still stall the investigation. After all, there's a countermeasure for every strategy. Suddenly, a voice called from behind them. Lord Su, please wait. Su Qian and Wei Yuan stopped and turned back. They saw it was the elderly eunuch from the Emperor of Yuanjing's entourage, trying to catch up, holding a gold token in his hand. This is a gold token, allowing you to enter the palace at any time to investigate. However, you must be accompanied by an official of the court. Su Qian took the token and weighed it in his hand. It feels quite substantial, he thought. Unlike the gold tokens he'd received before, this one had the character for inner engraved on it. It was a token that allowed access within the palace. Su Qian smiled and said, "Thank you, eunuch. His Majesty's grace is vast. I'll start investigating today. Please assign someone to accompany me." The elderly eunuch's smile grew even broader. "If I may ask, Lord Su, where do you plan to begin your investigation?" Su Qian grinned, thinking, "I was just wondering how I could see Her Highness. This opportunity comes just in time." He replied, "I'll start with Princess Linen." At Shaoyin Garden, Princess Linen sat, sighing now and then. She thought, if it were Huiqing in this situation, she would definitely be incredibly strong. She couldn't deny that Huiqing was the kind of woman who wouldn't be defeated by anything. Then she wondered, Brother Crown Prince would never do such a thing. But who would frame him? If Brother Crown Prince is deposed, who benefits the most? A sudden thought crossed Linen's mind. Could it be the fourth prince, Huiqing's elder brother? Then who are his accomplices? The Empress? Huiqing. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became, finally concluding, if only he were here, he'd solve the case in a snap. But he's gone now. At that moment, a guard with a sword came running over. "Your Highness, Bronze Gong Su Qian, requests an audience. He's waiting in the front yard." Linen's reaction was as if she'd been struck with a club. She stood there stunned for a good 3 or 4 seconds. Then she abruptly got up, her beautiful eyes glaring at the guard. "What did you just say?" The guard repeated, "Bronze Gong Su Qian requests an audience." Linen, for the first time, erupted in fury. She forcefully drew the guard's sword, gritting her teeth. She growled, "You bastard! Even you dare to mock me now? The crown prince hasn't been deposed yet." The guard nearly wet himself in fear. He hastily explained, "It really is Su Gongzi. He's in the front yard. If your highness goes, you'll see for yourself." Linen's hand holding the sword trembled slightly, and then she froze for a few seconds. Then, suddenly turning around, she charged toward the front yard, sword in hand. The guard was on the verge of tears. "If she loses the sword, my life will be over." But he couldn't stop the furious princess, so he had no choice but to follow her. Meanwhile, in the front yard, Su Qian, waiting patiently, was the first to spot Linen approaching, her red robes flaming, sword in hand. Seeing her imposing stance, he was startled and thought, "I just barely escaped death's door, and now you're planning to send me back there?" He quickly hid behind a rock garden. Linen looked left and right in the front yard, not spotting the familiar figure. She sneered, "Where is Su Qian?" The attending eunuch, frightened out of his wits, pointed reflexively at the rock garden. "Your Highness, he's behind the rock garden." Linen's peach blossom eyes lit up instantly. She eagerly walked toward the rock garden, and sure enough, she saw Su Qian. She froze for a moment. The person before her was robust and handsome, with bold eyebrows, bright eyes, a high-nose bridge, and well-defined lips. Could this really be Su Qian? Then her attention was drawn to the 2 marionettes in Su Qian's hands. One was male, the other female. Su Qian cleared his throat, manipulating the parrot general puppet, and said, "Your Highness, I've just returned from a Korean cosmetic procedure." Then, adopting a sly tone, he made the female puppet say, "Korea? Where's that?" The parrot general replied, "It's Yunzhou." "I misspoke." The female puppet added, "Didn't you die in Yunzhou?" The parrot general apologized, "I was dead at first, but I kept longing for your highness. I moved King Yama, and he sent me back." The female puppet shyly responded, "Oh, you're so annoying." Linen found it amusing. She let out a chuckle. But then she felt a sudden coolness on her face. Unknowingly, silent tears had begun streaming down her cheeks. She quickly wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. She felt embarrassed. Hurriedly turning away, she awkwardly explained that it was quite windy today. The wind had blown sand into her eyes. As a lively and playful girl, he was actually quite fond of her demeanor. However, lacking emotional experience, his ability to identify untrustworthy men was quite poor, so his overall behavior gave off a somewhat naive impression. Of course, Su Qian didn't consider himself a bad guy. Su Qian smiled and said, "Strange. Why does the sand only bother the princess's eyes? Could it be because the princess is so beautiful?" Feeling exposed, Lin angrily called him a wretch. Su Qian dropped his playful demeanor. Sincerely, he said, "I'm not a wretch." She snapped back, "You are a wretch." "Wretch Su Qian." Su Qian instinctively retorted, "Damn Lin." Lin, unaware that damn was a verb, blushed and asked, "What do you mean?" Su Qian tried to brush it off. "Nothing." But Lin wasn't as naive as he thought. With a stern face, she said, "You were insulting me just now, weren't you?" Su Qian replied earnestly, "No, that was my deepest hope for the princess." Emerging from behind the rock garden, Lin and handed the knife back to the guard. She brought Su Qian into the main hall. After taking their seats, Su Qian waved dismissively. Eunuch, you may leave. I need to have a private conversation with the princess. The eunuch hesitated, looking toward Lin. Lin raised an eyebrow and said sternly, Get out. This is between me and Sir Su. Who gave you the right to eavesdrop? Do you want me to have you punished? Reluctantly, the eunuch left, but he didn't go far. He stood dutifully outside the door. Lin then asked, Why is he following you around? How did you survive? Didn't Huiqing say you were dead? Su Qian, munching on a pastry, answered, He's here to keep an eye on me. As for how I survived, this is a long story. He explained the Yunzhou case to Princess Lin, with a bit of embellishment. Of course, embellishment isn't the same as making things up, so Su Qian merely enhanced and highlighted his own role, downplaying the contributions of others. Lin loved listening to stories. She started listening intently, gradually becoming engrossed. When the story got exciting, she even cheered loudly. Su Qian discreetly glanced at the princess's chest. He couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Compared to his elder sister, Lin was lacking. A woman who can't put pressure on the table is no good. So thought Su Qian. Lin thought to herself, No wonder I picked him. When I first saw you, I knew you were destined for greatness. Su Qian, on the other hand, thought to himself, Forget it. Even if she isn't as impressive as Huiqing, training her from scratch isn't bad either. After boasting a bit, Su Qian remembered his purpose. All right, my current mission is to thoroughly investigate the concubine Fu case on the Emperor's orders. Lin An's eyes lit up. With a pleased look, she said, I knew it. With your return, you'll surely clear my brother the Crown Prince's name. Su Qian replied sincerely, I'll always be at your service, princess. That earned him more goodwill from Lin, and he then asked, Could you tell me, what does concubine Fu look like? Lin thought for a moment. She's extremely beautiful, of course. Su Qian sighed inwardly. The Emperor truly wasted such beauty. He then asked, Is the Crown Prince lustful? Lin immediately denied it. Of course not. Besides the Crown Princess, my brother only has his consorts and concubines, just 16 in total. I am Su Qian. He set aside those scattered thoughts. Has there been any previous incident of drunken troublemaking? Lin shook her head. Su Qian then asked, What kind of wine was it? Lin thought for a moment and answered, Baichun Spring, a tonic wine to invigorate vitality. It was a gift from the Empress to my mother. You think it was a setup? Su Qian pondered for a moment, organizing the clues Lin provided in his mind. Before long, Su Qian firmly declared, I understand now. Lin exclaimed excitedly, What do you understand? Did you solve the case, Su Ningyan? Meanwhile, at the Su estate, a weary Su Erlang didn't immediately return to the academy. Today was February 10th. In 5 days, it would be the spring examinations. There was no point in going back to the academy. He decided to stay home these few days and prepare quietly for the exams. At that moment, the gatekeeper, Old Zhang, came rushing in. Erlang, a monk has come to the door. He calls himself Hengyuan. He wants to see you. Su Erlang frowned, the name sounding familiar, though he couldn't recall from where. Old Zhang added, He says he's an acquaintance of yours. Su Erlang turned to leave. He had no interest in meeting the monk. Probably just someone looking to perform a funeral rite, he said. Give him some coins to send him away. I'm going back to rest. Old Zhang took a pouch of silver and went to the front gate. Handing it to the burly middle-aged monk, he said, We don't need any rites, master. Please leave. Heng Yuan took the silver with a calm expression. I'm not here to ask for alms, he said. Are you sure the young master won't meet me? Inwardly, Heng Yuan wondered what was going on. Although they hadn't met, he felt they had a connection. Given the kindness he's shown me in the past, Heng Yuan thought, and his cousin Su Qian's relationship with me, he should at least see me, even if it's just for a moment. Could it be that he thinks his identity is still a secret, and I haven't figured out who he really is? So he put on a pretense. Heng Yuan the monk moved to the side. He took out the fragments of the earth book from his sleeve. He wrote a message to Taoist Jinlian. Do you shield me from the others? I have something I need to say to number 3. Meanwhile, at the palace, Lin misunderstood and thought Su Qian had solved the case. But Su Qian, deep in thought, understood that her brother the crown... Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. Su Qian shook his head. It's too early to say whether the crown prince is innocent. He added silently to himself, drunkenness often leads to poor decisions. When men drink too much, they might visit brothels. They do things they wouldn't normally dare. If what Lin described is true, he thought, and the crown prince was always cautious and restrained, then the more he suppressed himself, the stronger the outburst when drunk. Suddenly, Su Qian asked, Why does His Highness think that the 4th prince and the Empress set him up? He was puzzled. The 4th prince is Huiqing's elder brother. They both have the same mother, the Empress. Although the 4th prince isn't the eldest son, he is still legitimate. Logically, he has more claim to the throne than Lin An's brother. However, due to the events surrounding the Zhengguobing incident 200 years ago, still recorded in history, the idea of imperial succession has left a deep impression on the scholars of Dafeng. That's why the legitimate eldest son was made crown prince, even though it isn't entirely proper. Lin and gave a cold laugh. Of course the empress wants the fourth prince to be crown prince. Let me tell you, among all my brothers, only the fourth prince and my brother the crown prince take these matters seriously. If the fourth prince didn't want the position, he wouldn't have worked so hard. In Lin An's presence, Su Qian didn't mince his words. Given that there's a legitimate heir, the emperor's choice of the eldest son does seem unusual. Lin An raised her chin proudly. That's because my mother was the most favored and most beautiful. Su Qian thought to himself, based on what I saw at the ancestral ceremony, it's clear that the empress surpasses imperial consort Chun. Does the empress have the same charm? If she were 20 years younger, she might even surpass Lin and in Huiqing in beauty. However, being favored isn't just about looks. There are many factors at play, like personality and cunning, or certain subtle skills and charms. In short, it's complex. But did Emperor Yuanjing? He made another son the crown prince instead. Seeing Su Qian's silent pondering, Lin An suddenly grew suspicious. She said, could Huiqing have secretly orchestrated this? Su Qian countered. What if she did? Lin An first raised her eyebrows, looking like a proud little hen. Then, in the next moment, she deflated, lowering her head and saying, I have to admit, Huiqing is shrewd and cunning, despicable and shameless. I can't outmaneuver her. Su Qian chuckled. If the princess could openly admit in front of him that she couldn't defeat her nemesis, Huiqing, it showed that she was growing more and more trusting of him. But at that moment, he suddenly felt a twinge of alertness. He realized someone in the earth book. Su Qian got up and said, Your Highness, please wait a moment. I need to visit the latrine. Entering the latrine, Su Qian took out a small mirror and checked the message. Hung Yuan had written, Daoist Jinlian, could you block the others? I have something to say to number 3. Su Qian frowned slightly. What does Heng Yuan want with me? Other members of the Earthbook chat group noticed number 6 message, and their reactions varied. Number 4 thought, the Copper Gong Su Qian has just been declared dead. Now Heng Yuan wants a private conversation with number 3. It seems he's guessed number 3's true identity. Number 2, Li Miaozhen, saw the message, and felt a pang of sadness. They all believed number 3 was Su Qian's cousin. But in truth, number 3 was Su Qian himself, and he had died in Yunzhou. The Heaven and Earth Society would never have a number 3 again. Number 1 made no comment. Number 5 didn't overthink it. He glanced at the message, and then tossed his fragment aside. Daoist Jinlian promptly replied. Li Miaozhen was momentarily then realized Daoist Jinlian must have been privately explaining things to number 6. After all, within the Heaven and Earth Society, Daoist Jinlian was the only one who knew everyone's true identity. Su Qian waited a few seconds, and saw a new message from Heng Yuan. Number 3. I'd like to see Lord Su one last time. Su Qian was speechless. Just go see him then. Why send me a message for something so trivial? Heng Yuan didn't know Su Qian had been revived. Su Qian carefully replied that he had indeed come back to life. You can visit him at the Watchman Bureau. Heng Yuan was overjoyed. Really? No wonder you refused to see me. I even felt resentful just now. Ba, such a sin. Lord Su is a good man. Good people have good fortune. Ba. I'm so overjoyed, truly overjoyed. Su Qian briefly explained to Heng Yuan the circumstances of his cousin's revival. My cousin was at death's door in Yunzhou, but he took a special elixir given by Miss Kaiwei. The effects kicked in. It created the illusion of death. In reality, it was a rebirth, a metamorphosis into a new body. By the way, Master, I'd like my identity to remain private. If we meet again someday, let's just smile and greet each other. Heng Yuan didn't question any of this, and agreed readily. Understood, sir. Su Qian stifled a laugh. He thought, go laugh at Erlang instead. Sorry, Master, I didn't have a choice before. Now, I'd rather not die socially. He put away the fragment. Su Qian returned to the hall. Lin An grumbled, finally, you're back. What took you so long? Su Qian casually explained. I was just thinking about the case. I got so caught up in my thoughts that I lost track of time. Your Highness, I'm about to go examine Concubine Fu's body. Would you like to come along? Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Imperial Ice House. Concubine Fu's body was kept there. Judging by the Emperor's insistence, the case would have to be solved before Concubine Fu could be laid to rest. Lin An shivered slightly, pulling her fur cloak tighter around herself. Su Qian advised, Your Highness, perhaps you should wait outside. But Lin An stubbornly shook her head. No need. I want to be involved in this too. I want to do something for my brother, the Crown Prince. Su Qian didn't try to persuade her further. He instructed a eunuch to fetch a white cloth. Then, while no one was paying attention, he lightly touched Lin An's hand. Lin An flinched slightly, and then blushed deeply. Encouraged by her reaction, Su Qian grew bolder, grasping her hand directly. Lin An instinctively wanted to pull away, but she stopped herself. A wave of warmth flowed from Su Qian's palm into Lin An's hand, dispersing the cold that had seeped into her body. The chill of the ice house seemed to vanish. Then Su Qian whispered softly, "Your Highness, the ice house is bitterly cold. If you won't leave, then I have no choice but to do this. Investigating the case is important, but compared to your well-being, it's nothing." Lin Un, who always enjoyed flattery, blushed even harder. She glanced nervously at the two eunuchs ahead. Relieved they hadn't noticed, she moved a bit closer to Su Qian, using her wide cloak to shield their hands from view. Then she stood there silently, pretending nothing had happened. Meanwhile, Su Qian was elated, thinking to himself, "The princess's hands are so soft and smooth." At this moment, the eunuch lifted the white cloth. He turned around and announced. Lin Un, startled, immediately let go of Su Qian's hand and stepped aside. Su Qian coughed lightly and approached the body. He examined the unfortunate concubine. She was a beautiful woman. Though her pale face diminished her looks, her features remained striking. Her figure was elegant. Su Qian reached out to adjust concubine Fu's clothing, but was stopped by the eunuch. The eunuch shook his head in alarm. "Lord Su, you mustn't." Su Qian frowned. "Looks like that won't work. I wanted to do a full autopsy." He then instructed the eunuch guarding the ice house, "Bring me the report and the case files." The eunuch nodded and left immediately. He soon returned with the report, which he handed to Su Qian. Su Qian scanned the document. There was no sign of sexual assault. Her wrists and arms bore bruises from being grabbed. Her clothing was disheveled, torn as if by force. Her hair was messy, showing signs of resisting violence. Su Qian read further. One small detail caught his attention. She had landed on her back when she died. Typically, when people jump to their deaths, they face the ground as they leap. The dramatic backward fall shown in TV dramas are uncommon. Therefore, if someone fell from a building, they would generally land in the same orientation they started. Of course, if it were a tall skyscraper, air resistance and wind could cause them to spin. But concubine Fu had fallen from a 2.5-story building, according to the case files. The position she fell in would likely match the position she jumped in. Su Qian frowned slightly. Was she pushed by the crown prince? That didn't align with the theory that she jumped to avoid disgrace. If the crown prince had intended to force himself on her, why would he push her down instead? Unless he was enraged and lost control. Drunken behavior can lead to violence, Su Qian thought. With that in mind, he reached out once more to examine concubine Fu's body. Once again, the eunuch stepped forward to stop him. "Lord Su, you must not disturb concubine Fu's remains. She was the emperor's consort. Even in death, her body is not for a minister to examine." Su Qian turned and gave him a kick. "Shut it already. I'm investigating on the emperor's orders. You say I can't touch this, can't touch that. What are you even telling me?" The eunuch, struck and sitting on the ground, dared not say another word, but the embarrassment on his face was clear. Whatever calculations he was making were not for outsiders to know. Ignoring the eunuch, Su Qian carefully lifted concubine Fu's head, examining the back of her skull. Following the structure of the human body, when someone falls backward, the head and shoulders are usually the first points of impact, followed by the most prominent parts of the hips. Since she was the emperor's consort, her clothing couldn't be removed, so he couldn't visually check for bruises on her hips. He could only confirm it by touch. After completing his examination, he concluded that she had indeed fallen backward. This ruled out the possibility of someone manipulating her body to stage the scene. Lin Un immediately asked, "What did you find?" Su Qian shared his observations and conclusions with Lin Un, and also indirectly with the supervising eunuch. Lin Un quickly grasped the key point. "So you're saying concubine Fu didn't jump to her death?" Su Qian responded admiringly. "Your Highness is exceptionally perceptive." "Well then, Your Highness," he added, "it's getting late. Let's call it a day for now. I'll continue investigating tomorrow." It was already the 11th hour. In modern terms, that meant it was around 3:15 p.m. Su Qian thought to himself, the emperor doesn't pay overtime. Why not just head to the brothel for some music? Doesn't that sound better? What in this world is more captivating? Of course, it's power, but human lifespans are finite. At most a few decades. Even with power over the 4 seas, what does it amount to? In the end, time wins, and all returns to dust. Immortality, now that is truly desirable. It means holding on to power forever. At this moment, Emperor Yuanjing was seated in. He was engrossed. Compared to the dull memorials and endless state affairs, this Taoist text, promising longevity, was infinitely more enticing and absorbing. At that moment, the chief eunuch announced, "Your Majesty, Su Qian has left the palace." Emperor Yuanjing pondered for a moment. What did he do in the palace today? The chief eunuch immediately called in a young eunuch and brought him to the emperor's quarters. The young eunuch entered with head bowed and body bent low. Emperor Yuanjing sat leisurely, cast a casual glance at the young eunuch, and asked, "What did Su Qian do? Has there been any progress in the case?" The chief eunuch said immediately, "Answer His Majesty truthfully." The young eunuch, head still lowered, replied, "Su Gongzi first visited Princess Lin An's courtyard. The two talked behind the rockery for quite some time. When they emerged, the princess's eyes were red and swollen, as if she had just cried. Hearing this, Emperor Yuan, why were they behind the rockery? The chief eunuch, noticing the emperor's displeasure, knew his mood had soured. A secluded conversation between the princess and a gong behind the rockery was certainly suspicious. The chief eunuch immediately barked. Speak plainly. The young eunuch hastily explained. It was because the princess came out carrying a knife. When Su Gongzi saw her, he hid behind the rockery. I'm the one who told the princess that Su Gongzi was hiding there. The chief eunuch quickly glanced at Emperor Yuanjing and saw that the displeasure in his eyes had faded. With that, he relaxed slightly. The young eunuch also breathed a little easier. His tone softened considerably. Then Lord Su and the princess went into the hall. I was sent outside. The two of them talked in the hall for quite some time. I don't know what they discussed. At this point, the eunuch expressed a slight grievance. I wasn't slacking, Your Majesty. It's just that Lord Su was very insistent. Having said that, he cautiously glanced at the emperor from the corner of his eye. His nerves were for nothing. Emperor Yuanjing showed no reaction. The eunuch continued. After that, Lord Su took the princess and me to see concubine Fu's body. During the examination, he attempted to touch her body. I tried to stop him, but I couldn't. I even got kicked for it. Truly, dealing with him is difficult. I'll never forget that kick. He was just waiting for the opportunity to complain to the emperor. Sure enough, Emperor Yuanjing frowned. The chief eunuch asked, what happened next? The young eunuch replied. He kept feeling around for a long time, then left. But Lord Su told the princess that concubine Fu's death seemed suspicious. Emperor Yuanjing leaned forward slightly. Suspicious, you say? The young eunuch truthfully explained. Lord Su said, a typical fall would result in a face-down landing, not face-up, but concubine Fu died face-up. It's highly likely she was pushed. Emperor Yuanjing narrowed his eyes. Pushed to her death? He pondered this for a long time before dismissing the eunuch. The chief eunuch sighed. Su Qian's reputation is well-deserved. After all this time, the Three Laws Monastery was stumped. He comes in and immediately finds a clue. Solving this case is only a matter of time. Emperor Yuanjing snorted coldly. It's not that the Three Laws Monastery can't handle cases, they just don't wanna. Still, Su Qian is indeed capable. After a pause, Emperor Yuanjing ordered, send my words to the cabinet. Draft an edict to reinstate Su Qian's noble title. The chief eunuch acknowledged and left the chamber. But he didn't head to the cabinet immediately. Instead, he summoned the eunuch supervising Su Qian. Without a word, he slapped him hard across the face. The young eunuch clutched his cheek, looking wronged, but the chief eunuch ignored it. He scolded sternly. At a time like this, you're still scheming? Do you think His Majesty didn't catch on? You don't even realize you just walked through the gates of hell. You were assigned to monitor Su Qian. Just do that, no more tricks. He added, Su Qian is dealing with matters involving the imperial consorts, princesses, and princes. You must remain impartial. If you harbor any bias, you risk jeopardizing the emperor's authority. Remember, Lord Su sent you away for your own good. If you overhear something you shouldn't, the day of reckoning will be the day you lose your head. The young eunuch was initially stunned. A few seconds later, realization dawned on him. His face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his back. His resentment towards Su Qian's earlier kick vanished completely. He immediately promised to follow orders. The chief eunuch merely snorted, then left without another word. It was dusk. Su Qian rode on horseback, his beloved mare trotting gently along. He squinted against the orange glow of the setting sun, humming a cheerful tune. Walking a righteous path. Bearing the weight of the world, an upright official, no bribes, no lust, beloved by the people. Trot, little mare, trot. Upon arriving at the Shadow Plum Pavilion, Su Qian dismounted, tossing the reins to a blue-clad attendant at the alley entrance. He casually flipped them a silver piece. But when he reached the courtyard gate of the Shadow Plum Pavilion, he found it locked. It was closed. Su Qian looked toward the western horizon. It's this late already? He thought. The teaching division should be open for business at this hour. Su Qian thought, raising his hand to knock firmly on the Shadow Plum Pavilion's gate. After a moment, footsteps sounded from within, and the door creaked open. A servant in green attire appeared and said, Shadow Plum Pavilion no longer serves drinks. Perhaps you could try another venue? Before he could finish, the servant screamed in fright. Spotting the supposedly dead Su Qian in broad daylight was enough to terrify him out of his wits. Seeing the man about to flee, Su Qian grabbed him by the collar. Why are you shouting? He said irritably, slapping him twice. I'm alive. Can't you feel how warm my slap is? The sharp sting on his cheek convinced the servant that Su Qian was indeed alive. But he was puzzled as to why Su Qian looked so different and why he was wearing a mink fur hat. Realizing his mistake, the servant immediately began to fawn. Sir, you're finally back. Lady Fu Xiang has been weeping for you every day. She's lost so much weight. I'll go tell her you've returned. As he turned to run off, Su Qian called out. Hold on. Just tell her there's a guest here. Ask if she'll come out to entertain. The servant hurried into the courtyard's inner rooms. He stood in the courtyard outside Fu Xiang's chambers and called, Madam, are you coming out to entertain? There was no answer from Fu Xiang. A maid's scolding voice came from inside. The madam is unwell. She won't entertain guests. Who told you to open the door? Do you want to lose a paw? Su Qian coughed loudly from outside the courtyard. Lady Fu Xiang won't entertain guests? Then I'll be on my way. From inside, there was a startled shout. Then came Fu Xiang's trembling voice. Su Lang? Su Qian smiled and called back, It's me. Suddenly, loud crashing noises came from inside, the sound of something being knocked over. Then the maid cried out in alarm, Madam, slow down. The door suddenly opened. Fu Xiang appeared, her jet-black hair casually draped over her shoulders. She shoved the door open violently and rushed out. One person stood under the eaves, another in the courtyard. The scene seemed frozen in time. Su Qian said resignedly, It's cold outside. Let's go inside. At that, Fu Xiang let out a pained cry, tears streaming down her face. She then threw herself into Su Qian's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Back inside the Shadow Plum Pavilion, Su Qian sipped fine wine from the teaching division, while explaining the details of his resurrection to Fu Xiang. Fu Xiang, seated on the edge of the bed, exposed one slender, porcelain-like leg. A faint bruise marred the pale skin of her calf. A maid applied some ointment to it. She had gotten it from bumping into something earlier. Fu Xiang's emotions were complicated. Whenever she thought of Su Qian's supposed death, she still felt a hollow ache in her chest. Su Qian, ever perceptive, noticed her unease. Smirking, he said, I know it doesn't feel real right now. Don't worry. Soon I'll make it feel real for you. By the time the sun fully set, a line of maids had brought in a table full of delicacies. The two of them sat down to drink. Their conversation wandered casually, without any set topic. Fu Xiang took a small sip of wine and smiled. You know, in the capital's literary circles, many scholars hold you in high regard. Just yesterday, one of my maids overheard, from a patron at the teaching division, that you had died in the line of duty. Those scholars sighed with regret. They said losing you was like losing the future of our poetry world. Su Qian twirled his wine cup and said, When I faced thousands of rebels alone that day, I did write a poem in that moment of desperation. Fu Xiang's eyes lit up with curiosity. She eagerly said, I'd love to hear it, Su Lang. Su Qian coughed lightly. It feels a bit embarrassing to recite it here, he said. Indeed, I am an upright man, Su Qian thought. But then he reconsidered. However, when it's time to shine, I won't hold back. Composing himself, he adopted a calm, steady demeanor and recited. In youthful fervor, bold warriors met, hearts of courage stirred the soul's core, pledged loyalties as heavy as mountains. To this life, a vow of steadfast honor. Fu Xiang gazed at him intently, her beautiful eyes glimmering, a mix of allure and wistfulness. She savored the verse deeply. Although incomplete, the lines evoked a vivid image of Su Qian, facing thousands of rebels with unyielding resolve. She found herself increasingly drawn to him. Su Qian broke the silence. Don't just daydream. There's a reason I'm telling you this. Fu Xiang snapped out of her reverie, her eyes blank. Su Qian explained, I need you to spread this story. The teaching division is the perfect place to share these heroic deeds. He mused. That idiot Zhang didn't even include my verse in the official reports. Utterly clueless. No wonder the capital's officials and scholars haven't been singing my praises. Though Fu Xiang didn't fully understand, she nodded in agreement. As the evening wound down, a maid prepared hot water to help Su Qian bathe. He sent her away, leaving only Fu Xiang in the room. The maid hesitated for a moment, then suppressed her doubts and left. Su Qian removed his clothes, walked behind the screen, and settled into the warm bath. He let out a contented sigh. At that moment, Fu Xiang entered, draped in a sheer robe, her face tinged with shyness. Although this wasn't the first time, she still felt a sweet thrill. She stepped into the tub, teasing, Allow me to serve you, Su Lang. Su Qian suddenly remembered something. He touched his head, thinking, I'd better not get the wig wet. This won't dry easily, he thought. He removed his fur hat, revealing a completely bald head. But as he set the hat aside, he noticed Fu Xiang covering her face, her shoulders trembling as if holding back laughter. Su Qian shot her a puzzled look, and Fu Xiang could no longer contain herself. Her soft giggles turned into full laughter, making her shake like a blossoming branch in the wind. Su Qian was speechless. What's so funny? He muttered. I may be bald, but I'm also stronger now. With a sigh, he resigned himself to the situation. Dark thoughts crept into his mind, and he grumbled. This part is behind a paywall now. If you're not interested, just skip it. The next morning, Su Qian dressed in the courtesan's robes, and bid farewell to the reluctant, but visibly tired, Fu Xiang. The maids of Shadow Plum Pavilion watched Su Qian's departing figure, and whispered among themselves, Master Su is so impressive. I think the lady's bedsheets were changed again. Yes, and now even the bed frame seems like it's about to fall apart. Poor lady. Quick, fetch hot water. The lady needs a bath. Also, bring some throat lozenges. Her voice is hoarse. As Su Qian walked toward the stables, the crisp chill of early spring brushed against him, refreshing his spirits. Suddenly, he felt something hard underfoot. Looking down, he spotted a pouch. He picked it up, pleasantly surprised. Have my fortunes improved now? He wondered, but just as he moved to tuck it away, he froze. The pouch was identical to the one he wore at his waist, finely stitched, bearing an embroidered pine tree. Ling Yu had crafted it for him by hand. As he realized this, a young man came running from the direction of the stables. The young man, with rosy cheeks and even teeth, his features were handsome, inheriting the best traits from his mother's side. Second brother, Su Qian thought. I didn't see this coming. I thought it would be second uncle. Su Qian's mouth twitched, raising a hand awkwardly. Morning, second brother. Su Air. Lang opened his mouth as if to speak, but said nothing. The two brothers stood silently for a moment. Su Qian broke the awkwardness by returning the pouch. Good thing I found your pouch. The brothers struggled to find something to say. They both started talking at the same time. Yesterday with classmates. Yesterday chatting. Su Qian glanced back at the teaching division alley, then gave his younger brother a sidelong look. Classmates? Su Qian stared straight ahead. Chatting. The brothers fell into silence again. Walking side by side to the stables, they mounted their horses and rode out of the alley. Su Qian suddenly recalled a time back home. Su Xianyan had been so mortified, he feigned unconsciousness over an incident involving manure. Now, even after being caught in the teaching division, he maintained his composure. Seems like I'm not the only one who's grown up, Su Qian thought. Second brother's skin has thickened as well. Maybe after dying so many times in front of me, he's simply gotten used to it. Su Qian spotted a vendor selling green tangerines, halted his horse, and approached. Su Xianyan stopped his horse too, watching curiously as Su Qian bought a pound of tangerines. The girls at the teaching division have such strong perfume, Su Qian explained. I use tangerine peel to mask it. Even the sharpest nose can't detect a thing. Su Xianyan seized the chance to jab back. Big brother, you're so clever. It's a shame you don't study. Su Qian peeled a tangerine and handed it over. Ignoring his brother's sarcasm, he said, second uncle taught me this trick. Su Xianyan fell silent, quietly using the tangerine peel to wipe his clothes. Once finished, Su Qian handed the tangerines back. I have to go to the palace. You take these home. Jiro's curse isn't halfway done, and you're arranging another case? Su Qian explained the floating fragrance case. Have you heard? The emperor threw it to me. Su Erlang was curious. Why are you getting involved in this nonsense case? Su Qian sighed. I can't get out of it. Su Xianyan snorted. Let dad give you a dream. Then you can use recuperation as an excuse, and the case will naturally be pushed off. Besides, this case will be difficult to investigate. Su Qianan glanced at him. Su Erlang certainly has the cunning of a civil servant, perfect for the officialdom. His shrewdness is up to standard. Su Qianan mounted his horse and muttered, actually, palace cases are the easiest to solve. There's a reason Su Qianan said this. The palace is full of experts, the stronghold of Yuanjing's influence. All those flashy outsiders can't intervene. Besides, this case is probably the most straightforward one he's had to handle since arriving here. Su Xianyan watched the horse ride away and shouted, the green tangerines are sour and astringent. Nobody at home will eat them. Su Qianan didn't look back. Since we bought them, we shouldn't waste them. Give them to Linin. Su Erlang's eyes lit up at this suggestion. That's a great idea. Li Si is in charge of reviewing regional cases, equivalent to the Supreme People's Court in Su Qianan's previous life. It is one of the 3 judicial divisions, along with the Censorate and the Ministry of Punishments. When there's a major case, the emperor usually lets the 3 judicial divisions conduct a joint trial. This shows how influential Wei Yuan is, controlling both the Night Watchers Agency and the Censorate. During Yuanjing's reign, he alone balanced all the civil and military officials. Similarly, this highlights Su Qianan's good fortune. He happened to join the Night Watchers, and just happened to earn Wei Yuan's favor. From a lowly district constable to a person who can walk freely in the capital, Su Qianan took out his golden medallion and ordered, summon the Chief Justice of Dali Temple. If he doesn't come, I'll complain directly to His Majesty in the palace. Tell him you're deliberately obstructing the case. The officer didn't dare delay for a moment, and hurried inside. After a quarter of an hour, the Chief Justice of the Dali Temple, accompanied by 2 assistant justices and several officials, came out. Lord Su, please forgive us for not greeting you sooner. Su Qianan warmly stepped forward. How could we trouble you to come out in person, my lord? I feel ashamed. Su Qianan intentionally had the Chief Justice come out, to embarrass him, to undermine his authority. The Chief Justice's face twitched several times, clearly tempted to slap Su Qianan, but he could only think about it. The Chief Justice led Su Qianan inside. Lord Su, your timing is impeccable. Only you can handle the floating fragrance case. But I must remind you, Lord Su, this case is dangerous. Don't get too deeply involved. Su Qianan knew This was the Chief Justice's sly attempt at gloating. Solving the floating fragrance case offends the Crown Prince's faction, and failing to solve it offends Emperor Yuanjing. At least he'd gain a clear conscience. What's offending the old emperor compared to that? Su Qian'an cheerfully said. No worries, no worries. Before I get in too deep, I'll make sure to take those meddlesome old guys down with me. After all, I have the golden medallion. If I don't use my first and then report authority, it'd go to waste. The Chief Justice squinted. Lord Su, you're quite the joker. This time you've come to the Dali Temple for the Crown Prince? Su Qian'an didn't answer directly, but walked straight toward the prison. In the prison, he met the Crown Prince. The so-called prison cell was actually a clean and tidy room. The Crown Prince was confined inside. He couldn't leave until the case was resolved. Su Qian'an thought, as expected of the Crown Prince, even prison isn't the same for him. After the guards withdrew, Su Qian'an clasped his fists and said, Your Highness, I am Su Qian'an. The Crown Prince examined Su Qian'an and asked, You're here to interrogate me. Did His Majesty assign you to lead this case? Su Qian'an sat down and poured himself a cup of water. The three judicial divisions have all shirked responsibility. None of them wanted to touch this matter. They had to turn to me, the tough nut. Anyway, I've already offended enough people. Please, Your Highness, describe in detail what happened that day. The Crown Prince spoke solemnly. On that day, I finished a meal at my mother's residence. The snow outside hadn't melted yet. I was returning to the Eastern Palace with my guards when I encountered a palace maid from Consort Fu's residence. The maid said that Consort Fu invited me over, so I followed her to Qingfeng Hall. Qingfeng Hall is Consort Fu's. After I entered the hall, the maid led me to the upstairs pavilion and told me to wait in the outer hall. She said Consort Fu was changing clothes. I had drunk quite a bit of wine at the time, and I was very thirsty, so I drank some tea from the table to quench my thirst. I don't know how, but I soon felt drowsy and fell asleep. Later, I was startled awake by screams. To my shock, I found out that Consort Fu had fallen to her death, and I became the prime suspect. Su Qian'an asked indifferently. At the time, there were no maids in the pavilion? The Crown Prince shook his head. None in the outer hall. I don't know about the inside. Su Qian'an then asked, What about that maid? The Crown Prince took a deep breath, and after some difficulty, uttered the words, She disappeared. Su Qian'an's eyes gleamed sharply, as he stared intently at the Crown Prince. How did your Highness know the maid had disappeared? For a moment, the Crown Prince was taken aback by Su Qian'an's sharp demeanor. The Crown Prince reluctantly said, Even though I'm imprisoned, I still have ways of gathering information from outside. Su Qian'an asked, Did Consort Fu regularly interact with the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince firmly denied it. Certainly not. As the heir to the Eastern Palace, it would be improper and impossible for me to have any private interactions with one of the Emperor's consorts. Su Qian'an pressed him. Then why did Consort Fu send someone to invite you? Without hesitation, the Crown Prince agreed to meet. The Crown Prince looked slightly uncomfortable. I had drunk too much and wasn't thinking clearly. I didn't consider things carefully. Su Qian'an cursed silently in his heart. Looks like you're not made of wood either. Consort Fu is a charming, refined woman, both in appearance and manner. The Crown Prince may have had certain thoughts about her in the past, and on that day, after drinking heavily, it just so happened that the wine was an aphrodisiac. Anyone who's experienced that light intoxication knows. It makes people bold and impulsive. Things you wouldn't dare think of doing before suddenly seem doable, and words you wouldn't dare say just slip right out. When Consort Fu extended an invitation, or even if she didn't, he just went along on impulse. Su Qian'an reasoned aloud. It sounds like someone set a trap for the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's eyes lit up. Of course, someone is framing me. Isn't that what Lord Su thinks as well? Su Qian'an smiled and shook his head. No. You can't be so subjective when handling a case. I'm just laying out one possibility. Another possibility is that, on that day, the Crown Prince drank too much. His thoughts wandered, and he couldn't stop thinking about Consort Fu, who he had long desired. After all, His Majesty is preoccupied with Taoist cultivation, and no longer interested in women, so the Crown Prince was driven by lust, and impulsively went to Qingfeng Hall, intending to seduce Consort Fu, but she resisted and refused to comply. During the struggle, you accidentally pushed her off the pavilion. She fell to her death. Afterward, you had someone secretly deal with a maid, to make it look like you were framed. The Crown Prince slammed the table in anger. Nonsense, Su Qian'an. How dare you defame me? How dare you accuse me? Su Qian'an smiled and said, Don't be hasty, Your Highness. This is just my speculation. The truth still needs to be verified. And then he thought to himself, the Crown Prince's schemes aren't deep enough. Does he care too much about his position? With this level of skill, how will he be emperor one day? Both the Crown Prince and Princess Linen, these siblings aren't particularly bright. I'm beginning to suspect that Emperor Yuanjing had a reason for making his eldest son Crown Prince. There's something behind it. Su Qian'an then asked, Has a four-heaven sword sorcerer come to see Your Highness? The Crown Prince sneered and replied, This case involves me. Involves Consort Fu. and involves the entire Dafeng dynasty. Do you think father would trust a four-heaven sword sorcerer? Su Qianan nodded. Having spent so long in the capital, he had come to understand some of the intricacies. The four-heaven sword was attached to the imperial family, attached to the dynasty, but only through a contract. To reach the 6th rank, the sorcerer from Chu had to gain recognition from the people of the capital, allowing one to glimpse a bit of the four-heaven sword's power. But the true strength of a first-ranked sorcerer was overwhelming. Therefore, the four-heaven sword wasn't purely a vassal. Its relationship with the Dafeng dynasty was more like a partnership. When it came to cases involving the Chu army, Emperor Yuanjing might not trust the four-heaven sword, and the four-heaven sword might not be willing to meddle in such messy affairs. Su Qianan smiled. I need to examine your highness' body. I hope your highness will cooperate. The crown prince didn't refuse. Su Qianan took the crown prince's hand, checking his wrist and arms. He then examined his neck. He found no scratches or marks. Su Qianan stood up, cupped his fists and said, I'll get to the bottom of this case. If your highness is innocent, I'll ensure your name is cleared. With that, he turned and left. But the crown prince called out to him. Wait a moment. The crown prince hesitated, then asked, Lord Su, aren't you getting a bit too close to linen? Su Qianan's expression darkened slightly. At the same time, he thought, what kind of question is that? As long as the distance isn't negative, it's perfectly innocent. The crown prince's expression also turned sour. When there's a spark of romance between a man and a woman, both parties usually sense it. Even the slowest person will gradually realize it over time. The younger sister might be a bit slow on the uptake. Her lack of experience plays a role, and she instinctively avoids confronting her feelings, so she might not be aware that she's become fond of the little constable. But Su Qianan certainly knows. There's no way he doesn't. In both his past and current lives, he's a man with rich romantic experience. When it comes to a girl like this, who occasionally shows trust and closeness, it sends a clear message. She's starting to get interested in me. How could I miss this opportunity and not make my move? The crown prince is a man too, so denying it in front of him is pointless. But Su Qianan couldn't help but ask in return, what does the crown prince think? The crown prince replied slowly, I heard that father originally intended to bestow upon you the title of Changlu Fairy, but when he learned of your resurrection, he rescinded it. Su Qianan answered, His Majesty promised me that once I solve Consort Fu's case, my title would be awarded in due course. The crown prince pondered, a viscount's rank is ultimately a bit low. If you can clear my name, I can help raise your status even further. You must understand, a viscount's position isn't enough for certain matters. Su Qianan smiled and said, Your Highness, I'd rather you just reward me with 1,000 taels of gold. That's more practical than promises of titles. The crown prince raised his brow. You don't believe me? Su Qianan wouldn't indulge him. Your Highness, it's not that I don't trust you, but what the crown prince can offer me, Duke Wei can also provide. What the crown prince cannot give, Duke Wei can still provide. With that, he turned and left, without the slightest interest in the crown prince's empty promises. The crown prince muttered bitterly, Su Qianan, you'll end up as a solitary official. Looking at history, which solitary official ever had a good end? But Su Qianan didn't look back. How could he not understand such things? But since he was already on this boat, whatever the outcome, he couldn't escape it. Back at the Su residence, after the brief commotion of Su Qianan's return to life, peace was once again restored. Little Lingying, with her mouth full of a meat bun, asked, Where's Big Brother? Why is he missing again? Her aunt replied, while tying a small cloth pouch around the younger daughter's neck, Your big brother isn't here. Little Lingying got a bit upset and said, If Big Brother isn't here, I'm not leaving. I want Big Brother. Her aunt glared at her, a little annoyed. Stop playing these games with me. You just don't want to go to the classroom, right? Little Lingying was taken aback. The plan she had thought about for so long was seen through by her mother in an instant. How could her mother be so clever, yet always let Big Brother make her so angry? Little Lingying pleaded, Mother, can I just stay home and read with second brother? Her aunt scolded, You have the nerve to ask for such things. Your second brother is about to take the spring exams. How does he have time to deal with you? The clueless child asked, What are the spring exams? Her aunt explained reluctantly, It's the imperial examination. The clueless child asked again, What's the imperial examination? Her aunt's tone grew colder. It's a test. Little Lingying kept asking, What's a test? Her aunt was so exasperated that she grabbed her and started walking. Su Lingying, are you trying to drive me mad? At that moment, Su Erlang entered the residence carrying a bag of green tangerines. Seeing his mother scolding his sister, he didn't pay it any mind. He casually handed over the tangerines. Lingying, take these to the classroom to eat. Little Lingying happily took them and said, Thank you, second brother. What are these to eat? But when she opened the bag, she saw that they were unripe tangerines. Her little face immediately scrunched up, looking pitiful. These tangerines don't taste good. Su Erlang was taken aback, looking at her in confusion. Have you had these before? Her aunt explained. Your father bought these green tangerines last time. Su Erlang was at a loss. Su Erlang opened his mouth to say something, but then swallowed it back. His aunt looked at him, puzzled. If you have something to say, say it. What are you stammering for? Su Erlang said casually. It's no big deal. I saw Big Brother give father 50 taels of silver yesterday. You'd better take it from him soon, or he'll just go out carousing again. Upon hearing this, his aunt's brows furrowed. Actually, Su Erlang was tricking her. He made up the story, so his mother would drain father's private stash. To appease her, father would grit his teeth and hand over his hid. This way, father wouldn't be able to go out carousing, and his annoying big brother would be resented by their mother for quite some time. A twofold gain. Absolutely perfect. Meanwhile, at the Shaoying courtyard in the Imperial Palace, Su Qian'an walked in unimpeded, holding his command token. He was there to fetch Linen and go investigate the case together. She bounced over happily, her oval face radiant. With a sweet smile, her peach blossom eyes glimmered with bright charm. Today Linen was dressed in a bright red outfit. The color was the same as yesterday's, but the style was different. Su Qian'an asked curiously, "Why are you always wearing red dresses?" As soon as the words left his mouth, her expression fell instantly. "You servant, didn't you say I looked beautiful in dresses?" Su Qian'an suddenly covered his eyes and cried out in mock agony, "Ah, your highness is just too dazzling, radiant and stunning. You're blinding my eyes." Hearing this, Linen immediately turned her head away, muttering, "Su Ningyan has such a way with words. So amusing." Su Qian'an said, "Your highness, I'm planning to visit Qingfeng Hall today." Linen nodded. "Go ahead. I'll wait for someone." Su Qian'an felt a pang of unease. He thought to himself, surely not. Surely not. Surely it's not what I think. Just a quarter of an hour. Su Qian'an silently prayed over and over again for a certain figure not to appear, but then she appeared as expected. Of course, it was none other than the coolly elegant Huaiqing, dressed in white. She walked in with a grace that words couldn't capture. Su Qian'an's jaw dropped, his mind racing, trying to figure out how to handle the inevitable chaos. At this moment, Princess Linen, hands on her hips, proudly declared, "Huaiqing insisted on joining us to broaden her horizons. I decided to grant her request. What do you think, servant?" Su Qian'an screamed internally, "I think it's a disaster, and when did I become your servant?" But outwardly, he put on a fake smile. "I don't mind, Princess Huaiqing. Then I'll be at Lord Su's disposal." Seeing her plan to assert dominance succeed, Linen happily walked at the head of the group. Su Qian'an felt like dying inside. He thought, "Huaiqing, it's not what you think. Linen and I are just friends. I'm still loyal to you." But he could only keep these words to himself. Damn it, Linen keeps putting me in these situations. One day, trying to balance between two women will end in disaster. The group had just stepped out of the Shaoying courtyard when a young eunuch, sent by Emperor Yuanjing to oversee matters, was already waiting. He bowed and said, "Lord Su, I was out of line yesterday. Please don't hold it against me. I truly appreciate your kindness, Lord Su." Su Qian'an was taken aback. "When was I kind to you? What are you talking about?" But he kept a straight face and simply responded with a calm, Although he had no idea what had happened, he had to maintain his composed image. The group headed toward Qingfeng Hall, with the two princesses in front, one dressed in white, the other in red, both strikingly beautiful and outstanding. Su Qian'an secretly observed them, thinking to himself, Linen's figure isn't quite as, her thighs weren't as long as Huaiqing's. Huaiqing was half a head taller than Linen. This was a clear contrast. Su Qian'an thought to himself in frustration, "Linen, you can't match your sister in anything. Useless." Before long, the group arrived at Qingfeng Hall. Qingfeng Hall was essentially a two-courtyard palace. The front yard housed lower-ranked maids and eunuchs, while the backyard was home to Consort Fu's trusted servants. The main hall was a two-story pavilion, with ornate eaves and an imposing presence. The balcony railing on the second floor was broken. Consort Fu had likely fallen to her death from there. Su Qian'an estimated the height to be around 6 or 7 meters. A fall from this height meant meeting the King of Hell was inevitable. Given that Consort Fu landed on the back of her head, it could be interpreted as the King of Hell taking her beauty to accompany him below. No one could have saved her. Su Qian'an turned to the head guard and asked, "Where exactly did Consort Fu's body land?" The head guard pointed to where Linen was standing. Consort Fu landed right there. Linen, like a startled rabbit, quickly leaped aside. Su Qian'an stood at the spot where looked up at the pavilion, then shifted his gaze back down, and asked leadingly, "Has anyone ever entered the pavilion before?" The head guard answered honestly, "People from the 3 judicial offices have been inside." Su Qian'an narrowed his eyes slightly. "Did they take anything or destroy anything?" The head guard shook his head. "No, I was watching the whole time." The broken railing was also preserved in the storeroom. It wasn't taken by the people from the 3 judicial offices. Su Qian'an reflected that having someone oversee the scene ensured that no evidence was taken. Emperor Yuanjing was truly surrounded by skilled individuals. This directly thwarted any attempt by the Crown Prince's faction to cover things up. He walked straight to the door and ordered, Open it. I'm going up. He climbed the stone steps of the pavilion. Soon, they were on the second floor. Su Qianan examined the scene closely, but unfortunately found nothing suspicious. Then he started sniffing around the room. Linen curiously asked, "What are you sniffing for?" Su Qianan raised his hand to stop her. "Be quiet. I'm smelling for—" Linen was dumbfounded. She turned her curious gaze to the learned Huiqing, but even Huiqing didn't understand what Su Qianan was talking about. She could only shake her head helplessly. Actually, Su Qianan was just sniffing to see if there were any lingering scents in the air, not necessarily for deoxyribonucleic acid. After all, so many days had passed, the scent was unlikely to remain, but it was still worth checking. At that moment, Huiqing was already deep in thought, mulling over what Su Qianan had. "Deoxy-ribo," she murmured. Linen glanced at the two of them, realized she was the only one doing nothing, and began to pretend to look busy. Though her limited intellect meant she couldn't really help much, at least she could avoid getting in the way. Finally, Huiqing asked, "What's deoxy-ribo?" Su Qianan muttered under his breath. "What do you think it is?" "It's our descendants, of course." But how could he delicately explain this to the curious scholar? What's deoxyribonucleic acid anyway? Su Qianan really didn't know how to explain it to Huiqing. He could only give a vague response. "It's a bit complicated. I'll discuss it with you in detail another time." Huiqing could see his hesitation. She simply nodded and didn't press further. Su Qianan turned to the bed. The bedding was a complete mess. He turned to the head guard and asked, "What's going on with this bed? Was it always this messy?" The head guard replied, "It was searched by the 3 judicial offices, but it was already messy when they first came." Su Qianan sighed. "Too bad we can't test for DNA. Otherwise, we could solve the case right away." He lamented. Technology in the past life was really something. Still grumbling, he walked to the balcony, examining the broken railing. After inspecting the damaged section, Su Qianan sat cross-legged on the balcony and closed his eyes. His powerful mental acuity boosted his deductive, allowing him to process the details of the scene. He visualized a dynamic scene in his mind. The crown prince, drunk and unsteady, and consort Fu pouring him a cup of hot tea to sober up. But instead of taking the tea, the crown prince reached out and touched consort Fu's hand, startling her into knocking over the table and chairs. Then, the crown prince, overcome with desire, forced consort Fu onto the bed. In the struggle, the bed became the mess it was now. Afterward, consort Fu somehow managed to break free and ran to the balcony to call for help. The crown prince, realizing the danger, rushed after her, still drunk. His temper flared. He pushed consort Fu off the balcony, then returned to the bed and feigned ignorance, pretending to know nothing. Su Qianan opened his eyes and let out a long breath. This theory seemed perfect. The motive and sequence of events all fit, but it felt superficial to Su Qianan. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. Huiqing, who had been watching him closely, immediately asked, "Any findings?" Su Qianan calmly replied, "The case isn't too difficult, but I need to confirm a few points." Linen, who had found nothing despite searching the room for ages, immediately asked, "What points? What do you need to confirm?" Su Qianan answered nonchalantly, "First, if consort Fu truly resisted the crown prince, she would have cried out for help. Why didn't anyone in Qingfeng Hall hear her? Let's go downstairs." Once they were downstairs, Su Qianan instructed the head guard, "Gather all the maids and attendants from this courtyard." It didn't take long. In the courtyard, all the maids and attendants of Qingfeng Hall were assembled, 12 in total, 4 maids and 8 attendants. The head guard announced in a loud voice, "Listen carefully, all of you. This is Lord Su, appointed to investigate the case. He is fully in charge of consort Fu's murder case. Lord Su has some questions to ask. Answer truthfully. Do not hide anything." The servants bowed their heads in response. They didn't need the head guard to remind them. They understood that people like them would be killed if they didn't cooperate. Su Qianan singled out a delicate maid. He motioned for her to come forward. "You, step up." The maid approached timidly, taking small steps. Su Qianan whispered a few words to her, and she quickly ran into the pavilion, without the slightest hesitation. Linen asked in confusion, "What's he doing?" Huiqing didn't answer, her expression thoughtful. Su Qianan addressed the remaining maids and servants. "Tell me, on the day of consort Fu's death, why was there no maid attending her in the pavilion?" The maids and servants exchanged uneasy glances, some hesitating to speak. Su Qianan glared at them, rebuking, "Anyone who conceals or withholds information will be treated as complicit in consort Fu's murder and sent to the constable's office." Immediately, a young eunuch stepped forward, saying, "My lord, we dared not approach the pavilion." Su Qianan felt he was onto something. What was going on? And entered consort Fu's chambers, yet the servants avoided the pavilion? What does this mean? Su Qianan wondered to himself. The eunuch explained, "Consort Fu liked to drink, and when she got drunk, she would beat and scold the servants. We were afraid of being punished without cause, so whenever she drank, we stayed far away." Su Qianan asked, every single time? The eunuch replied, yes, without exception. When did this start? Su Qian'an pressed. The eunuch hesitated briefly, then said, ever since I entered Qingfeng Hall. She's always been like this. Su Qian'an was speechless. Well then, he thought, your experience isn't reliable. Scanning the crowd, he asked, which of you was Consort Fu's personal maid? A maid immediately stepped forward. That would be me. Su Qian'an fixed his gaze on her. Answer my previous question, Su Qian'an commanded. The maid hesitated before speaking. It used to be fine years ago, but in recent years, her ladyship's behavior became strange. She often stood alone on the pavilion, staring at who knows what, and when drinking, she liked reciting melancholic poems. Su Qian'an and Huiqing, being sharp-minded, understood the implication. The maid had spoken discreetly, likely fearing to mention Consort Fu outright, or to criticize the emperor. It was, after all, the tragic plight of a stepmother's sorrow. Su Qian'an sighed internally. This Emperor Yuanjing, what a poor father. With so many beautiful consorts in the palace, he still decided to become a recluse, even declaring abstinence. If it were me, I wouldn't have given up a single day. Su Qian'an sighed again, and asked, on the day of the incident, did anyone hear Consort Fu calling for help? Everyone exchanged glances, then started shaking their heads. Su Qian'an didn't respond immediately. He turned toward the pavilion, raising a hand. The maid who had entered earlier, following Su Qian'an's instructions, suddenly released the pigeons on the lookout platform, and faint cries for help began echoing from within. The servants were stunned, realizing what Su Qian'an was up to. Even Linen, not exactly the brightest, understood and shouted angrily, you lied. The cries for help were so clear. The servants were so frightened they fell to their knees, pleading, mercy, my lord. We really didn't hear anything. Su Qian'an sternly shouted, quiet, all of you. Then, turning to the head guard, he ordered, bring me the broken section of the railing. The head guard acknowledged and left. Meanwhile, Su Qian'an looked at Consort Fu's personal maid and said, you stay. The rest of you may leave. Su Qian'an then addressed the eunuch inspector sent by Emperor Yuanjing. You, head to the outer courtyard first, he ordered. I'll call you back later. Su had thought this dense little eunuch would object. But to his surprise, the eunuch complied, without protest, and quietly left. After he was gone, Huiqing spoke first. What did you find? This aloof and proud princess had her own theory. If the maid's cries from inside the pavilion could be heard outside, even faintly, then there were only two possibilities. Either Consort Fu never cried out, or she was silenced before she could. Su Qian'an encountered. How skilled is the crown prince? He's practiced some martial arts, Huiqing replied, and is proficient in riding, archery, and swordplay. Su Qian'an nodded. So he's just a paper tiger. Huiqing continued. While his skills are mediocre, he wouldn't need much effort to subdue a frail woman. Therefore, Consort Fu might never have had the chance to cry out. Linen immediately objected. My brother would never do such a thing. Su Qian'an interrupted her, making the princess puff up with indignation. He turned to Consort Fu's personal maid and said, you didn't tell the whole truth earlier, did you? The maid's eyes showed a flicker of panic. Everything I said is true, she stammered. I swear I didn't lie. Let the official decide that, Su said coldly. Please, my lord, the maid pleaded. I really told the truth. Su Qian'an sneered. True, but not complete, right? I'm losing my patience. If you don't come clean, I'll send you to the constable's office to explain yourself there. I won't be held accountable for how those officers treat little palace maids. For a timid maid, such threats were the most effective strategy. Follow me, Su Qian'an said, turning to lead the way back into the pavilion. Su Qian'an, Huiqing, and Linen followed. They ascended the stairs again. The maid went straight to a wardrobe, struggling to pull out a large wooden chest from the bottom. After some rummaging, she retrieved a small wooden box from inside. Lowering her head, she timidly handed the box to Su Qian'an. Without hesitation, he opened it. As soon as he saw the contents, his eyes widened. Good thing I sent the little eunuch away, he thought, or Emperor Yuanjing would have had me silenced. In that moment, he understood why the maid had hesitated to speak. This item was a court taboo. Its moral implications were one thing, but it was also a matter of the emperor's reputation. If discovered, the consequences would be severe. At best, banishment. At worst, execution. This explained why Consort Fu had sent the servants away. Her bad mood from drinking was one reason, but this object was another. Su Qian'an felt two curious gazes on him. He passed the box to them. Huiqing took one look. What is this? She asked. Su Qian'an was momentarily stunned. Seriously? He thought. Linen not knowing was one thing, but even Huiqing, the well-read princess, was clueless. He coughed lightly. It's a man's essential part. Of course, he didn't say it that directly, only hinting to the two of them. Linen let out a small yelp. Stepping back in shock, her round face turned bright red. Huiqing pulled back as if burned. Turning away, a faint blush colored her fair complexion. Su Qian sighed inwardly. Scared already? You should see the bigger one. Linen stammered in anger. I can't believe she kept something like this. How shameless. Put it away quickly. Su Qian handed the item back to the maid. Don't get so worked up, he said. Maybe your mother has something like this under her bed, too. Then Su asked, on the day consort Fu fell, was this thing on the bed or in the box? The maid, after tucking the item away, replied, it should have been in the box. Su Qian pondered aloud. Indeed, if it were on the bed, it would have been noted in the case file. By the way, he continued, was that missing maidservant also one of consort Fu's personal attendants? The maid nodded and truthfully answered his question. Su Qian waved her off. All right, you can go now. After she left, Su Qian sat at the table. He began to explain. On the day consort Fu fell, none of the servants in the courtyard heard her cry out. There are two possibilities. Either the crown prince had her under control, or she willingly consorted with him. Huaiqing shook her head. If it were consensual, why would there be signs of struggle in the room? Su Qian gave the two women a wry look, thinking, clearly you lack experience. There are still two possibilities, he said. The first is that consort Fu resisted at first, so she struggled, but then the prince used some means to coerce her. The second, well, let's just say intimacy doesn't always happen on a bed. Both princesses blushed deeply. Linen glared and huffed in indignation. Huaiqing quickly changed the subject. Why did consort Fu fall? You said she was pushed. Su Qian thought it over. I can't answer that for now. She had been drinking that day. If I were the prince, I'd use that as leverage to maintain a long-term secret relationship. Given her state, she might have reluctantly agreed. There would be no need to push her off the tower. Even if the prince sobered up and wanted to cover his tracks, he wouldn't act right after the fact. A man is never more clear-headed than in that moment. Acting rashly would be unthinkable. There's one more doubt. Unless, in doing so, they drove the maids and attendants out of the attic. It wouldn't make sense to then send a personal maid to invite the prince, unless the two already had a private affair. At this moment, Huaijing interjected, but according to the investigation by the 3 judicial offices, and the testimonies of the attendants and maids, there was no prior relationship with the prince. Biao Biao's eyes lit up, exclaiming, so you're saying my prince brother was truly wronged? Su Qian interrupted him. That possibility is not small, but it's too early to draw a conclusion. Huaijing asked, how did you see through the maid's concealment? Her clear, luminous eyes, fixed on Su Qian, seeking guidance, but unwilling to lose face. Su Qian, having studied microexpression psychology, was well aware of Huaijing's subtle thoughts. So he said candidly, a person's facial expressions and body movements can reveal inner thoughts to some extent. They are more honest than words. Huaijing's delicate brows furrowed slightly. I've never seen books recording such knowledge, she said. Naturally, Su Qian couldn't admit to being a time traveler, so he gave a plausible reason for his expertise. Tang Sei brushed it aside. Huaijing nodded slowly at his explanation, admiringly saying, you truly are a genius at solving cases. Su Qian felt quite proud at this. But actually, solving cases is less about innate talent, and more about experience and knowledge. Without these, even a genius at reasoning wouldn't get through the door. At that moment, a junior guard downstairs called out, Sir Su, the items have been brought over. Su Qian stood up and went downstairs, saying, next, I'll verify one of my hypotheses. How did Fei Fei die? Maybe we'll find out soon. The three went downstairs, and Su Qian took the broken railing handed to him by the guard. He carefully examined the break, checking it repeatedly. He fell into deep thought. After a while, Su Qian said to Huaijing, let's go. Let's head to the ice chamber and ask Elder Fan's princess to call a nanny. Then Su Qian led everyone out of Qingfeng Hall. They entered the ice chamber. Once again, they saw the corpse of Consort Fu. Su Qian instructed, please have the nanny remove Consort Fu's clothing and turn her over. The old nanny hesitated, but saw Su Qian had turned away modestly. Only then did she look to Princess Huaijing for confirmation. Huaijing nodded. Do as Lord Su says. With the princess's permission, the nanny hesitated no more. In no time, she completed the task as instructed. When Su Qian turned back, he saw Consort Fu lying naked on the wooden board. Her bare back was full of bruises, but there was nothing Su Qian had hoped to find. Su Qian fell into thought, sorting through the information in his mind. After another quarter hour, he nodded and said, that's enough. They left the ice chamber and returned to a side hall. Linen eagerly asked, so, what happened? How did Consort Fu die? My prince brother is innocent, right? Su Qian calmly replied, Consort Fu most likely fell off the attic by herself. Huaijing's eyebrows lifted. How can you be sure? Biao Biao's bright cartridge eyes sparkled even more. This result took everyone by surprise. Su Qian explained, the railing of the Qingfeng Hall attic was not rotten. It was very sturdy. If Consort Fu had been pushed off, her body would have hit the railing, leaving bruises on her back. But upon examination, there were no long, strip-like bruises on her back, only blotches from the fall and scattered bruising. Huaijing pondered. but she did fall to her death after breaking the railing. Are you suggesting someone tampered with the railing? Su Qian nodded. Other than that, Consort Fu had consumed alcohol after the fall. One of the maids in Qingfeng Hall said. She often looked at the scenery from the watchtower. I suspect she was watching to see if His Majesty would come. Of course, that's not important. What's important is that she had been drinking. When people drink, they tend to lean against the railing. Consort Fu fell backward. That suggests she was leaning on the railing at the time. But since the railing had been tampered with, she fell and died. The statement from the feast master that she wasn't violated can also serve as evidence. The maids at Qingfeng Hall didn't hear any cries for help, which means Consort Fu wasn't assaulted and had no reason to call for help. Huijing and Linen, and admiration shone in their eyes. Biao Biao was genuinely delighted, as the prince's suspicion greatly diminished. Huijing, however, fell into thought, mulling over Su Qian's analysis. As if digesting a teacher's lesson like a top student, the eunuch assigned to oversee them bowed his head, struggling to memorize every word Su Qian said, to report back later to his godfather. At that moment, the old nanny interjected. It was the old nursemaid, not the feast master, who examined Consort Fu's body. Su Qian understood immediately. He pulled the old nanny aside and whispered, "So it was you, nanny. That's perfect, because I need to ask you about some details. What criteria did you use to determine whether there was any assault? Was it based on?" The old nanny held up her hand, clenched it, and whispered back, tight as a drum, "I didn't board the wrong bus." Su Qian thought, his smile fading. This nanny's skills surpass mine. He sighed. Forget it. This only confirms that Consort Fu was not defiled, and indeed died in an accident. A carefully staged accident. Su Qian told the others, since it wasn't out of lust. The prince's suspicion is very light. To pull something like this off, it must have been that personal maid. But the maid wouldn't have killed Consort Fu without a reason to frame the prince. Even Biao Biao can figure that out. He glanced at Huijing. Who could have directed the maid? Huijing let out a cold laugh. Biao Biao immediately shrank behind Su Qian. Huijing couldn't be bothered to argue with Linen. She asked instead, "How do you explain the mess in the room?" Su Qian explained. Before Consort Fu fell, the maid couldn't have deliberately made a mess in her presence. And after she fell, the commotion would have immediately drawn the servants' attention. It's possible that Consort Fu, in a fit of rage, created the mess herself, or it could be the alcohol. Maybe it was tampered with. After saying this, he sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, I can't perform an autopsy. This theory can't be confirmed. With that in mind, Su Qian cupped his hands and said, "That's all for today. I need to go back and think it over some more." Not long after organizing the case, Su Qian escorted Biao Biao back to Shaoying Court. When he came out again, he found Huijing still waiting outside. Without a word, Su Qian walked over. The two walked in silence. The guards didn't follow, staying some distance behind. Suddenly, Princess Huijing spoke. "I didn't expect that as soon as you got involved, the case would make such a breakthrough." Su Qian replied, "This case isn't particularly difficult. At least proving the prince's innocence isn't too hard. However, it seems the three judicial offices struggled with that." Su Qian had always felt that the reasoning and investigative methods of this era were quite backward, but he couldn't deny that there were many talented people with this case hadn't involved too many magical means. Proving the prince's innocence was challenging, but not impossible. Princess Huijing gazed ahead and said calmly, "This matter boils down to two possibilities. Either the true culprit is the prince, or the prince was framed. If the prince is the real culprit, then he will be condemned. The recent investigations will immediately lead to a succession dispute. Neither the emperor nor the court officials would want such a thing to happen. If the prince was framed, then who in the inner palace has the means to do so? Who would dare to frame even the prince? The three judicial offices would be reluctant to provoke such a powerful figure. Ultimately, this is a family matter for the emperor." Su Qian replied bluntly. "Any prince who could inherit the crown is a suspect." Huijing said, "But the main suspects are my elder brother and my mother." Because the fourth prince is the firstborn son and first in line for succession, Su Qian commented, "But suspicion is just suspicion, without evidence. Even the emperor cannot act." Huijing nodded without speaking further. "Suspicions are inevitable," she said. "In the palace, and the favored consorts all had their own suspicions. But as long as the evidence is destroyed, even the strongest suspicion is futile." At that point, Su Qian said, "Here's what I don't understand. The fourth prince is the firstborn son. Why did the emperor designate Linen's elder brother as the crown prince?" As Su Qian asked this question, he closely watched Huijing. If she showed any signs of it would mean his behavior was causing her distrust. But then Huijing smiled, instantly dispelling his worries. Su Qian felt a sense of relief. Huijing smiled and said, "Who can truly guess the emperor's thoughts? But I once overheard some rumors." Su Qian quickly interrupted, "Your Highness, I still wish to live a long and peaceful life. To die of old age surrounded by my descendants. Huaijing chuckled softly. It's not some state secret. There's no harm in listening. People in the palace say the crown prince became the crown prince because Consort Chun was once the most favored in the harem. The emperor broke tradition and made her eldest son the crown prince. But my elder brother once privately complained to me, though father treated him so well, often lecturing him on how to rule as a sovereign. How could he say such things if he didn't intend to make my elder brother the crown prince? But one year, father suddenly flew into a rage and confined my mother to the cold palace. He even wanted to depose her, but the civil and military officials pleaded to reverse his decision. I was too young to remember it clearly, but though my mother was released from the cold palace the following year, father never returned to her chambers. My fourth brother was coldly neglected as a result, and since my birth, I was never in father's favor. Consort Chun was known to be very jealous and petty. Even after her son was made crown prince, she never felt secure. She always held animosity toward me and my fourth brother. This isn't just my own biased view. Do you know why Linen and I don't get along? Su Qian was intrigued. Could it be because of Consort Chin's influence? He asked. Huaijing nodded slowly. Linen enjoyed father's favor, and he indulged her endlessly. In the early years, Consort Chin, worried about the crown prince's unstable position, often incited Linen to provoke me and make my life difficult. Su Qian felt a twinge of sympathy for Linen. Poor girl, he thought. She must have been bullied badly by you. Though it was Linen who caused trouble, he felt both were in a way victims of their circumstances. But then another thought struck him. Perhaps that's exactly what Consort Chin wanted, to shower Linen with favor, while having her repeatedly bullied by Huaijing, so Linen would end up resenting Huaijing. At this moment Su Qian asked, why did His Majesty want to depose the Empress? Huaijing shook her head. There was no stated reason. That's why the court officials objected so strongly. Deposing an empress or a crown prince is not just a family matter for the emperor. It's a matter of state. The scholar official class won't accept it lightly, much less when it involves the mother of the realm. But if there was no reason, Su Qian pressed, why would Yuanjing suddenly become so furious as to depose her? There must be something more behind it. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Su Qian asked again, when exactly did this happen during Yuanjing's reign? Could it be related to Consort Fu? No, I don't mean to doubt the empress, of course. Princess Huaijing glanced sideways at him. If you're curious, just ask directly. Don't make excuses. It was back in Yuanjing's 13th year, she said. As for the reason, I don't know. Even though I've asked my mother many times, she never answered. Su Qian nodded. The 13th year of Yuanjing? That does sound familiar. I had thought the emperor didn't appoint the fourth prince, because the crown prince was rather dull. But now it seems there might be deeper reasons behind it. I'll have to ask Lord Wei later. With his sharp insight, whatever he says about the fourth prince is likely accurate. At this point, Princess Huaijing suddenly asked, why are you wrapping this up so quickly today? With your capabilities, there's no need to go home and deliberate, is there? Su Qian chuckled at her words. Since you've said so much, you must not mind me keeping my options open. If you still treat me as one of your own, then I'll be honest with you. Su Qian said, I just wanted to buy some time. Huaijing frowned. Buy time? For what? Su Qian sighed. Yes, I've made too many enemies. In the Sangbo case, in the Yunzhou case. Even His Majesty doesn't like me. He was originally planning to posthumously grant me the title of Viscount, but that was cancelled when I returned to life. Later, His Majesty agreed to restore my title as Viscount of Chonglu if I did a good job investigating Consort Fu's case. Huaijing laughed. Do you really think father would break his word? But that's a good approach. As long as father doesn't finalize his decision, you can keep stalling. Su Qian glanced at her, surprised. Not bad for a student of Wei Yuan, he thought. She's right in line with his way of thinking. Su Qian looked at the sky. If I head back now, I can still make it in time for dinner. He clasped his hands and said, it's getting late. I'll return to the residence first, Su Qian said. Huaijing did not stop him. Elsewhere, in Yuanjing's palace chamber, a eunuch with a broad grin hurried in and announced, Your Majesty, there's been a major development in Consort Fu's case. Yuanjing immediately assumed a solemn expression and commanded, Speak. The elderly eunuch faithfully relayed the young eunuch's report, word for word, to Yuanjing. The emperor listened silently, not giving any indication of his thoughts. The elderly eunuch, bowing low, ventured, Your Majesty, may this old servant be so bold as to ask, does this clear the prince's name? Yuanjing shook his head slightly. It's still too early to tell, but to have a rough outline of the case in just 2 days. Su Qian is indeed talented, though he's also quite cunning. With a cold snort, the emperor added, Tell the cabinet to hurry. Draft the edict immediately. No need to pick an auspicious date. The elderly eunuch respectfully accepted the order and retreated. The next morning, it was a rare occasion. The entire Su family sat down together for a meal. As they ate, Su Qian suddenly asked, Brother Xinyan, I have a question. Su Xinyan, ever the image of his mother, raised his chin haughtily and replied, "What is it? If it's something unreasonable, I won't do it. Where is my brother's Diaochan?" Su Qian teased, but quickly clarified, "No, seriously. You've read a lot of history. Do you know why Yuanjing Emperor?" Before he could finish, second Uncle Su cut in, giving him a sharp rap on the head. "Even at home, you must refer to him as His Majesty. You need to get into the habit, so you don't slip up outside and cause trouble." Su Erlang, unconcerned, replied, "You mean when Yuanjing Emperor deposed the Empress? I know it caused a big stir at the time." Second uncle glared at his son, clearly tempted to give him a good smack, but his nephew and son both ignored him. Su Qian asked, "Why did he depose her?" Su Xinyan shook his head. "I don't know. It's not recorded in the histories, but it was a major incident at the time. The entire court was protesting it. Even the censors and vice ministers were running around in a frenzy, trying to humiliate Yuanjing Emperor to prove their civility. Eventually, their protest succeeded. While the Empress wasn't deposed, she was still She remained there until Yuanjing 14. Su Qian asked, "So why was she eventually released?" Su Xinyan replied nonchalantly, "That was the year Wei Yuan defeated the northern barbarians, returning in triumph. Yuanjing Emperor proclaimed an amnesty and reinstated the Empress as well." Su Qian suddenly understood. So that's why Yuanjing 13 sounded so familiar. It was the year Wei Yuan made his name across the realm. "Sorry, father. I didn't mean any disrespect to you," he thought. No wonder Huijing became Wei Yuan's disciple. The Empress must have felt indebted to him, even though we haven't figured out the reason for her deposition. At least we've learned something. The detective Su, within him, reasoned that, even if the Empress had done wrong, it couldn't have been that grave. Otherwise, Yuanjing wouldn't have seized the chance to reinstate her. As Su Qian was savoring his deductions, his aunt spoke up. "Ningnian, if you have time after lunch, go pick up Ling Yin." Su Qian, not wanting to go, immediately retorted, "Why can't brother Xinyan do it?" His aunt, always at odds with her unlucky nephew, smirked and said, "Xinyan has studying to do in the afternoon. Can't I ask you to do a simple errand without all this fuss?" Su Qian clicked his tongue in mock annoyance. "Well then, aunt, why don't you return the silk fabric I gave you?" His aunt instantly plastered on a smile. "Oh, come now, Ningnian, we're all family. Let's not bicker. Here, have some more food." She piled more meat onto his plate. Satisfied with her change of tone, Su Qian turned to his cousin, "Linyu, come with me. Little sister, we'll go together. I'll take you two girls for a walk in the inner city, maybe pick up some accessories." His aunt's eyes lit up. "Ningnian, why don't I come along too?" Su Qian inwardly cursed. "She's just trying to get me to spend money." He replied coolly, "Sure, but no jewelry shopping." Her expression soured instantly. "Well, if you're going to be so stingy, I'm not going." Su Qian immediately turned to complain. "Second uncle, see? She only wants to take advantage of me. I haven't even gotten married yet. I need to save up for that, you know." Lingyin's school was called Qingyun Hall. The name carried two meanings. One, to signify a smooth rise to fame, and two, to piggyback on the popularity of the nearby Qingyun mountain outside the capital. The schoolmaster was an old scholar named Li Bingyi. A few months ago, this old gentleman had hit the lowest point of his life. Frustrated, he called out, "Su Ling Yin, stand up and recite the three-character classic." Ling Yin obediently stood up and began reciting in earnest. Human nature at birth is good, similar in nature, but as she got to this point, she stopped. Master Li sighed. "Why, after half a month, do you still only know these 3 lines?" Ling Yin replied confidently, "My dad says that as long as you win the game." Master Li was taken aback. Does that saying even apply here? Then he remembered her father was a coarse warrior. This thought cooled most of his irritation. Gently, he advised, "You read the loudest in class, and you have no problem recognizing characters. So why is it that, when I ask you to recite, you can't recall anything? As the sage says, self-reflection is key. Have you reflected on this?" Ling Yin was puzzled. "But sir, you only taught us 3 lines." The entire class burst into laughter. Exasperated, Master Li said, "Just sit down." He couldn't bring himself to be angry with her, knowing about her family situation. Ling Yin's only elder brother was a scholar, a student of the prestigious Yunlu Academy. It was hard to imagine what kind of environment or upbringing could produce 2 siblings so drastically different. Master Li cleared his throat and reminded them, "Remember, no talking during meals." With that, he left the classroom. The children immediately relaxed, breaking into chatter and laughter. They each pulled food from their small cloth bundles. Ling Yin was no exception. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Today's lunch was particularly lavish, featuring crystal dumplings and plum blossom cakes, the finest pastries from Guiyu Lu. Just then, a chubby boy swaggered over to Ling Yin's desk. Towering over him, he commanded in a bossy tone, "I'm taking your food." The chubby boy was the class bully, the biggest and strongest of them all, a year older than Ling Yin. But Ling Yin quick to protect his food, glared at him fiercely and said, "No way." The chubby boy used his size and strength to shove Ling Yin aside, making it clear he would take it by force. Previously, this same boy had stolen Ling Yin's bracelet. Back then, Ling Yin initially refused, but after being pushed to the ground and hit twice, it was taken from him. Ling Yin hadn't cared much about the bracelet. It wasn't edible, after all. But this time, the chubby boy dared to snatch his pastries. Ling Yin was determined not to let him succeed. The chubby boy was surprised. He had expected Ling Yin to be as docile as last time, but this time, Ling Yin was ferocious. Still, the chubby boy was determined. If he wanted Ling Yin's food, he would have it. No one in class dared to stand up to him. He clenched his fists, ready to fight. He punched Ling Yin twice in the head, leaving him clutching his head in pain. Sitting on the ground, the chubby boy then sat down triumphantly and started eating the pastries, smirking and making mocking comments. "You should have handed it over earlier, and you wouldn't have suffered so much. Got any more of this at home? If so, bring it tomorrow." Some of the other children watched enviously, thinking that if they joined in earlier, they could be enjoying the pastries now. Ling Yin felt an unprecedented anger. In his he stood up silently, kept his head down, and walked to Master Li's desk. He picked up the thick, sturdy bamboo stick. A child behind the chubby boy immediately called out, "He's gonna hit you with the teacher's bamboo stick." The chubby boy looked up, just in time to see that little girl, normally so quiet and timid when bullied, lifting the bamboo stick high. From her tiny chest came a loud, furious roar. In the next instant, the bamboo stick came down hard on the chubby boy's head, breaking with a resounding crack. His eyes rolled back, and he instantly lost consciousness, falling flat on his back. A black and red mark was clearly visible, and one of his teeth had been knocked out. The children in the classroom were stunned, and quickly ran with their short little legs to the courtyard to find Master Li. Master Li was having lunch with his wife, when a boy burst in, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Sir, that stupid girl killed someone." Master Li frowned and asked, "What happened?" The boy, flustered, pointed outside. "That stupid girl. She beat the chubby kid to death with your bamboo stick." Master Li put down his chopsticks and got up. "I'll go take a look." He crossed the inner courtyard and entered the main hall, where he saw a group of children gathered around the chubby boy. The boy lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Master Li was shocked. He scolded Ling Yin, then quickly sent someone to fetch a doctor. Fortunately, the school's and the clinic wasn't far away. The doctor arrived quickly. He checked the chubby boy's pulse carefully, examined him for a moment, and then his expression turned grave. There was no danger to his life. He would just need to rest in bed for a few days. Master Li breathed a sigh of relief. If someone had actually died, his teaching career would have been over. No longer able to hold back his anger, he scolded Ling Yin harshly. "Su Ling Yin, why did you deliberately hurt your classmate?" Ling Yin shouted back. "He took my food." Master Li grew even angrier. "You almost killed someone over that?" Hands on her hips, Ling Yin stubbornly repeated, "He took my food." To her, it was clearly a matter of great importance. The stubbornness of this clumsy little girl made Master Li's anger flare. He was about to reprimand her further. "Where's my young master? Who dared to bully him?" Two burly servants burst in. They stormed into the inner courtyard, and at a glance, saw their young master unconscious on the ground. One of the servants, eyes blazing, pointed at Master Li and shouted, "Which brat hit my young master?" Master Li coughed lightly and said calmly, "This is all a misunderstanding. Take him home first, and I'll personally visit you later." He planned to wait for Ling Yin's family to arrive, and then personally apologize in their presence. After all, this had happened in his private school, and such a violent incident did not reflect well on his reputation. But the servants were even rougher than the soldiers, sneering, "Save your excuses. All we know is that our young master got beaten. If you don't hand over the culprit, we'll report this to the authorities." Master Li gave a cold laugh. According to the legal codes, offenders under 15, unless committing serious crimes, can have their penalties commuted. For those under 10, even in cases of manslaughter, they can be freed upon payment of a fine. If you want to report this, go ahead. Just make it quick. To sum up, minor offenders could pay a fine in place of punishment, but the servants, being unversed in the law, they certainly couldn't out-argue Master Li, but in their anger and frustration, they rolled up their sleeves as if to... One of the boys pointed at Ling Yin and shouted, "It was her. She's the one who hit him." One of the servants immediately stepped forward, grabbed Ling Yin's small hand, and started dragging her away. Master Li bristled and glared. "What do you think you're doing?" The servant shoved him aside. "I don't care about your laws. If she hit someone, she has to answer for it. Right now, I'm taking her back to the manor to face my master and madam. If you know you'll notify her family right away. If you're late, and something happens to her, it won't be our fault." Ling Yin struggled against the pole, kicking and squirming, furiously protesting. After a while, seeing no result, she spat at the servant. The servant, already angry, raised his hand, ready to slap her. Before he could strike, Master Li swiftly intervened, blocking his hand. He roared in indignation, "I am a scholar, an accredited scholar with a degree. Lay a hand on her, and you'll be facing the courts." The servant sneered. "A scholar? So what? During festivals, scholars line up at the manor to curry favor. You're just another old man. You're nothing special." With that, he lashed out with his foot. An elderly scholar past his prime had no chance to defend himself and was sent flying. Meanwhile, Su Qian trotted along on horseback, under the warm sunshine, muttering complaints. "It's just a broken bracelet. My aunt's been making a fuss for so long. Why not just have second uncle deal with it?" But his aunt had come along too. She'd recalled the bracelet she bought for Ling Yin, which had since gone missing, and with Su Qian back to support her, she intended to confront the private school's master. Through the window curtain, her pointed chin and proud expression appeared as she said haughtily, "Your second uncle was busy with imperial matters in the spring. How could he have time to handle such trifles?" Su Qian casually remarked. "Didn't Erlang come back?" His beautiful aunt rolled her eyes. "Erlang is busy preparing for the spring hunt. His mind isn't on this. And besides, Erlang doesn't have palace maids. He's not as strong as you martial types. He only has his silver tongue." Su Qian thought to himself, Erlang's silver tongue can cause explosive arguments. It's quite a weapon in itself. Ling Yue, ever the protective little sister, sighed. "Mother always thinks eldest brother is more reliable. Isn't that why, as soon as he returned, you were eager to ask him to set things right?" Auntie hastily denied it. "I didn't say that." Soon enough, the carriage pulled up by the roadside. The driver set down a small wooden step and helped them out. Su Qian said, "I'll go tie up the horse first, and buy Ling Yin something to eat. You go on inside." Auntie, holding her daughter's hand, said, "Can't you buy it afterward?" Su Qian smiled. "It's not the same as a surprise, especially not for a little foodie." Auntie pouted, and went into the private school with Ling Yue. But just as they entered, she heard her youngest daughter's cries. A moment later, she saw a burly man carrying the girl out. Auntie blocked the two servants and frowned. "Who are you? What are you doing to my daughter?" When Ling Yin saw her mother, she immediately shouted, "Mother, they're bad people. Tell big brother to beat them up." The servant eyed Auntie up and down, unable to look away. In his life, he'd never seen such a beautiful woman, but noticing that neither Auntie nor Ling Yue had any guards with them, he felt reassured. Putting on a fierce face, he deliberately bumped into Auntie. "Your little girl hit my young master. We're taking her away." The other servant copied him, blatantly stepping toward Ling Yue. Ling Yue, alarmed, backed away, retreating all the way to the courtyard gate. He stumbled on the threshold, exclaiming in surprise as he fell, and collided into a warm, solid shoulder. When he turned his head, he saw his older brother. His previous grievances vanished immediately. Su Qian narrowed his eyes. It was the two servants pointing at Ling Yin. "That's my younger sister," he said. The servants still glared at Su Qian self-righteously. "Your sister injured our young master. He's barely hanging on." At that moment, Master Li also came out, agitated. "The doctor already explained," he said. "There's no life-threatening injury." Su Qian asked Master Li, "What's going on here?" Master Li explained the situation, then sighed. "This really isn't in your favor. Show me a bit of respect, and we can handle this peacefully." Su Qian nodded reluctantly. So it was about food, he thought. Looks like I'll have to pay compensation. At least Ling Yin didn't come out worse off. "Being a reasonable man," Su Qian said, "put my sister down, and let's call the boy's parents over." But these servants, coarser than common brutes, immediately spat out a vulgar reply. "What if you run away? We're taking this girl, no matter what. Even if the emperor himself showed up, we wouldn't care." Su Qian's expression darkened. He thought, is it that hard to speak properly? Master Li quickly tried to de-escalate. "Don't be hasty, don't be hasty. I'll accompany you to settle this matter." But before he could finish speaking, there was a flash before his eyes. One of the foul-mouthed servants suddenly flew through the air, crashing into a wall in an exaggerated pose. It was fortunate that Su Baichi had held back a bit. Otherwise, the servant's head might have been smashed like a watermelon. The old master turned back in horror, unable to utter another word. He wasn't sure if opening his mouth again would result in the seemingly gentle young man taking action against him too. This old body couldn't handle it. Su Qian snorted coldly. "One punch is enough to scare you. How dare you act so arrogant? I'd like to see what kind of master you serve. Go get your master." The remaining servant glanced at him nervously and ran off without a word. Ling Yin immediately stopped crying. She leapt forward like a little fish, hugging his leg. "Big brother." Su Qian affectionately patted her head. "Does it hurt anywhere?" Ling Yin rubbed her head carelessly. "My head hurts. He punched me twice." Su Qian narrowed his eyes. "Who hit you? That fat boy, or one of the adults?" Ling Yin remained indifferent. "The fat boy." Su Qian nodded. He approached Master Li and asked, "How do you think we should handle this?" Master Li pondered. "Well, the boy is injured. and will likely need to stay in bed for a few days. A sincere apology and some money should settle it. That boy's great-uncle is a senior official in the Ministry of Revenue, he added. In other words, their background was not to be trifled with. If the matter escalated, they'd end up losing out. Madame Su hugged Ling Ying tightly. Feeling emboldened by her nephew's presence, she declared fiercely, "We won't pay. Who cares about some official?" Master Li sighed. "He's a fifth-rank official." This startled Madame Su, who quickly suggested, "Maybe we should just head home." Su Qian felt a wave of exasperation. Why back down so quickly, he thought. He said sharply, "Go home. It'd be even more humiliating if they came to our house. We might as well settle it here." After an hour's wait, parents came to pick up their children one by one, until only Su Qian and his group remained. Soon, they heard the sound of approaching footsteps. The servant returned, this time accompanied by over 10 men armed with sticks. He shouted, "There she is, the girl who hit our young master. And that guy, he's shielding her. And they dared to hurt people." The middle-aged man at the lead suppressed his anger. He sized up Su Qian. "Who are you? Which yamen do your elders work at?" Su Qian was a reasonable man. Seeing that they had no intention of striking first, he clasped his fists and replied, "I am Su Qian, a night patrolman." Before he could finish the 3 words, the middle-aged man interrupted coldly, "I'm asking about your elders." Su Qian smiled and didn't mind. "Su Pingji, 100 household officer in the Imperial Guard." The middle-aged man snorted. His tone lingered mockingly. "The mere daughter of 100 household officer dared to injure my precious son. This isn't over." Thinking of this, he spoke in a measured tone. "I'll give you 2 choices. Either compensate 500 taels of silver, or I'll drag the girl to the yamen." Su Qian's aunt cried out, 500 taels? Killing your son wouldn't cost that much. Don't even think about it." The well-dressed woman, enraged by these words, spat venomously at the aunt. "How dare you speak like that? Your entire family is indecent. No wonder your daughter turned out so vulgar. A garish mother produces no good offspring." The aunt, hands on her hips, retorted sarcastically, "You dare show your twisted, ugly face in public? Shameless." The aunt spat. The woman, furious, charged forward, raising a hand to strike the aunt. But before her slap could land, Su Qian's hand met hers first. The sharp crack sent the woman staggering. Furious, she glared at him, her face stinging. She opened her mouth to curse, but Su Qian delivered another slap, cutting her off mid-chant. The ferocious woman's face, already unpleasant to look at, swelled to resemble a pig's head. She cried out, "Husband, what are you waiting for? They're going to kill me." The middle-aged man, already fuming, realized negotiations were futile. His face darkened as he waved his hand. "Get them." The servants surged forward. They raised their clubs and started swinging. It was clear they had no intention of holding back. Su Qian quickly moved his aunt and Lin Yu behind him for protection. He didn't want them to get hurt in the chaos. The servants' clubs came crashing down. Su Qian easily dodged them. With a casual move, he delivered a light kick. A man weighing over 100 jin flew back. He crashed into several others, toppling them like dominoes. The middle-aged man felt a jolt of fear. So he was a martial artist. He quickly leaned over and whispered something to a servant. The servant hurried off. The middle-aged man's expression grew darker. This was the capital. Force wouldn't solve the problem. "Young man," he said, "your sister hit someone. Shouldn't we get an explanation?" Su Qian smirked and replied coldly, "Your son tried to steal my sister's food." His aunt comforted the young girl. She looked up at Su Qian. A sense of security welled up inside her. All the effort she put into raising him wasn't wasted. The woman yelled, "She's just a child. What child isn't greedy for snacks? This isn't a big deal. Why are you making such a fuss over a child?" The middle-aged man, feeling embarrassed, cut off the quarrelsome woman. "So what do you want?" Su Qian stated his position firmly. "Your son first stole my sister's food, then hit her, so I'm only willing to pay 10 taels of silver." The middle-aged man sneered, clearly dissatisfied with the deal. They stood at an impasse for a while. A group of sharp-eyed bailiffs arrived, led by a middle-aged man. His eyes were keen. "What's going on here?" he demanded. The middle-aged man's smile deepened. He had just ordered a servant to fetch these bailiffs. Su Qian's expression darkened noticeably. It was the city's bailiffs. The middle-aged man stepped forward and cupped his hands. "My name is Zhao Shen. My family background is established. I don't think you need to hear about all 4 uncles." The head constable quickly clasped his hands in return. "Ah, it's Master Zhao." The middle-aged man nodded as if out of habit. He pointed to Su Qian. "This man resorted to violence, allowing his sister to gravely injure me. Then he went on to hurt my servants. The authorities must ensure justice." The head constable stared at Su Qian for a moment. He thought the handsome young man seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall where he'd seen him. Finally, he instructed faintly, "Take him away." 2 constables approached Su Qian with ropes. Su Qian frowned. He said, "Head constable, are you sure you want to act on one-sided testimony?" The head constable felt a vague sense of unease. He stopped the 2 constables and gestured for Su Qian to continue. But the arrogant woman interrupted, yelling, "What else is there to say? My son just took a bit of food from their girl, and that brat beat him badly." Instead of apologizing, he went on to injure my household staff. Is there no justice? No law and order? Mr. Lee sighed. He tried to speak a fair word, but the tension persisted. The Zhao family's arrogance was indeed overbearing. A doctor, who had not yet left, "The child will need several days of bed rest to recover." The head constable nodded slowly. Being overbearing is understandable. Anyone would be angry if their child was hurt. The little girl, seeing her brother about to be restrained, shouted angrily, "He started it by stealing my food. You can't take my big brother. He's just clumsy and can't explain himself well." She stammered on. "That fat kid not only stole my food, he also took my bracelet." Her aunt was shocked and furious. So the culprit who took her bracelet was from that family. Recalling how they had stolen Ming Ying's food again today, and even hit him, her aunt was trembling with rage. Su Qian was stunned. He turned his head and asked, "The bracelet was taken by that fat boy as well?" The little girl nodded vigorously. Su Qian's face darkened completely. If this conflict had just been a kid's squabble, he wouldn't have held it against a child. Paying some medical expenses would have been enough. That's why he hadn't revealed his identity, nor abused his position of power. But it was clearly more than that. This fat boy had repeatedly bullied the little girl, clearly targeting her as an easy victim. He was blatantly venting violence on her. This was bullying, unforgivable. Su Qian pushed aside the constable who was about to detain him. He stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. "So it was your child. First, he bullied my sister, then stole her priceless bracelet. This time, seeing that her food was expensive, he stole that too, and even hit her. Now you're using your position, extorting 500 taels of silver in the school." The middle-aged man was clearly shaken by Su Qian's presence. He stammered, "Bracelet? What bracelet? These accusations are baseless." But the wife at his side, her gaze flickering, seemed to have thought of something. Su Qian turned to the head constable and said, "Allow me to explain. Here's what happened. Zhao family's son repeatedly bullied my sister, taking her jade bracelet. This time he also stole her food. My sister had enough, so she stood up for herself. That bracelet isn't cheap. If you need to arrest someone, it's them, not me. Please help me recover the stolen item." The woman shouted, "Bracelet? What bracelet? No such thing happened. My son is educated and well-behaved. How could he possibly do something like that? Sir, they not only injured our son, but they're also making false accusations." The middle-aged man's face turned dark. "Constable, detain this man. I'll go bring my uncle to demand justice." The constable hesitated no longer. "Arrest him and bring him to the yamen." But as the words left his mouth, he looked at the young man before him. Su Qian pulled a golden token from his robe. He tossed it casually. The head constable instinctively flinched, but, almost involuntarily, he reached out and caught it. When he got a clear look at the object, his face turned pale. He dropped to his knees with a thud, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. The Zhao couple's expressions changed. They didn't recognize the token, but the constable's reaction was telling enough. Wasn't his elder just a 100 household officer? What was going on here? This young man's status seemed very high. Why hadn't he said so earlier? Su Qian stared at the head constable and asked, "What's your name?" Bowing his head and regretting his earlier choices, the constable broke into a cold sweat. "Your humble servant, Zhu Yin," Su Qian said coldly. "I am an official with an imperial decree to maintain order. This is a gold token bestowed by His Majesty himself." "Zhu Yin, is it? You've got potential. I appreciate your talents. I'll let you join me in this case. Take care of the token for me, and let me be clear, if it's lost, your entire household will be executed." Plop. Large beads of sweat rolled down Zhu Yin's face, falling to the ground. He stammered, "I understand." Su Qian nodded slightly. "Stay on your knees." He then turned to the Zhao couple. "Take these two away," he ordered. The command was directed at the three constables, but the young constables looked toward Zhu Yin. Zhu Yin didn't dare raise his head. Frustrated and panicking, his voice trembled. "What are you waiting for? Carry out the order." Zhao Shen cried out in anger and anxiety. "What are you doing? My uncle is a fourth-rank official at the Ministry of Personnel." A constable struck him hard with the back of a blade. Only then did Zhao Shen quiet down. He turned and shouted to his household staff, "Go get my uncle." Su Qian took his aunt and sisters away from the school, sighing, "This won't be finished today. I need to go deal with the authorities." "Aunt, do you want to come with me? Or would you rather return home first?" Auntie was obviously furious, gritting her teeth and saying, "To the yamen." After they left, Mr. Lee reflected carefully on how he had handled the situation, ensuring he hadn't made any mistakes. Feeling a bit relieved, he approached the captured constable, who was still kneeling there, and asked, "Tell me, what yamen does that lord serve at? His rank is extraordinary." The captured constable regretted his actions, so much he wished he could draw his sword and end it all. Cursing under his breath, he muttered, "I didn't know his rank was so high, or that he carried such a token. This is a gold token." "A gold token? Do you understand what that means?" Mr. Lee's body swayed, his hands trembling. So that silly girl's family had someone of such importance? He was profoundly grateful that he hadn't favored the Zhao family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just lost his position, he'd have lost his life. Thinking of this, he felt a deep sympathy for Zhu Yin. On the way to the night patrol office, Su Qian rode on horseback with the little girl, holding a meat pie in one hand and a bag of fried fish balls in the other. He seemed quite content. Su Qian tentatively asked, "How do you feel now? Satisfied?" Big brother taught them a lesson. They're not dead, but they'll feel it. Su Qian was being so careful, because he worried that this bullying might leave a psychological scar on the little girl. But after talking to himself for a while, and even nudging his sister, he got no response. Su Qian yelled in exasperation, "Hey, I'm talking to you." The little girl looked up from her food, her big black and white eyes blinking. "What did you say, big brother?" Su Qian muttered grumpily. "I asked if you feel better now." The little girl nodded as she ate, then gave no further response. Su Qian felt a flash of irritation. Raising his voice, he asked, "Do you even know what feeling better means?" The little girl kept nodding, shoving more food into her mouth. Su Qian gritted his teeth and said, "Big brother taught that fat kid's parents a lesson." The little girl nodded and continued to enjoy her food. Su Qian couldn't hold back his anger any longer and shouted, "Your second brother died." But the little girl only nodded in response. Su Qian let out a long sigh. This little brat was clearly just brushing him off. "How foolish I am," he thought. "I actually worried about this stupid child's mental health." But in the next moment, the little girl suddenly spat out her food. Su Qian lowered his head in concern and asked, "What's wrong?" The little girl looked regretful. "The horse stumbled. Spitting it out is such a waste. Can I pick it up and eat it again?" Su Qian lost his temper. "No. How did someone as stupid as you appear in our family? Still so gluttonous." The group soon arrived at the night watchman's yamen. A not-so-familiar bronze gong came over to greet them. "Lord Su." Su Qian smiled and approached him. "Just in time. Please escort my family inside and have them sit in the Chunfeng Hall." The bronze gong immediately smiled in agreement and glanced at Su Qian's aunt. "Is this your elder sister?" Auntie's nerves vanished instantly, and she laughed. The night watchmen are all so dashing, and so well-spoken too. A quarter of an hour later, 3 constables from the prefectural yamen arrived, along with the Zhao couple. A young constable respectfully said, "My lord, the suspects have been brought." Su Qian nodded, took the ropes and said, "Wait here. I'll lock them up and come back." The Zhao couple turned pale with fright. Everyone in the capital knew the night watchman's fearsome reputation, and they were well aware that the night watchman's jail was a place from which no one ever returned. Zhao Shen's wife dropped to the ground, weeping and wailing, "I'm not going into the night watchman's yamen. Kill me instead." Su Qian kicked her to the ground. "Dying is easy. I'll make it happen later. Weren't you thinking about the consequences when you bullied others just now?" With that, he yanked on the ropes. He dragged the couple into the yamen by force. The 3 constables stayed behind. One of them suddenly remarked, "Doesn't that official look familiar?" Another one said uncertainly, "Could it be Lord Su?" "That's impossible," replied the first. "When Su was promoted to chief constable, was working under him. I saw him once before. He's changed so much. I barely recognized him. Isn't he dead?" Back then, things were really tough for the night watch. Everyone was in a foul mood. The Zhao couple were shoved into the prison. Whenever they resisted, they were beaten. This attracted plenty of curious looks from the night watchmen, some of whom laughed and teased. "Who's Lord Su dragging in now? Why are they crying?" Su Qian replied with a grin, "A pair of arrogant fools. Let them experience the harshness of the real world." They arrived at the night watch's exclusive dungeon. With a clank, the iron door opened. Damp, dark air poured out. Zhao Shen's face turned deathly pale, his eyes filled with terror and despair. This was the moment of his deepest regret. The woman finally broke down. "The bracelet. I pawned it. I'll pay you back. Please don't put me in the dungeon." Zhao Shen stared at his wife, wide-eyed. He finally understood why this mysterious official was so angry. It turned out that his own son really had been bullying the girl. The bracelet had indeed been stolen. His wife had known all along. Now it was over. They'd been caught by the night watch. Even high-ranking officials would find it hard to escape, let alone his uncle. Would his uncle risk offending the night watch for him? Su Qian called in his subordinates to lock the couple up, and then summoned another guard. He gave an order. "Those 2 I just locked up, teach them a lesson." The guard hesitated. "By not overboard." Do you mean leave them alive, or just intact? Su Qian said lightly. Alive. Beat them every day, but be careful not to break any bones or cause permanent damage. I have plans for them. Understood? With that clarification, Yudo felt more confident. Lord Su only intends to discipline them, he thought, just enough to make them suffer in jail. Su Qian added lightly, this is called labor reform. As a night watchman, it is my duty to maintain peace in the capital, trusted and valued by His Majesty. It is only right to educate the people. Yudo immediately praised brilliant, my lord. Just as Su Qian was stepping out of the building, an official hurried over to report that an officer claiming to be a fourth-ranked official was requesting an audience. Su Qian nodded, taking him to the Chunfeng Hall. After giving the order, he headed into Li Yuchen's office, sat down in his chair, and comfortably muttered, soon, I'll be a commander too. Ah, with 10 bronze gong positions to fill, who should I appoint first? I should give one to my second uncle, one for Shisheng, one for Erlang, one for Linyu, and of course, one for the little girl. With everyone in the family on the payroll, we'll be well off. He chuckled to himself as he daydreamed. Soon, an official was led in. The man was in his 50s, wearing a blue official robe. As he stepped across the threshold of Chunfeng Hall, his previously stern and silent demeanor transformed, and a pleasant smile spread across his face. Lord Su, it's an honor to meet you at last. I am but a humble official, and I've never had the chance to see you in person before. I hear you are a regular at the Imperial Library. Su Qian replied indifferently, if you wanted to see me, you could have gone to Jiafengxi. The official was momentarily stunned. Su Qian burst into hearty laughter. Oh, come now, Lord Zhao. Surely you wouldn't disturb the ladies of Jiafengxi. Please, have a seat. Someone, bring tea. Their initial exchange was sharp and pointed. Assistant Director Zhao started the conversation with subtle implications, hinting that Su Qian was a troublemaker, making enemies everywhere. In response, Su Qian likened him to a courtesan. Losing patience, Assistant Director Zhao got straight to the point. Lord Su, what exactly has my disappointing nephew done? Su Qian frowned quite a lot. He orchestrated blatant acts of theft and extortion. After being caught, he then gathered his guests and plotted to harm me and my family. Assistant Director Zhao, we are colleagues. We should show some mutual respect, but the law leaves no room for emotion. Seasoned in court affairs, Zhao remained unflappable. He produced a banknote from his sleeve, showing a trace of embarrassment. This is my fault for not keeping him in check, letting him run wild. Lord Su, please be lenient. Su Qian glanced at the note and saw it was only worth 100 taels. He sighed. My sister was injured. Zhao remained calm and pulled out another note. Su Qian continued. My aunt was injured too. Zhao kept smiling and produced yet another note. My sister was hurt, Su Qian repeated. Getting a bit annoyed, Zhao said. Your sister's already been injured once. Su Qian raised 2 fingers and smiled. I forgot to mention, I have 2 sisters. Suppressing his anger, Zhao pulled out another note, but then Su Qian changed his tone, sighing, I was injured too. Zhao's mouth twitched, his mind racing to calm himself, and reluctantly handed over another 100 taels. Satisfied, Su Qian nodded, then pointedly added, the missing bracelet was a gift from His Majesty. Breathing heavily, Zhao was trembling with anger. Finally, gritting his teeth, he produced another 100 tael note and slapped it down. That made a total of 600 taels. Su Qian decided not to press further. It wasn't about stopping while ahead, but rather about repaying Zhao Shun's earlier attempt to extort 500 taels with the same tactic. He tucked the banknotes away, then casually remarked, regarding this matter, I'll let them go. Zhao let out a sigh of relief. Then, Lord Su, please release them. To his surprise, Su Qian shook his head. That's not possible. Zhao's face hardened. Su Qian smiled and said, debts must be repaid, and they come with interest, no? These 500 taels are just the interest. You still owe me the principal. Zhao finally lost his composure. Since he stepped into the room, Su Qian had been playing him. Despite being a prestigious assistant director of personnel, an official who oversaw appointments, influencing the careers of local officials, he was powerless against this lowly bronze gong. All because the Night Watch, tasked with overseeing all officials, naturally clashed with his position. And worse, Su Qian had the support of Wei Yuan, and was repeatedly entrusted by the emperor with critical cases. Abusing power, Zhao thought, glaring sharp. He took a deep breath and said, what exactly do you want, Lord Su? Su Qian motioned for him to sit. Nothing serious, he said. Please sit down. Now, I've heard that the Department of Appointments oversees the allocation of local officials. Zhao nodded. Su Qian then revealed his intent. In a few days, it will be the spring recruitment. I have a cousin who is exceptionally talented, a true scholar. He's sure to become a geneshur effortlessly. Zhao understood what he meant. Since that's the case, Zhao said, Lord Su, just let me know what you need. You can rest assured. Su Qian smiled faintly. Well, he's a student of Yunlu Academy. Hearing this, Zhao's face darkened. He finally realized Su Qian's true intention. He suddenly felt quite troubled. Su Qian smiled slyly. Rest assured, Zhao Longzhong. I won't make things difficult for you. All you need to do after the spring recruitment is keep him in the capital, treating him as you. If you can do that, I'll be deeply grateful. And your nephew and his wife, they'll naturally be released at that time. They won't suffer any further. As for the bracelet His Majesty gifted, I've given up on that entirely. Zhao Longzhong pondered for a while. He understood it was a transaction. After some thought, he nodded slowly. All right, but I hope you'll keep your promise, Lord Su. After sending off Zhao Longzhong, Su Qian exhaled deeply. He thought to himself, Erlang, my brother and sister. Li Deji spoils you most. Then he turned and headed to the Curiosity Pavilion, where Wei Yuan was standing in front of a painting of fish, lost in thought. Hearing footsteps, Wei Yuan didn't turn around. He spoke casually. Zhao Longzhong from the Department of Appointments came to see you. Su Qian clasped his hands and smiled. I knew coming to the Curiosity Pavilion was the right choice. Wei Yuan turned to look at Su Qian. Why have you come this time? Su Qian began recounting the entire sequence of events. Of course, he also mentioned his agreement with Zhao Longzhong. My cousin, Erlang, will undoubtedly be sent to a remote rural post if nothing is done. My uncle is trying to save his son. How could I let that happen? Wei Yuan chuckled softly. He asked with a half-smile, why didn't you ask me for help? Su Qian didn't answer right away. Wei Yuan didn't press. After a long pause, Su Qian replied honestly, I want to leave a path for the Su family. He shouldn't have to stand on the same side as me. I owe my life to you, Lord Wei. Fighting on the front lines is my duty. Su Qian was a clever man. He wouldn't put all his eggs in one basket. He hoped there would be someone in the family who could shoulder its burdens in the future. Having another Su New Year, even though he was his cousin, Su New Year would inevitably carry Su Qian's influence. But that was different from Wei Yuan's mark. This subtle calculation didn't escape Wei Yuan. He slowly nodded. Human nature. By the way, you've advanced to the refined spirit realm, haven't you? How's your primordial spirit strength? Su Qian scratched his head. Hard to say. Wei Yuan kept his gaze fixed on him. Compare it to Li Yuchen, then. He's a seasoned refined spirit practitioner. He's not quite at the level of iron skin and bronze bones, but he's still strong. Su Qian smiled wryly. If that's the case, I could probably take down 2 of him in a single strike. Wei Yuan abruptly stood up, unable to conceal the shock in his eyes. He squinted, his gaze fixed on Su Qian. What did you just say? Su Qian answered modestly. Lord Wei, I haven't fought anyone since reaching the refined spirit realm. It's hard to gauge my strength. Wei Yuan considered this. Don't you know the Buddhist lion's roar? Go outside and let out a roar. Su Qian hesitated. But Lord Wei, the lion's roar doesn't distinguish friend from foe. Wei Yuan waved dismissively. If I'm not afraid, why should you be? Don't worry about me. Su Qian, resigned, nodded. He turned and walked past the tea room toward the watchtower. When he reached the platform, he stood in the warm sunlight, centered his energy in his dantian, and envisioned a golden lion. He used his unique breathing technique, paused for a moment, and let out a deep roar toward the yamen below. The night watchmen below, hearing the roar, were overcome with an uncontrollable fear. Their ears temporarily rang with silence, and their vision went dark. A flurry of figures darted out from every corner of the yamen. Even the highest-ranking officers were, one after another, they rushed toward the pavilion. Su Qian felt a bit embarrassed. Lord Wei, I think I overdid it. Wei Yuan stared at Su Qian, his eyes brimming with delight. This was a lion slowly sharpening its claws, slowly growing its fangs. It had not yet fully matured, but one day, its roar would shake the entire land. Meanwhile, Nangong Qianro glanced at him. Was that you just now? Su Qian gave an embarrassed smile. Yeah, I was just testing my primordial spirit strength. I let out a casual roar. Zhang Kaidai looked at Su Qian with curiosity. You reached the refined spirit realm in Yunzhou, didn't you? In truth, they had known Su Qian advanced to this stage since the confidential letter from Jiang Luzhong reached the capital. When Wei Yuan mentioned it back then, he was in excellent spirits. But even so, it had only been a little over half a month since Su Qian advanced, and the powerful, pure wave of primordial spirit energy just now didn't seem like something a newly advanced refined spirit practitioner should have. At that moment, Zhang Kaidai had a sudden realization. Now I understand. Jiang Luzhong, they even got into a heated dispute. The more he thought about it, the more intense his gaze became. Wei Yuan shook his head. Su Qian remained quiet. Yang Yin is still on his mission. If you want to talk to him, you'll have to wait until he returns. Except for Nangong Qianro. The 6 golden gongs all said in unison, very well. Su Qian sighed. By the time Yang Yin returns to the capital, the heat of this situation will have passed. Imagine this. A golden gong who has worked tirelessly in the field to suppress bandits, travels thousands of miles back to the capital, but instead of cheers and acclaim, he is greeted with the fists of his colleagues. And when Jiang Luzhong learns of it, he might even add to his troubles. Just thinking about it seemed tragic. With that, the guards and night watchmen dispersed. Su Qian leisurely made his way back to the Spring Breeze Hall. Lin Yu approached him, still shaken. Big brother, where were you? What caused that thunderous sound earlier? Mother and Lin Yin were frightened. Su Qian casually replied, a sudden thunderclap on a sunny day. It happens. As he spoke, he pulled a 100-tael banknote from his pocket and handed it to his aunt. Everything is settled now. This is the compensation from the Zhao family. You don't need to worry about this anymore, Su Qian assured them. Auntie looked at the banknote in disbelief. This is for me? Su Qian nodded firmly. You've worked so hard to keep this household running. You deserve it, though it's only 100 taels. After all, their backers aren't small players. Auntie moved. Honestly, I just like to complain sometimes. Don't take everything I say to heart. Su Qian smiled. We're all family. By the way, I won't be home tonight. Auntie frowned. You haven't rested at home a single day since you returned from Yunzhou. What's going on? Su Qian grinned. I'm off to develop 2 mountains and a canyon with someone. It's an investment worth tens of billions in gold. Su Lingyue, skeptical, said, Big brother, stop joking. You didn't come back last night either. Were you at the Jiaofeng division again? Annie quickly scolded her. Your big brother isn't that kind of person. Second brother might fool around, but your big brother would never do that. Su Lingyue, stubborn as ever, challenged. Then let big brother swear he's never been to the Jiaofeng division. Su Qian's expression turned serious. I, Su Qian, swear I have never spent a single coin at the Jiaofeng division. Su Lingyue's smile blossomed. Her eyes sparkled. Su Qian felt a twinge of annoyance. Linyu, after you get home, you should also question second brother like this. I believe he, like me, is an upright gentleman. Auntie, filled with confidence, thought to herself, tonight, when Su Pingji comes home, I'll question him the same way, and see if he dares to swear. After seeing off Auntie and his sisters, Su Qian planned to retrieve his gold medallion from the Qingyun Hall. But at that moment, Li Yuan entered the Spring Breeze Hall to report. Lord Su, the chief constable from the prefectural Yamen requests an audience. Su Qian turned and went back into his office. Soon after, a fit female constable crossed the threshold. She entered the hall, her hurried steps suggesting she was in pursuit of something. Upon seeing Su Qian, the delicate-featured Lu Qing's face lit up with surprise and excitement. She froze for a moment, staring at him in confusion. Su Qian rose with a smile to greet her. Captain Lu, long time no see. I hope you've been well. Lu Qing continued to gaze at Su Qian, her confusion evident. Her eyes reflected both curiosity and doubt. Su Qian explained, in Yunzhou, I took a renewal pill. That's how I survived. But it also changed my appearance. Lu Qing nodded slowly, managing a faint smile. She reached into her pocket and produced the gold medallion. The Yamen's constable told me. This matter was in my hands. I sent Constable Zhu back. I wanted to personally return this to you, Lord Su, she added. I also came to see how you're doing. As she spoke, her clear eyes remained fixed on Su Qian. If she saw any hint of displeasure, she planned to apologize immediately. Handing back the medallion, she would leave right away. But Su Qian casually took the medallion and said with a smile, That's not important. It's been a while since we've met. Let's have drinks tonight to catch up. Lu Qing shook her head and declined politely. Lord Su, I am still a woman. Su Qian thought to himself, if you were a man, I would have suggested we go to the Jiaofeng division for drinks. The two chatted over tea. Before they knew it, time had slipped away. It wasn't until the sound of the gongs signaling the end of the workday that Lu Qing seemed to snap out of it. She realized she had been captivated by Su Qian's charm. Standing up, she clasped her hands and took her leave. Su Qian walked her to the Yamen's entrance. Watching the female constable's graceful figure, he thought, it seems Lu Qing might have feelings for me. Song Tingfeng did mention she's never married. Although she's considered an older woman by today's standards, to me, a woman under 30 is at her prime. Then he shook his head and thought, forget it. Lu Qing is a proper lady. She was not like the courtesans at the Jiaofeng division. One couldn't enter and leave her world at will. It required constant comings and goings, something Su Qian could not do. Under the setting sun, Su Qian rode into the Jiaofeng division. Fu Xiang had fallen ill. She had caught a cold. Lying pale and lethargic in bed, she had taken many medications to no avail. Fu Xiang's beautiful eyes half opened. Drowsy, she murmured softly. The girls in the courtyard can serve you at will, Lord Su. They can take care of you while I rest. The two pretty maids in the room immediately perked up, but Su Qian shook his head. With a serious tone, he declined. You're unwell, my lady. How can I indulge in leisure at a time like this? The maids instantly looked disappointed, but Su Qian didn't spare them a glance. Instead, he grasped Fu Xiang's delicate hand. I'll transfer some inner strength to you, he said gently. His energy flowed like a stream, clearing her meridians, activating her vitality, and nourishing her organs. Even a mere cold would be no match. Fu Xiang coughed a few times, her face flushing red, but after a quarter hour, her complexion visibly improved. Fu Xiang gazed at Su Qian, her eyes shimmering with affection. My lord, I feel much better now. Su Qian gently brushed her hair back. Rest well, he said. I'll check on you tomorrow. With that, he turned and left the Shadow Brow Pavilion. After confirming he had gone, Fu Xiang opened her eyes and said softly, You may all leave. There's no need to stay in the room. The maids obeyed and departed. As the bedroom door closed, Fu Xiang's complexion, which had been improving, faded once again. A soft sigh lingered in the dimly lit room. Meanwhile, Su Qian headed to Clear Pond Court, home to another courtesan, Ming Yin. Upon learning of Su Qian's visit, Bright Yin excitedly rushed forward. Seeing Su Qian, her smile turned into a scowl. She almost thought she had the wrong person. Su Qian smiled and said, "A day without seeing you feels like 3 years. The matter of my changed appearance can wait. I haven't seen Bright Yin for so long. It feels like 3 lifetimes have passed. Could it be that we were destined to meet across lifetimes?" The courtesan Bright Yan's eyes welled up with surprise. Her smile became more tender. Su Qian felt a bit guilty. Those sweet, irresponsible words were getting easier and easier for him to say. Bright Yin pouted and asked, "Why didn't you stay the night at the little pavilion?" Su Qian answered earnestly, "Because I missed you, my lady." Bright Yan's heart swelled with delight. She turned and instructed the servant, "Close the courtyard gates. No more guests tonight." After helping Su Qian take a seat, she nestled into his arms. "Word is that Su Gongzi performed great deeds in Yunzhou," Su Qian said proudly. 8,000 rebel troops surrounded Yunzhou. From all directions, the provincial office was packed with people. The governor was trapped inside, his life hanging by a thread, with no other choice. "I stood alone against 8,000 rebels, killing them one by one. When 2 came, I killed 2. Who dares to cross me? Only the night watchman," Su Qian said. "I fought for 2.5 hours, without blinking." Bright Yin gazed at Su Qian, full of admiration. If before, she was impressed, now, she was drawn to his charisma, his stunning achievements and handsome face. Who could resist that? As they talked, they moved from the hall to the bedroom, then to the bathtub, and finally the bed. The next morning, a spirited Su Qian left the Clear Pond courtyard. His first stop wasn't home to visit his sister, but to ride his mare straight to the palace. Seeing him approach from afar, the anxious eunuch rushed out to greet him. "Lord Su," he said, still catching his breath, "you're finally here. Something happened. Last night, someone found a woman's body in the well." Hearing this, Su Qian's heart sank. He immediately connected it to the woman's body. It must be related to the consort Fu case. The eunuch hurriedly waited at the palace gate. There must be an emergency, and Su Qian's only connection to him was the consort Fu case. So, the woman must be connected to that case. Su Qian squinted, deep in thought. It was the missing palace made from the consort Fu case. The eunuch praised him. "Master, you are truly brilliant. Your servant is in awe." Su Qian scoffed. "How is this brilliant? The one who dumped the body here could only be that person. Take me to see the body." Soon, they arrived at the palace morgue, where bodies of those executed in the palace, or who died of illness, were kept. Last time, when Su Qian wanted to dissect consort Fu's body, they refused. This time, dissecting a palace maid shouldn't be a problem, right? He ordered, "Fetch my tools. I need to dissect the body." Footsteps sounded outside. It was the princess, rushing over. Delighted, she scolded the eunuch. "Why didn't you let me know he was coming?" Before she could finish, she saw Su Qian taking off the palace maid's clothing. Confused, she asked, "What are you doing?" Su Qian looked awkward. "Your Highnesses, you've probably heard about the woman from last night. I'm about to start the autopsy. Are you sure you want to watch?" The 2 women's eyes widened in horror. One said, "Don't touch such disgusting things," and Princess Huiqing agreed, adding, "Why not have someone else do it?" Su Qian solemnly shook his head. "Your Highnesses, you know I must personally handle this, and leave no detail unchecked. If I can do it myself, I won't delegate it to others. Your Highnesses, please return for tea and wait a moment. There's no need to stay here." However, Huiqing didn't leave. Instead, she stepped gracefully toward the woman's body. "I'd like to stay and see. Perhaps there's a clue in the body." Seeing Huiqing remain, the other princess stiffened, and reluctantly stayed too. Su Qian swiftly lifted the sheet, revealing the waterlogged, bloated body. The princess let out a startled cry. Huiqing fared a bit better. Having mentally prepared herself, moments later, the princess walked out of the morgue, still occasionally retching from the sight. Behind her, Su Qian called mockingly, "Second princess, not staying to watch?" She paused outside, biting back the urge to curse at him, but thinking of Su Qian, she held her tongue. Su Qian turned to Huiqing and said, "Your Highness is so clever. Why not try to glean something from this body?" Suppressing her disgust, Huiqing observed it closely. "Judging by the pallor and swelling," she said, "this body wasn't dumped into the well right after death." Su Qian nodded. "A more accurate estimate would be within the last 2 days." Huiqing continued, "There are no visible external injuries. So, she probably drowned. Maybe she was knocked unconscious first." Su Qian asked, "Anything else?" Huiqing shook her head. Su Qian teased her. "You missed the most important step. When examining a body, even if the cause of death seems obvious, you should never skip a full check." Huiqing froze for a moment. Then she saw Su Qian's gaze shift to her waist. Sharp as she was, she understood immediately. Her pale face flushed crimson. The princess scolded, "Su Qian, how dare you mock me?" Su Qian quickly apologized, sincerely saying, "I meant no offense, Your Highness. Forgive me, Your Highness." Huiqing snorted lightly, turning away as if to reject his apology. Su Qian thought to himself, teasing this proud and aloof princess was far more satisfying than teasing Linen. Huiqing's angered elegance carried a unique charm. He coughed lightly and said, "She did drown, no doubt, but she didn't drown in the well. She was held under water until she suffocated." Huiqing turned her head, questioning, "How can you be so sure?" Su Qian explained, "A typical drowning victim's face would be pale and bloated. Look at her face, purple-red in color. That only happens when someone is forcibly held underwater, their head facing downward, and blood flows back to the head at the moment of death. One more thing. Her hands are tightly clenched, which fits the drowning profile. But look closely. There's no sand or algae under her nails." Huiqing studied her more closely and then asked, "So she did drown, but not in the well?" Su Qian quickly flattered her, "Your Highness is exceptionally clever. Compared to you, Princess Linen is just a little sister." Huiqing, though aware of his compliments, still felt pleased. She replied reservedly, then added, "So she was silenced." Su Qian nodded. Then began the autopsy. A short while later, Su Qian announced, "There's water in her lungs too, so we can confirm she drowned." Just as he finished speaking, he paused. "Wait," he muttered. "There's a deep scar below her left chest, right over the heart." He reached in and lifted her heart out. "The wound is very deep," he noted. "It must have been caused by scissors or some other sharp object. She should have died from severe blood loss." Huiqing nodded and analyzed. Only the empress or certain favored concubines could access the medicine to heal such a wound. At this moment, Su Qian noticed something. It seemed there was something underneath the body. Su Qian reached out and pulled it out. It turned out to be an embroidered handkerchief. The handkerchief seemed ordinary, except for a few words stitched onto it. "Spring, Yuanjin year 31. Su Qian muttered. She kept this close even at death. It must have been very important to her. A little while later, they left the morgue. The princess came after them and asked, "Did you find anything?" While washing his hands, Su Qian said, "There was something useful, a clue that confirmed she was murdered, and a peculiar yellow silk handkerchief." The princess took the handkerchief and looked at it, then exclaimed, "Su Qian, doesn't this lotus look like you?" But before she could finish, Su Qian suddenly screamed. Clutching his head, he writhed on the ground. The princess and Huiqing were startled. "What's wrong with you?" they asked urgently. Su Qian held his head in agony, letting his official hat fall off, revealing his bald head, clearly in genuine pain. The princess then swayed her slim waist as she hurried away. "Wait here, I'll fetch the imperial physician." Huiqing crouched beside him, checking his pulse. She found that his pulse was indeed racing. At that moment, Su Qian suddenly grasped her delicate hand. "In pain," he said. "Ever since I entered the spirit refinement stage, I've had frequent headaches. Wei Gong said it's caused by my agitated primordial spirit. I might end up dying from a separated spirit at any moment." Huiqing was shocked. She had no idea this was happening. So, she didn't immediately pull her hand back. But just as the atmosphere grew ambiguous, it was disrupted by the sight of Su Qian's shiny bald head. The princess soon returned, with the imperial physician in tow, her face still filled with concern. Su Qian smiled and said, "I'm fine now. It was just a sudden pain. It will pass shortly." The princess suspiciously eyed him, but seeing that he seemed fine, she dismissed the imperial physician who had rushed over. Su Qian finally breathed a quiet sigh of relief. "That was close. Good thing I reacted quickly. If they found out, I wrote identical love letters to both sisters, even including the same lotus petals, their affection for me would plummet." Huiqing secretly glanced at Su Qian without a word. Her face was slightly flushed, and though her hand was red from his grip, it seemed to still hold his warmth, making it hard for her to let go. After that brief episode, they arrived at Xie Pavilion where the body was found. Xie Pavilion was on the western side of the palace, far from the courtyards frequented by the consorts. By that time of day, the maids had already left the pavilion to work elsewhere in the palace. Only one supervising nanny was lounging in a chair, enjoying the early spring sun. When the old nanny saw the two princesses, she quickly rose to greet them. "This servant greets your highnesses." Huiqing looked at her and said, "I'm accompanying Master Su to investigate a case. It's about the body that was pulled from the well this morning." "Nanny Rong, just tell us what you know." Su Qian was delighted when he heard her name. "She's called Nanny Rong?" He thought of the classic line, "Your Majesty, do you remember Nanny Rong by the Daming Lake?" With a wry smile, Su Qian asked, "Who discovered the body, and when was it found?" The old nanny responded excitedly, "It was Xiao Yu who found it. This morning, when she went to the well to fetch water, she noticed something odd when she peered into the well. Oh my heavens, it was a body." Su Qian walked over to the well and peered inside. The well was deep, and visibility was poor. Under normal circumstances, spotting a body in such a dark well would indeed take some time. Su Qian asked. Nobody noticed anything yesterday? The old nanny got annoyed at the mention of it. She grumbled. This whole thing is infuriating. This morning, when the body was found in the well, those lazy girls finally admitted. No wonder the water sounded strange 2 days ago, yet not one of them thought to pull their eyes out and have a closer look. Meanwhile, I've been drinking that test water for 2 days. Su Qian's face twitched. When the body was brought up, you didn't come out to take a look? Nanny Rong gasped. Oh heavens no, I wouldn't dare. I'm too old for that. I can't bear the sight of the dead. Nanny Rong seemed to get more emotional as she spoke, her mood changing quickly. Suddenly, she was angry again. That ungrateful girl. If it weren't for me recommending her back then, would she have ever become Consort Fu's personal maid? Yet all these years, she never came back to visit me. Su Qian asked. When I examined the body, I found a fatal wound on Huang Xiaorou's left chest. Do you know anything about it? Nanny Rong thought for a long time. Yes, there was something about an injury. About a year before Xiaorou was transferred to the Qingfeng Hall. I'm not sure what happened, but one night, she stabbed herself in the chest with scissors. Fortunately, her roommate discovered it in time.